Wataru awakens in an endless meadow and immediately runs. He cannot understand why a horned rabbit is chasing him. Wataru Toyomi was a 20-year-old otaku student who fell into the ocean after spending the night at karaoke. Suspecting he entered a fantasy world, he opens a status window and checks a new message. An unknown sender explains that Wataru fell between worlds and cannot return home, then grants him 2 unique skills. Polyglot lets him understand every local language, while ship summoning allows him to summon vessels. After accepting that he can never return, Wataru decides his abilities should help him survive. The skill description reveals that he may summon only ships purchased through the store menu and control them freely on water. The only available vessel is a rowboat, which Wataru summons. A glowing magic seal appears, exciting him. The result is an ordinary wooden rowboat, and Wataru realizes it is useless in the middle of a meadow. When several horned rabbits charge, he hides inside the boat and waits for them to attack. Nothing happens. Looking overboard, Wataru finds one rabbit lying motionless and checks it with an oar. Assuming the boat has a defensive ability, he dismisses it and heads toward shelter before the rain. Wataru carries the rabbits but refuses to eat them. He then enters the forest, terrified by every sound. A goblin appears, forcing him to flee while regretting dismissing the boat. Wataru runs over a cliff and falls, but after recovering, he spots a city nearby. At the gates, guards ask for identification. Wataru claims monsters attacked him and destroyed his belongings. A knight uses an appraisal crystal to confirm he is not a criminal and gives him a 3-day temporary pass. Wataru enters the crowded city in amazement. Seeing a girl with animal ears and a tail confirms he is in another world. He searches for the Adventurers Guild and finds a building marked with a sword and shield. Inside, Wataru avoids the long line before a beautiful receptionist and approaches a scarred man with no customers. Registration costs 1 silver coin. Since Wataru has no money, he may take a 3-month loan or provide 20 rabbits. Too afraid to hunt that many monsters, Wataru accepts the loan. He receives an F-rank seeker card, learns about ranks and hidden information, and conceals his name and skills. After selling the rabbits for 7 copper coins each, Wataru rents a place at a cheap inn crowded with travelers. With only 4 coppers left and 1 silver coin of debt, he reads the beginner guide while imagining the beautiful receptionist teaching him. He learns that the guild is independent from cities and wars, and seekers may accept quests above their rank. The guide warns that an inactive seeker card eventually expires. Wataru falls asleep wondering how useful ship summoning truly is. The next morning, he washes at a well and buys bread and rabbit skewers for 3 coppers while observing the city's many races. Outside the walls, Wataru secretly summons the rowboat to investigate how the rabbits died. A man rushes past while warning him about a pursuing rabbit horde. The rabbits crash into an invisible barrier surrounding the boat. Wataru checks its status and learns that nobody can board without the captain's permission. Realizing the ship provides invincible protection, Wataru celebrates his legal cheat and prepares to strike the rabbits with an oar. He launches one rabbit away like a baseball before remembering the rest of the horde. Later, Wataru sells the rabbit corpses for 70 coppers, returns to the tavern, and studies the boat's abilities more carefully. The skill No Hairs prevents anyone from boarding without the captain's permission and throws them off if that permission is revoked, even during an attack. Feeling safe aboard the ship, Wataru opens the boat shop and browses more expensive vessels, including motorboats. The luxury liner category leaves him speechless. Realizing he may never afford one, Wataru falls asleep wondering who granted him the skill. Thus begins his new life. 5 days have passed since Wataru fell into the ocean and entered this world of swords and magic. Armed with an oar, he continues hunting horned rabbits from the safety of his boat. Wataru plans to buy a rubber boat but remembers he must repay his guild debt first. At the guild, a beautiful fox-eared receptionist accepts his seeker card and silver coin. After clearing the loan, she explains how the card records debt and money. Wataru imagines them on a romantic date while learning that funds can be stored on the card or at the trade guild. The receptionist notices he was not listening and repeats the explanation more seriously. She warns that his card will expire without at least 1 quest each month and advises buying equipment because goblins and wolves roam outside. Wataru visits the library and studies the Latin Kingdom. He learns that the capital lies at the continent's center while 4 counts govern the surrounding regions. He currently lives in the largest eastern city. A southern city has open access to the sea, making it ideal for his ship summoning skill. Excited by the world's dwarves, elves, and beastmen, Wataru postpones studying everyday magic and goes shopping. The next day, he proudly wears a new adventurer set. At the guild, he chooses an F-rank quest requiring horned rabbit carcasses. The fox-eared receptionist praises his outfit and registers the quest. Encouraged, Wataru reaches his usual hunting spot and kills 10 rabbits before preparing for another. A goblin suddenly emerges from the bushes. Wataru hides inside the boat and trusts its barrier to keep the creature out. When the goblin retreats toward the forest, Wataru recalls the boat and flees. He then realizes the rabbit carcasses were still aboard and worries he has lost them. After summoning the boat again, he discovers everything remained inside. Wataru returns to the guild and completes his first quest. The workers and adventurers congratulate him, and he is pleased that the carcasses earned a higher price. Knowing stored items remain aboard even after recalling the ship makes his daily hunting routine much easier. Eventually, Wataru saves 2 silver coins and 40 coppers, enough to buy a rubber dinghy. He purchases it through the menu, and a large inflatable boat appears. Wataru happily relaxes inside while an unknown staff-wielding man watches from nearby. The irritated stranger decides to investigate Wataru. Later, Wataru enters an office where a cute woman in glasses and a lab coat welcomes him. 1 month after arriving, he visits the hospital and claims he has never been able to use life magic. The doctor offers to test his mana. Everyday magic can produce simple effects like sparks or small amounts of water, so Wataru believes he should be capable of it. The doctor channels magic through his body, while Wataru struggles to focus on anything other than her touch. He detects only a thin flow of mana, and she confirms his power is weak before asking him to gather it at his fingertips. Standing behind him, the doctor guides his hand through a magic circle, making Wataru blush. A small flame appears. She explains that practice will extend its duration and suggests prayer at a nearby church. Wataru stands before the tall church and watches birds fly above its towers. He wonders whether the unknown being who gave him his skills was a god, but postpones praying and returns to hunting. At the guild, Wataru accepts 2 rabbit delivery quests after learning that restaurants have increased their orders. Wataru overhears beastmen discussing the best horned rabbit meat and listens with interest. He offers a cook several rabbits in exchange for a favor. Encouraged by the growing demand, Tsuyomi returns to his hunting spot and summons an upgraded inflatable boat with a wooden gazebo. He recently commissioned the addition from a carpenter and now dreams of buying a stove and tea. After setting a new hunting record and selling the carcasses, Wataru visits a cafe where a barriered girl seats him. He observes the other seekers until his meal arrives. Impressed by the crispy, seasoned meat, Wataru learns that its quality is attributed to prayers at the church. The next day, the fox-eared receptionist also recommends visiting the city's famous church. Feeling strangely drawn there, Wataru enters to thank God for his abilities. He kneels before a powerful statue and wonders whether the god sent him the message and skills. A voice answers inside his head, transporting him to an unknown place. A young man on a throne asks why Wataru is not traveling. Tsuyomi asks where he is and whether the man is God. The man declares himself the supreme creator of the world and all living beings. He complains that Wataru's life has been boring and says that is why he summoned him. Wataru learns that many gods are watching and criticizing his peaceful lifestyle. The gods grant abilities to people from other worlds for entertainment, so the creator orders him to stop hunting rabbits and use his skill properly. He then mentions that Wataru may receive benefits connected to his former world. The possibility of returning home immediately motivates him. The creator says he believes in Wataru and expects him not to disappoint. Wataru returns to the church and decides to begin a real adventure. While drinking tea aboard his boat, he wonders how to earn enough for a luxury liner. Remembering the god's words, he decides to travel to the southern coastal city and visits the guild for information. The receptionist is disappointed to lose her rabbit supplier, but explains the route. He may travel through the capital by land or follow the river directly, though both routes are dangerous and require companions. As Wataru leaves, he realizes he never learned her name and briefly imagines her inviting him to dinner. Instead, 2 intimidating men stop him and ask whether he is the rabbit hunter. Wataru fears they intend to kill him, but they only propose hunting together. At a restaurant, they explain that they need money for new equipment and heard about his earnings. Wataru agrees because he has more rabbit orders than he can complete alone, and he shakes hands with their leader. Aldo pays for the meal in exchange for learning Wataru's hunting method. Wataru also asks how adventurers form travel groups. Aldo advises working as a merchant escort, though seekers below rank D receive no pay and must be capable of killing goblins. Over the next week, Wataru continues hunting, practices with a spear and bow, and gathers supplies for the journey. Aldo's group takes him into the forest to fight goblins, promising to leave one for him. They first encounter a harmless slime that cleans the forest, and Wataru eagerly touches it. He hugs the creature and wants to take it home, but Aldo explains that only a tamer can bring monsters into the city. Wataru reluctantly releases it, but decides to learn more about taming. Goblin roars soon begin the battle, while Wataru watches nervously from behind the group. Aldo wounds one goblin and leaves it for him. Disgusted and frightened, Wataru drives his spear into its stomach. After Aldo orders another strike, he kills the goblin. Shaken by taking a life, Wataru realizes how terrifying real monsters are and doubts he can become a true adventurer. The group later celebrates his first goblin kill. As thanks for teaching them rabbit hunting, Aldo offers to accompany him on his journey. Wataru visits the guild to say goodbye and imagines the fox-eared receptionist begging him to stay. Instead, the scarred receptionist calls him over and asks about the trip. He thanks Wataru for greatly helping the guild, though Chiyomi wishes the fox-eared girl had said it. On departure day, Wataru leaves the city with the merchants and listens to their stories. When their routes separate, he reaches the river and prepares to summon a ship on water for the first time. Wataru jumps onto the floating magic circle, and a wooden boat appears beneath him. He begins traveling downstream, but soon faces practical problems, including waterfalls. At night, Wataru avoids a suspicious camp and continues until he finds another group by a fire. Seeing several women there, he approaches to warn them about the possible bandits upstream. Moments later, he stands inside his boat with his hands raised before their weapons. A blonde swordswoman demands his identity and warns him not to move. Wataru explains the suspicious camp. She thanks him and sends Marina to investigate, but orders him to remain. She suspects he may be connected to the men, so Wataru reluctantly agrees to wait. Surrounded by beautiful female adventurers, Wataru feels as though he has entered a fairy tale. He immediately begins fantasizing about becoming close to them. Shaking off the delusion, the boy dismissed such thoughts. Just encountering this group had already gotten him into trouble. At that moment, Marina had already returned to camp with a report confirming the hero's words. Sheathing her sword in her belt, the girl thanked the seeker. He questioned the usefulness of the information, as they wouldn't have had any trouble even without warning. Having told them that these bandits were wanted and that they would receive a good reward for them, Chiyomi realized who the real victim was. As they parted, the group's leader told him she would definitely thank him the next time they met. Disappointed at the missed opportunity to become closer, Wataru continued on his way. A few days later, they were on the road. The lucky adventurer spotted a southern city. A huge number of wooden boats, ranging from ordinary to magically powered, drifted in the port and floated on the water. Having thought about the convenience of a motorboat, the hero moored to the shore to continue his journey on foot. As he strolled through the city, he noticed more and more differences from the western city. After buying a snack, he spoke to a man and learned that the merchant guild was located in the harbor and could be reached by walking along the shore. A merchant inquired about the seeker's profession and learned that he planned to open his own business. The inspired young man decided that the best way to buy a luxury liner was to become a merchant, especially since he had the ship summoning skill. The merchant guild building was bustling with activity. Wataru felt uneasy, nervous about the crowd of well-dressed people in the room. The voice of a girl offering help caught his attention. Seeing that there were also cuties with fox ears here, his face brightened. Walking up to the counter and sitting down on a chair, the adventurer, delighted by the charming woman, decided that girls with fox ears were his weakness. After a while, he received answers to his questions about joining the merchant guild and the membership fee. Getting to the main goal, he explained that he wanted to buy a magical ship and asked if they had any suitable work. After some thought, the girl explained that such a ship wouldn't be easy to obtain, but if you had connections, it was possible. Thinking about connections, the guy wondered if meeting a god was an option. The blonde with the big ears explained that their main source of income was transporting people to the capital and other cities on a magical boat. There's also the option to take adventurers to islands, which offers very high rewards, but there's no route and getting there is very dangerous. Currently, only 4 ships sail there. Learning that he could receive 10 silver coins for each person delivered, Tsuyomi was very interested in the offer, as it would allow him to earn a ton of money very quickly. Having agreed to the Merchant Guild's terms, he was also offered a mooring space for his ship for just 1 silver coin per month. After completing all the transactions using his adventurer's card, the young man received a personal mooring berth and membership in the Merchant's Guild. He thanked the girl for her time and rose from his chair, hesitant to leave. Then, blushing and embarrassed, he shouted out his name. With a dazzling smile, the girl introduced herself as Camilla and said she'd be happy to work with her. The happy man walked down the street, thinking how glad he was to know her name and be able to introduce himself. A few steps later, he came across a hotel and to see if they had a room available went inside. Having rented a cozy room with 1 bed and a sea view for just 50 coppers a night, including breakfast and hot water, the young man thought it was rather expensive but still comfortable. Leaning out the window, he gazed into the distance and planned the next day's purchase of a boat and his attempt to reach the southern island. The next day, standing on the seashore, Wataru opened the store menu and bought a motorboat, a little worried that it would not be made of wood. After paying for the ship summoning skill level increased to level 2, opening up new possibilities such as map creation and ship camouflage, as well as new purchasing options. He held out his hand and decided to give it a try. Having summoned the vessel, the hero finally felt like he was aboard a normal boat. Thinking that at this rate people would find out he was from another world, the boy used his new skill, ship camouflage. The skill allowed one to change the appearance to the desired one by altering the texture, but not the frame. Joyfully examining the new vessel, Tsuyomi realized that the skills God had given him were marvelous. Somehow, the automatic knowledge of how to control it and where the island was treated as a genuine cheat. Setting out, the adventurer estimated that the journey to the island and back would take about a day. He raced happily, cutting through the waves and observing the sea creatures. Seeing the island on the horizon, the boy slowed down. Surprised to find himself there much faster than he'd planned, he moored to the shore. Meeting a man on a boat, the hero introduced himself and they struck up a conversation. Judo turned out to be one of the people who brought adventurers here. He explained that he'd been literally swamped with assignments lately and also shared tips on how to while away the time on the island. After telling the boy that adventurers might not return for several days after entering the island, he explained that when they get injured, they have to make an unscheduled return to the city. That's why they have a lot of free time. After some time, the hero was already approaching the city. Returning sooner than expected and finding out he could make it to the southern island, the young man went shopping for things for his boat and for his leisure time. Having bought more than he needed, he was delighted that he would now be able to earn a lot of money, which gave him strength. The seeker walked along humming to himself, already anticipating the purchase of a new ship. Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared behind him, holding a knife. Dropping one of the cups he'd purchased, the boy turned in the direction it had landed and, noticing the man attacking him, screamed. The stranger swung his arm and struck, which Wataru parried with the saucepan in his hands. Confused, the boy stuttered and wondered what they wanted from him as he backed away. When the attacker finally spoke, the reason for the pursuit became clear. He was interested in the boat. Amidst loud cries for help, the seeker dashed away from his attacker. As he ran into another alley, someone grabbed him by the collar and pulled, dragging him along. A girl with fox ears stood pressed against the closed door. The boy she'd dragged into the house lay sprawled on the floor, surrounded by scattered belongings. The man pursuing him had lost track. Camilla explained that it was the back door of the Merchant Guild and asked if he was okay. Shaking with fear, his eyes filled with tears, the young man explained the situation. After clarifying whether he had indeed reached the island, she offered a guess as to why he was being pursued. She reminded him that there were very few ships capable of reaching the island, and many people wanted one. Learning that many couldn't afford it, the lost guy, sitting on the floor, realized his situation. He thought about how he would always be hunted. After calming the panicked man, the girl explained that others hired guards or bought slaves to help. The thought that slavery still existed in this world didn't please the guy at all, not to mention the prices. The door swung open, drawing attention. An old man entered the room. Hearing the hero's problem, he offered to help him resolve it. Camilla's suspicion that he was the guild leader was immediately confirmed when she approached him. In exchange for a commission to spend some time outside the city, the man offered to find protection for the adventurer. Having explained that a ship capable of reaching the island was a true treasure, the old man not only offered to stay the night at the guild but also to help in any way he could, to which the boy agreed. The next morning, Camilla brought him breakfast and asked how he had slept. The exhausted hero, greeting her with a strained smile, gave a vague answer. Carrying boxes of food down the street, the girl explained the plan, which involved meeting adventurers who would travel to the island with the hero. He'd been hoping he'd hit the jackpot, but after yesterday, he realized his life would always be in danger. Arriving at the pier, the boy froze in surprise. Before the hero stood a group of rank adventurers. They were also members of the Girasol group. They were also the group of girls he had met on the river on his way to the southern city. Having landed his first job, Toyomi and the gang headed to the southern island. The first to recognize him were the group's leader, Alessia, and her deputy, Dorothea, who remembered his help the previous day. Having met the rest of the group, Irma, a fox-eared girl, was the mage, Kara, a brunette tank with bare ears, Marina, a human scout, and Claretta, a priest with puppy ears. As a token of gratitude, she suggested they all have dinner in town. Everyone liked the idea of spending time together. At that moment, the guy felt lucky to have met a group of beautiful women again, but the fear that their fans would kill him was terrifying. Citing the fact that he didn't have time right now because he needed to hire security, they decided to postpone the dinner until later. The first time he was sailing his boat with someone else, the guy slightly forgot about the boat's ability to prevent hares and nearly caused a denial of boarding. He resolved to remember to give everyone permission to board in the future. As they approached Wataru Island, he warned them about the increasing shaking. Having reached the shore, the girls disembarked, preparing to enter the forest. They noted that the boat was quite fast and more comfortable than others. Thinking the boat was doing well, the young man offered everyone some tea before leaving. Irma leaned against the side and playfully thanked him. Noting her curves, the hero treated everyone to a drink, after which the crew, setting a return date of 5 days, departed. Breathing a sigh of relief and stepping ashore, the hero saw Mr. Judo. Introducing his colleagues Carl and Daniel, he congratulated the young man on his first job, calling him lucky to be working with Girasol. Noticing the men's praise for the band, the young man concluded they were fans. The young man confided in his new acquaintances that his ship was under threat and he was looking for security. The men advised him not to skimp on this, as they had been in a similar situation. They also clarified that all assignments should be made known to the merchant guild to avoid falling into the trap of dishonest people. Having set up camp, the hero remembered the chicken bones he'd gotten for free at the market and, deciding to make soup, set to work. His everyday magic, which he used to create water and start a fire, sped up the process. Mr. Judo was increasingly surprised by the adventurer's behavior. First, the boy talked to himself, then picked up all sorts of seaweed from the floor. The man genuinely didn't understand why he was doing this. The adventurer himself, engrossed in his cooking, pronounced each action out loud. After all the work, all that remained was to watch the soup. Meanwhile, the boy trained with weapons, and when he was done, he went in search of the slime. Having found it, the guy dragged it to the beach. While playing with the jelly cutie, he thought about how he still didn't know how to gain the tamer's skill and why he couldn't just take it with him. Thus ended his first day on the island. Several days passed like this. While enjoying the sun on the seashore, the boy thought it would be nice to build a cottage on the water and make it float using his skill. When the 5th day arrived, he prepared to set sail, waited for Girasol, and heard their voices, delighted. The team moved, clinging to Kara, who was dragging the giant monster along with her, helping to hold it down physically and magically. The boy's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Rushing to their aid, they collectively loaded the monster aboard. The girls sank to the ground, exhausted, catching their breath. Asking them what kind of monster it was, Alessia explained that it was a subspecies of the saber-toothed tiger. The guy handed each girl an ashibori. When asked what it was, he explained it was a towel soaked in hot water for hands and faces. While the girls dried themselves, enjoying the pleasant sensation, he added that he had prepared lunch. Having set out a bowl of chicken and vegetable soup on the makeshift table, Wataru waited hopefully for the girls' opinions, as he'd spent 5 days experimenting with the soup. Hearing the positive feedback, saying it was something they'd never tried before, the boy beamed. Claretta, delighted, asked him to share the soup recipe so he could make it himself in the future. Receiving smiles and gratitude, the hero was overjoyed. The job offered excellent pay and a vacation on the island, so the guy decided to keep it even while hiding in the city. On the way home, they chatted casually, but the closer they got to shore, the more attention they attracted. The townspeople gathered around, admiring the spoils that Girasol had brought back. A confused Toyomi realized it was an overly flashy port entrance, and he hadn't expected such attention upon his return home. Thus ended his first tradesmanship stint with unexpected triumph, but was it a success? From that day on, the hero's peaceful life ended. Every day, various merchants and shipping companies approached him, offering exclusive deals, which he refused. After yet another refusal, Wataru asked the merchant how long they would bother him about his guards, whom he had managed to hire in the meantime, Dino and Enrico. And upon hearing that they wouldn't give up so easily, the boy regretted openly transporting a saber-toothed tiger on his boat that day. Thanks to the security, the seeker was able to venture outside, but knowing that the island was much safer, he couldn't wait for his next assignment. Heading to the building where the ships were made, following Camilla's advice, the seeker immediately found the owner, a man named Danino. After introducing himself, he explained what he needed. Intrigued by the order, Danino went down to the young man to discuss it. After clarifying the condition of the raft, Toyomi added that a wooden bathtub was also needed and showed him the plans. Upon hearing the price, the hero thought the price was rather high, but since he'd mentioned Camilla, they shouldn't rob him. 3 days later, having received instructions on how to assemble the raft, the boy said goodbye to the carpenter, wondering whether he'd be able to haul the logs. His thoughts were interrupted by the Girasol group appearing on the dock. After exchanging greetings, the group cleared up any misunderstandings and boarded the ship. After saying goodbye to their guards and informing them that the young man and his crew of adventurers would return in 5 days, they set off. While discussing the soup recipe the girls had tried on the island, Dorothea noticed a piece of wood tied to the boat. Inquiring about it, the hero explained it was a raft for something secret. The girls perked up and became interested in his idea. Realizing this, the seeker realized he definitely couldn't fail now. Having reached the shore, the girls disembarked and set off. The boy was saying goodbye to the group when he heard his name called behind him. Mr. Guido stood before him, interested in the timber he'd brought. Upon learning that the boy wanted to build a raft, the man offered his help as he was free, so they began assembling the raft. Assembling the raft was like putting together a puzzle for the hero. Since arriving in this world, the boy's level had gradually increased to 20, increasing his strength and endurance without him even realizing it. Late in the evening, as darkness began to fall, Mr. Judo and Wataru ate dinner, and then the man sailed off to the city. The hero couldn't believe his eyes, considering his creation simply amazing. Standing on the raft, he admired the finished vessel with its bathtub in the center. Having swum far enough from the shore, the boy used everyday magic to heat up the stones and then lowered them into the water to make it warm. Enjoying his first bath in this world and looking at the ocean, he realized that this was real bliss. He spent a long time in the bath that day. The next day, Toyomi met Alesha's team, who had collected a lot of good material, and the first thing they were interested in was the secret raft the boy had made. Having loaded everyone into the boat and brought them to the raft, the seeker presented the bath. The girls, who knew that only aristocrats or wealthy merchants had such a thing, were extremely surprised. The boy himself was equally surprised, unaware that people like Dorothea couldn't afford a bath. The idea of taking a bath for the first time in their lives sounded exciting. He told them it was a great way to relieve fatigue and nothing to be afraid of. Agreeing that it would be fun, the girls began to choose who would go first. Claretta and Kara immediately declined, citing fear and anxiety. The hero hadn't expected such a reaction, not understanding where the fear of taking a bath came from. Having reached a decision among themselves, the girls came to an agreement. After consulting with the crew, the hero sailed away, reminding them that if they had any questions, they could just call him. Afterwards, the girls began their bathing routine. Deciding to go first, Alesha jumped into the tub with a running start. Hearing joyful cries from the shore, the boy thought they were having a lot of fun, which made him very happy. The girls remaining on the shore with the boy looked worried. Trying to dispel their anxiety, he tried to convince them there was nothing wrong with this activity. Hearing the rest of the group calling him, the seeker stood up. Deciding to try the bath, the girls remaining on the shore followed him. After taking the first group, the hero left the girls on the raft so they too could experience the delights of a bath. Half an hour later, the happy girls returned to the shore sharing their impressions. While the girls were enjoying the feeling of cleanliness, the guy was enjoying the sight of the girls after their bath. With a smile, he came to the conclusion that he had the best life. But while Taomi was enjoying himself on the island, trouble arose in the city. A worried Camilla rushed into the guild leader's office, delivering the terrible news that Wataru was accused of theft. The company was returning from the island after a job well done. Having collected many useful materials and been well rested, they arrived at the port. Unexpected offer to walk the boy to the guild caught him off guard. Knowing the implications of this offer, he nevertheless agreed. As they walked down the street, they attracted all the attention of the townspeople. The guy didn't want to attract attention, but that was impossible among such a group of beautiful girls. The thought that at this rate their fans would rip his head off made him upset. Awkwardly thanking the girls, he informed them that his security would be arriving any minute. After saying goodbye, the group's leader suggested they be contacted for help in any situation. Having agreed to welcome the new opportunity to work together, the guys parted ways. After summing up how much everyone had enjoyed the bath, the boy considered expanding the raft with a tent and a table. He was pulled out of his reverie by Camilla's worried voice, informing him that they were in trouble. Before he could hear the details, the boy noticed knights approaching him, who immediately informed him that he was under arrest on suspicion of stealing the Zabo family's magical ship. Boldly stepping forward, the girl stood up to defend the boy, asking the soldiers to stop. The man, unheeding, sternly ordered her to remain silent and then ordered Wataru's arrest. The knights slowly approached, cornering the seeker. Dino grabbed one of them by the arm and forced him to the ground. Enrico, who had arrived just in time, was already twisting the other man's arm, declaring that they wouldn't allow him to carry out his plan without an arrest warrant. The imposing young man was looking around as the guild leader exited the building, loudly declaring that without evidence to support the accusation, they should head back to where they came from. Shocked, the boy didn't understand why they wanted to arrest him or what was going on. Sometime later, in the guild leader's office, the whole situation was explained to him. The adventurer learned he was accused of stealing a family heirloom from the Zabo family, a merchant he didn't even remember seeing before. Taomi knew this couldn't be true because the ship he currently had wasn't of this world. Enrico, suddenly joining the conversation, revealed that the man in question was one of the merchants who had come to offer the contract. Realizing that Zabo was a petty scoundrel with a bad reputation, it became clear why he was trying to take the ship. After assuring the boy that this approach usually didn't work, the old man shared information about the merchant's support from Baron Benvenuto, whose word officials couldn't ignore. Thus, the only way out of the situation was to challenge Zabo to a trial. Sometime later, Wataru found himself in court for the first time in another world. Kneeling before the judge, the boy felt like crying. Finally seeing that same Zabo, he thought he'd definitely seen him somewhere before. Looking around the room, the hero carefully examined the faces of those present. A standing man with coiffed hair announced the topic of the meeting and introduced the Southern Count sitting next to him. Having gained the opportunity to speak, the hero explained that he had paid for the ship out of his own pocket, but the merchant, now in tears, continued to insist on the value of the family heirloom. Baron Benvenuto, too, echoed him, confirming Zabo's every word. Skeptically watching the spectacle, the seeker's thoughts swirled with the question of how a nobleman could be involved in such a lie. Turning to the hero, the judge asked if he had any objections. Having received permission to request the use of the magical ship to prove his case, the young man reached the climax by asking the merchant to launch the vessel. With a forced smile, Zabo agreed, knowing a few tricks for launching a ship using magic. Smirking to himself at the young man's offer, the merchant boarded and got down to business. At that moment, Wataru, who had issued the landing permit, wondered why the young man was going to so much trouble. But the man's futile attempts to activate the ship were unsuccessful. Circling the ship, the merchant circled it from all sides. The aristocrat at his side was starting to get nervous. The hero, watching with a bored expression, understood that no matter how much magic he channeled into the ship, he still wouldn't be able to start it, because it wasn't magical and was started with a key. Everyone awaited the Count's decision. While Zabo was ranting before the judge about the broken ship, Taomi climbed aboard and started it with the key he'd been carrying all along. Seeing the whole scene, the Count stopped the wailing merchant, drawing all eyes to himself. The judge ruled all allegations false, holding Zabo and Baron Benvenuto accountable for attempting to steal another man's magical ship. Then, refusing to listen to any more sordid excuses, the court adjourned. The joyful young man left the courtroom beaming with happiness. Having praised his performance, the guild leader admitted that it was he who had requested the Count from the south to come. The surprised young man listened to Camilla explain that the Southern Count had long been trying to catch these scoundrels red-handed and punish them. Hearing the conversations of the people whose work Zabo was disturbing, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that life would be a little easier now. Having won a difficult case, the adventurer hoped he could finally live in peace, or so he thought. But the situation in the city hadn't changed at all. It was still filled with corruption, propaganda, and bad people. The hero spent his life leaving the city, accepting orders, and traveling to the island. After learning that Judo and the others had also begun creating their own rafts, the island began to look more and more like a resort. During his work, Wataru befriended the other groups and improved his culinary skills, serving them to adventurers. 6 months later, his savings on his guild card had grown to unprecedented heights. While amazed by his insane wealth, the young man was nonetheless frustrated, as he still lacked the funds to buy a luxury liner. Figuring he'd be earning this way for a long time, his next goal became a journey to the continent overseas. Inspired, Toyomi decided to start by purchasing a cruise ship and making a deal with the southern continent. Rebirth in another world with the skill of summoning ships is a classic fantasy trope, reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Having decided that restoring order to the trade route from the southern continent, which takes a month on a magical ship, could generate significant profits, the young man flipped through the store menu, choosing which ship to buy. Knowing the journey would be long, the boy decided to purchase a ship with a wide stern. Having learned from Camilla of the Merchant Guild that large monsters inhabited the open sea, the boy reassured himself that everything would be fine because his ship was unsinkable and indestructible. The memory of the girl's concern for him delighted the hero. A tipsy Mr. Gyudo approached the young man, mug in hand, and sat down next to him. From the conversation that ensued, he learned that the seeker had decided to go to the continent and asked if he was having any money problems. Explaining that this was an excellent opportunity, the young man explained that he wanted a good ship. He silently remarked that if God hadn't been pressing him, he wouldn't have gone there. After discussing how unsafe it was, the man asked about an escort. Noting in his mind that he wasn't thrilled with the company of 3 men, Wataru, surprised by the man's unexpected offer to buy slaves, remembered that slavery was normal in this world, but he never imagined he'd be buying them himself. Lost in thought, he reflected on how, when entering another world, a hero usually encounters a fateful encounter that later blossoms into love. After checking to see if the boy was all right, the man advised him not to overdo it and said goodbye. Sometime later, the Girasol team returned to camp. Late in the evening, the group of adventurers sat on the raft, enjoying dinner and casual conversation. The girls, concerned about the boy's safety, warned him of the danger. While they were discussing how cozy the island had become thanks to Toyomi, Irma announced they had a gift for him. The boy was very surprised. Marina stretched her arms forward, opened her palms to Dorothea's cries of triumph, and revealed a small, sparkling lump of jelly. She explained that they had found it in the forest. The boy's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the newborn baby, born of holy slime. After telling the boy about the species' rarity, the girl continued to hold the slime while the joyful boy jumped around her, peppering her with questions. Picking up the little one, the hero placed it on a box, dreaming of how he could travel with it if he had the taming skill. Sitting across from it, he handed the creature a piece of dried meat, and it ate it. Watching his new friend devour the meat, the hero heard a voice. Jumping up, alarmed, the boy immediately told the girls what he'd heard, but Alessia reminded him that it couldn't be true. After some thought, Claretta asked the hero if he'd acquired a new skill. Recalling the God-given skill, he opened the stats menu, confirming his suspicions. Realizing what the taming skill meant, he decided he could now bring the slime into town. Irma explained the need for a servant contract, without which nothing would work, and offered to teach him. Having drawn a magical command for the contract on the table, she explained to the hero what he needed to do. Turning to the slime, the seeker offered to make a contract with it and explained that if it agreed, it would need to enter the glowing circle. Worried that if it didn't work, the slime would return to the forest tomorrow. Having given her affirmative answer, the holy slime leaped into the center of the circle, thus sealing a pact with Wataru. The boy, beaming with happiness, stood in the center of the group, accepting congratulations, unable to believe she had agreed. A servant's contract is akin to recognition, but few pay attention to such an element as affection in this world. Some time later, while at the Merchant Guild, Camilla handed over a servant registration card and advised her to keep a close eye on it, as it was a rare species and could be confiscated. Remembering the purchase of a new magical ship, the guy asked about the possibility of withdrawing platinum coins, and, upon learning that this would take time, noticed the girl's sad face. Thinking the hero had upset the cutie, he immediately tried to reassure her, telling her about a new ship that would be even better than the old one. The receptionist's worries gave way to a commercial wave. Seeing an opportunity, she suggested buying the ship from the local merchants at the Merchant Guild. Saving the most important for last, the guy asked one last question. After requesting an introduction to the slave trader, the hero arrived at the appointed place. Admiring the opulent lobby of the luxury store, Wataru, accompanied by his guards, walked toward the stairs. After checking his bag for the slime, he noticed a short man greeting him. The manager of Duchio's trading house sat in a chair opposite the seeker. After explaining the purpose of his visit, the young man learned about the specifics of selecting slaves and dividing them into debtors and criminals. In his case, the former was the appropriate option. The story of the rules of the master and debt slaves concluded with the intricacies of the contract. According to the man, it was concluded with the assistance and supervision of the god of trade and business, and any violation of the rules was punished by him. Reflecting on divine punishment, considering that gods exist in this world, the young man concluded that the slaves were reliably protected. With a forced smile, the manager made a special offer to the hero, but warned that it would be more expensive. The price he named shocked the adventurer. Not knowing the market value, he knew he couldn't afford it. Out loud, however, he blurted out the opposite. Clapping his hands twice, the man gave the order, assuring the boy that these two were his pride and joy, and he would definitely like them. Confused, Wataru looked at the beauties standing before him, introduced to him as Inez from the Fire Tiger tribe and Felicia from the Dark Elf tribes. Having introduced the girls, the manager turned to the hero, asking if he liked them, smiling broadly. Confused by the slave's beauty, the man immediately responded positively. He thought about how beautiful they both were and how wonderful it would be to have them accompany him. When asked how many people would be willing to pay that kind of money, the man explained that the girls had many advantages and had the right to choose their own master. That's why many clients had failed in their negotiations. Realizing it wasn't about money, the young man knew he couldn't miss this opportunity. The manager, offering to negotiate with the slaves as he was leaving, added that a barrier would be erected in the premises and all conversations would be kept secret. Wishing them luck, Mr. Duccio closed the door behind him. The focused hero considered the options he could use in conversation. Thinking he'd appear a weirdo by revealing the secret of his appearance in this world, he immediately discarded the idea. Deciding he'd been too long in his silence, the young man introduced himself and asked the girls to state their names and reveal his status. The first was a beastman girl named Inez, who possessed advanced class III fire magic. Thinking she was strong in this area, the hero also noted her tiger ears. The second was Felicia. Noticing the girl's age, the boy wondered if 62 was normal for a dark elf. Then he concluded that if the barrier magic was protective, he would definitely be saved. After apologizing for the question, the young man inquired about how the girls had become slaves. A joyful Inez explained that she had gambled away her fortune and sold herself into debt, adding that this was a common occurrence for her. The more reserved Felicia, however, sold herself for the lives of villagers who were being attacked by non-human hunters. Settling down on the sofa, Inez explained that she was a B-rank adventurer and, due to an injury in the dungeon, was unable to pay off her debts on time. The debts were due to gambling. Therefore, she was hoping for a generous master who would provide for her. The dejected young man listened, contemplating the fact that he had no choice but to entrust his life to someone else. Felicia, it turned out, was the daughter of a dark elf village chief. Because they lacked the strength to protect the village from a human supremacist nation that discredited other races, the girl was forced to sell herself into slavery. With tears in her eyes, the elf begged for a safe haven for her race, and in exchange, she would devote herself entirely to the hero. Realizing this was a great responsibility, Tiomi thought that if they explored the open sea by boat, they might find uninhabited islands where her race could live. But Felicia, frustrated, decided her request was impossible to fulfill and dejected. Jumping up from his chair, the boy offered to demonstrate his unique skill, saying he could fulfill her wish. Extending his hand forward, the hero activated his skill, summoning a rubber dinghy. The slaves stared at the craft in surprise, finding it strange. As she approached, Inez hit an invisible barrier. Rubbing her bruised head, she asked what it was. After explaining that he could summon ships with his unique skill and that they were indestructible and unsinkable, he suggested the girls test it. Without thinking twice, Inez launched a fireball straight at the vessel. As soon as the smoke cleared, a completely intact boat appeared before the group. Reflecting that the attack had been more powerful than the seeker could have imagined, Wataru continued sharing his plans for purchasing a large ship and traveling to the southern continent. He explained that if they traded and searched for uninhabited islands, he could help the people of Felicia migrate. Opening the shop window, the young man showed Inez the luxury liner he planned to buy. He explained that the ship was more like a city and had everything one could possibly need. The enthusiastic woman asked if this was all real, to which he swore by the god of business, raising his right hand. After asking the boy if he could buy it, he replied affirmatively, but added that it would take some time. Bowing to the slaves, he explained how unsinkable his ship was, yet how weak he himself was, and therefore needed those who could protect it. After some thought, both girls agreed to become Toyomi's slaves. Thanking them, the satisfied seeker left the trading house, accompanied by guards and 2 slaves. Reacting emotionally to Anise's request to take care of her, the boy blushed when she called him master. Meanwhile, the elf, nearly in tears, begged him to take care of her village, telling him he could call her whatever he liked. A few weeks later, Inez and Felicia accompanied the boy around town. He, meanwhile, made preparations for the journey. Then, while on the magical boat, they made the purchase. By activating the ship summoning skill, the adventurer summoned a cruiser. Standing on the old boat, they looked at the new large ship, which could accommodate 15 people and had such features as unsinkability and indestructibility. Excited, the boy told the girls that such a ship was called a cruiser. The elf asked him if that was the name of a ship, to which the seeker thought it would be nice to give it a fantastical name. Having named the ship Kre Wadaru, he set off for the southern continent with new friends and a new ship. Before entering the port, the adventurer activated the camouflage skill, turning the modern ship into a wooden one. Camilla, surprised in seeing such a ship for the first time, called it strange. Leaving her questions unanswered, unsure how to respond, the man decided not to get too carried away with the conversation about magical ships and changed the subject by reminding her of the fabrics they'd discussed the other day. Having told him about a commodity called spider silk, which could fetch a good profit on the southern continent, the fox-eared girl had no doubt the boy would be able to sell everything. She suggested they collect as many goods as possible and wished them a safe and sound return. The inspired young man said goodbye to Enrico and Dino and, thanking them for their work, set off on his way. This was the beginning of a new month-long journey. Having purchased a new ship, its level rose to level 3, unlocking autopilot capabilities. Although limited to water, it was still possible to set a location the boy had already visited. But to do this, he would have to reach his destination on his own. While sailing, the friends encountered sea creatures and enjoyed lounging on deck. Felicia made tea and offered it to the explorer. While enjoying drinks at the table, Wadaru inquired about his companion's well-being, worried that they hadn't had time to figure out the ship's layout. But Felicia allayed his concerns, saying everything was fine. Discussing the strangeness of everything on the ship, Inez turned to the hero. Accidentally blurting out that the cruiser originally existed in a world without magic, the hero noticed surprised faces filled with incomprehension. Realizing he'd said too much, he tried to change the subject to discussing the surprisingly soft beds. Engrossed in conversation and sharing his impressions, the seeker announced that they had 3 bedrooms and each of them could take one. The surprised companion looked at the man with confusion. The upset girls who had expected to sleep with their master stunned the young man with their statement. Unprepared for this, the young man, looking at their sad faces, wondered if they should spend the night with their escorts. Wadaru nearly lost his breath with happiness at the thought of them sleeping together. Concluding that sleeping together would be safer, he agreed to the proposal. Having decided to think it over due to a sudden motivation, the guy was walking along the side when he noticed strange bubbles on the water's surface, similar to some kind of gas or the breath of a living creature. The monster circling the ship underwater surfaced. A huge, scaly snake appeared before the friends, startling them. The sea serpent charged, its jaws wide open, but met resistance in the form of a barrier and flew back. The terrified hero, drenched in a cold sweat, watched the monster. After another monster attack, the hero rushed to his companions. Inez, who had never encountered such monsters, decided to give it a try. The elf arrived just in time and distributed weapons to everyone, not forgetting Toyomi. Explaining that before the girls attacked, the hero had to strike as well so that after defeating the monster, their levels would rise. Inviting Lizzie to join him in the fight, the boy fired an arrow at the monster, hoping his larger size wouldn't miss. The arrow bounced off the scales and flew off to the side. Saying that was enough, Felicia directed the slime toward the serpent, giving it an opening to attack. Praising her for an excellent strike, the boy caught Lizzie in his arms. Next came Inez, eager to demonstrate her destructive magic. Having warned that she would attack simultaneously with the girl, Felicia created a magic circle. Having agreed on the count of 3, they prepared to attack. Powerful magical currents pierced the sea serpent, illuminating the sky with bright flashes. The girls watched with serious expressions as the sea monster's body sank into the sea. The shocked seeker watched the scene with wide eyes. The jubilant team, pleased with their work, checked the level increase and came to the conclusion that if it weren't for the ship, they wouldn't have coped with such a strong enemy. The elf told the seeker that leveling up could increase one's lifespan and that there were legends of heroes who could live for millennia. Admitting he'd never heard of this, the boy sensed something was wrong when he saw the serious faces of his companions, asking where he was from. The cornered guy stared at the girls, sweating with fear, unable to comprehend how he'd been discovered. Having confirmed their theory, the surprised women were shocked. After hearing all the reasons given for his discovery, the boy asked to keep the fact that he was from another world a secret from others. The girls agreed to keep the secret and asked them to hide nothing more. Continuing their voyage, everything went wonderfully. Easily overcoming all the difficulties along the way, the heroes moved forward. Then, on the 25th day, Toyomi sighted land. Having finally reached the southern continent, the boy was ready to begin trading. The long boat journey ended with arrival at the southern continent 5 days ahead of schedule. Inez stopped a young man who was planning to sail closer to the island to search for settlements. Reminding them that they didn't know the continent's language, the girl became angry at the hero's lack of preparation. Felicia's question brought the panicked young man back to his senses. Recalling his unique skill at understanding languages, he shared it with his companions. Seeing buildings on the horizon, the group boarded the magical boat. Reaching the shore, the friends simultaneously stepped onto land, holding hands. Having received a barrier from the elf to prevent any attack, Wataru and his entourage set out to find people to find directions to the city. Finding a local southerner, the boy approached him and asked to speak, introducing himself as a traveling merchant. The villagers gathered around the house, whispering quietly. The travelers sat across from the village elder, Krako. After explaining the purpose of their journey, the seeker received the desired information. Directing his guests west to a town called Tebori, the old man added that the journey would take 10 days. The boy's enthusiasm faded when he heard that the king of Catania had died 2 months ago and that a struggle for the throne was underway. Hearing that security in Tebori was deteriorating daily, the hero asked for more details. The mayor responded with words he'd heard from a merchant friend. As he imagined the old man's story, he imagined the prince's struggle for power. On one side, the first prince's mother, his legal wife, had arrived from another country, and on the other, the second prince's mother, a concubine and the prime minister's daughter. Hearing the prime minister's words that the first prince was unworthy of his crown and that the second prince should become king, Toyomi understood the situation. Adding that more and more mercenaries and other scoundrels were gathering in Tebori every day, Krako advised the travelers to be extremely careful. Later, when it was dark outside, the boys were discussing their plan of action on the ship. After each had expressed their opinions, they decided to see everything for themselves and, if danger arose, return to the ship. A few days later, the city appeared on the horizon. After a long journey and sweltering in the heat, the travelers headed for the main gate. Strolling through the market, they assessed the situation. The active trade created a rather peaceful atmosphere. As they watched the people, a stranger's voice caught their attention. The surprised seeker looked at the men approaching them. The strangers, swords at the ready, recognized the group as foreigners and persistently invited the girls to join them. Falling into a typical pattern involving bad guys, the hero, wanting to end things quickly, refused the men. Having received the hero's consent to the proposal to finish them off, Felicia threw the first robber, who rushed to attack, onto the ground by throwing him over herself. Inez sent the next man flying, unable to comprehend the situation, flying back with a kick to the head. The first to rise, he drew his sword, pointing it at the adventurer, whose defense Felicia had stepped in, blocking his path. Surrounding herself and her companions with a magic circle, she cast a spell to repel the enemies. Deciding it was best not to engage them, the villains fled upon seeing the guards. The heroes followed their attackers into hiding. Having reached a safe place, they confirmed that no one was following them. Remembering that the shops were open and he still had time to stock up, the guy suggested finding a guild. Approaching the first merchant they came across, the group asked for directions, and for a small fee, the merchant gave them directions. After paying the unknown man's fare, more and more merchants appeared along the road, offering goods and services he didn't need. While fleeing from pushy salespeople, the girls asked the hero what they were talking about. Without explaining the reason, he advised them to run away from them. Noticing a little girl with a flower, Felicia stopped. Having paid for the flower, which the elf accepted, the travelers said goodbye to the girl. 2 hours later, they finally reached the merchant guild. After explaining their whereabouts, the young man asked for a meeting and waited. Deputy Head Mary greeted the guests with a broad smile. Mentally noting the girl's beauty, the seeker explained the purpose of their visit. After discussing the situation in the city, the deputy mayor reassured the young man, saying that this would not affect the deal in any way and promising that the purchase of the pepper would be at a favorable price. Mary told him about the sudden sale, quoting a price half the usual. Wataru, in answer to his budget question, also told him about the spider silk he'd brought with him for the purpose of selling it wholesale. Anticipating a great deal, the girl presented all the services and goods of their guild. Then, informing the guests that she would be waiting for them tomorrow, Mary said goodbye. The confused friends stood outside, unsure of what had just happened. Unable to answer the girl's question, the hero, overwhelmed by information, was coming to his senses, digesting yet another unnecessary purchase. The group's attention was drawn to a man who had fallen to the ground in front of them. Noticing Toyomi's companions, the bandits headed their way. Having found himself in the same situation twice, the boy wondered how much longer he could keep up this pace. Awakened that morning on the southern continent by a kick from a men, the hero sat up in bed. Looking into the distance, he opened his eyes in surprise. The boy was very surprised to see the southern continent at dawn. After a while, the group enjoyed a seafood breakfast, marveling at its taste. Having appreciated the food at this inn, the boy remembered Lisa sitting in his bag. Having made a plan for the day, the seeker decided to go to the merchant guild to sell them some spider silk, concluding the conversation with a summary of the previous day's troubles. Confidently stating that they needed to strike a deal and leave the country before the civil war began, the hero suggested replenishing food supplies and shopping at the souvenir market. While pondering gift ideas, the hero heeded the workers' advice. Looking at the girls in traditional southern clothing, the guy thought shyly about how beautiful they were. Deciding to give the girls a gift, the hero bought several sets of clothes. Noticing the guy's head, which sparkled in the light on a knees, the idea occurred to him of taking the fabric as a souvenir, but upon hearing its price, he was taken aback. Imagining a grateful girl with fox ears, the guy decided to buy something. The friends had a good time wandering around the market, browsing the wares and sampling unknown delicacies. After buying Anise a drink, the guy suggested Felicia pick something up for herself too. The embarrassed girl, saying the outfit they'd given her was enough, moved on, and the shocked guy didn't insist. Passing a counter with the same fabrics he'd bought, the hero noticed their price tag was much lower. Realizing his mistake, the guy froze in shock. Comparing prices, he rushed from counter to counter until his business, upset by the dreaded word, collapsed. Anise suggested trying to lower the price of pepper, thinking it would be a good idea. Having rented a donkey and loaded the goods, the girl encouraged the seeker, saying she was counting on him. Meeting the guests at the entrance, Mary, seeing how much there was, offered to immediately begin transporting the goods. After checking the quality of the silk, the heroes moved on to discussing payment. She named a price of 5 platinum coins, then offered to increase the fee by 1 coin in exchange for delivering the silk directly to the stores. The shocked young man crunched the numbers in his head, marveling at the numbers. Feeling pressured by Anise to negotiate, the young man thought the proposed amount was already too high. While he was lost in thought, pondering the deal, the brunette offered to sell the goods wholesale and receive a discount on the purchase of peppers and a fine assortment of spices as souvenirs. Unable to find anything to object to, the young man accepted the terms. Standing outside, Wataru explained that it would take time to prepare the goods, briefing his companions on the situation. Having ultimately failed to bargain, the frustrated boy consoled himself with the thought that they had already made a good profit. After offering to move the pepper from the rented warehouse to the boat, the heroes completed their first task. Tugging Felicia's skirt, the girl from yesterday handed over the flowers for purchase. The alarmed woman ran after the little girl. Upon learning that they were the ones who had bought the beastmen the flowers, she thanked them for their help, explaining that to avoid a civil war, they had decided to wait it out in their home village, but due to a lack of money, that was impossible. Watching the mother and child leave, Felicia asked the boy for money to buy flowers, explaining that she wanted to help them return home. Understanding that Felicia was equally concerned about her people, the boy gave her the money. Thanking the guy for his kindness, Felicia caught up with the woman. Concluding that the hero's mood was lifted by good deeds, the company began transporting the peppers. Having recalled the ship after packing the pepper, the companions rejoiced at the successful loading of the goods and the coins they had received for the transaction. Informing his companions that they had run out of money, the adventurer suggested they return to the ship. Having decided that it would be a good idea to explore this continent again after the Civil War had made its adjustments, the comrades decided to head to the southern cities, but before that, to fulfill Felicia's wish and find a suitable island for the migration of the Dark Elves. 3 travelers set sail from the southern continent. Tibori was intriguing due to its large number of rare items, but security there left much to be desired. After checking on Lisa, who had spent the entire time in her bag, the cheerful young man was overjoyed to hear that she was fine. After asking the guy if she could take a shower and receiving permission, Inez suggested they shower together. The guy's nose started bleeding at the offer to keep her company. To avoid derailing their current plans, as discussed before their departure, Wataru suggested starting by searching for an island for the Dark Elves. Concerned about the hunters, Felicia asked to find an island away from trade routes. Deciding to deviate significantly from their original route, the group set out to search. Having clarified that if they found the island, they should immediately find out whether there were people or animals on it, Inez suggested raising their glasses. Thus began their journey in search of the island. Day after day, traversing the water's surface, the group progressed further and further. While having fun with the girls, they gradually opened up to the young man in different ways. It became clear that Inez lacked culinary skills. Fighting monsters and overcoming ever-new distances, their days were filled with adventures. One night, Inez and Wataru found a sad Felicia looking at the stars and lost in her thoughts. Discussing how much longer their food would last, the boys decided they shouldn't sail too far and that there was nothing worse than being left out at sea. Hoping they'd find the island soon, Felicia, standing on the upper deck, called out loudly to her friends. Seeing an island on the horizon, she informed her companions. After reaching it a short time later, all they saw before them were rocks and a large number of birds perched on them. Noticing a similar island nearby, the guy suggested exploring the area, explaining that such islands are created as a result of volcanic activity or earthquakes. Admiring the hero's knowledge, the girls praised his intelligence. Telling his companions that they had enough food for a week, he suggested they speed up. Sailing between small rocks, Felicia scanned the horizon, terrified of missing what they'd been searching for. Gathering clouds disrupted their plans. Suggesting they wait out the rain inside, the group went into the cabin, observing the weather from the window. After bringing Toyomi and Inez tea to the clueless Felicia, they told her about the weather. This made her gloomy and distraught, saying there was nothing she could do about it, anticipating how they would be stuck there all week. Trying to calm her down, the guys suggested she take a rest and not think about it so much. Felicia, relaxing in her bedroom to the sound of rain, woke up to the sound of a ship humming. Feeling the movement of the ship, she looked out the window and seeing that it was still raining, she got out of bed and went out to meet Inez running, who was calling her upstairs. At the exit, she was met by a joyful Wataru pointing somewhere towards the horizon. A vast island opened up before Felicia's eyes. Had they really found the perfect migration spot? While sailing along the island, the hero noticed a river and suggested walking along it. After sailing along the coast and observing the animals that inhabited the island, the friends went ashore to explore the area. Standing on a high cliff, the company looked at the endless sea, amazed by its breadth. That evening, as darkness fell, the group sat on the boat and took stock. Having explored the island for the past 2 days, they had found no signs of life, only rivers, forests, and meadows, and concluded it was the ideal place for a settlement. Asked Felicia if the goblins they encountered in the forest were a problem. The girl told him the villagers were fine with it because they'd encountered them for centuries while clearing forests for buildings. The girl, arms folded, asked for the Dark Elves to settle on the island. Hearing the positive answer, the elf was touched. Sobbing, she thanked the boy for his help. After some time, they sailed away from the island. Deciding to return to the southern city, the boy remembered a skill called autopilot. After pointing to the desired destination on the map, the seeker pressed a button, and the ship moved forward. Descending to the sound of a song, the hero told the bewildered girls about his autopilot skills. Excited by the idea of being able to navigate even while sleeping, the companions rejoiced at the opportunity to reach their destination much faster. Assuming they would reach the southern cities within a day at this rate, Felicia asked them to stop at her island, which they would be passing. After asking the girl if their arrival would cause any difficulties, the young man agreed. Having decided to give the elf's father some liquor he had bought in the south as a souvenir, the hero was shocked by his refusal of his concern. The thought of meeting her father, the man who had enslaved his daughter, made the boy feel uneasy. He imagined himself signing his own death warrant and imagined the dark elf chieftain killing him. The bewildered boy hoped to smooth things over with gifts. The boy's stomach churned with anxiety about the meeting. Taking his hand, the girl thanked him for his help and placing his hand over her heart, reminded him that she was ready to give herself entirely to her master. A shocked Wataru, confused by what was happening, was at a loss. Pursing her lips, the girl closed her eyes, preparing for the kiss. The guy, not expecting such a turn of events, mentally screamed. Imagining her angry father in his mind, he placed his hand on the elf's shoulder, stopping her, suggesting that she focus on the issue of immigration. Inez, spying on them, quietly teased the boy. Realizing the missed opportunity, the boy shed tears. 2 days later, the group arrived at the Dark Elf village. Walking through the village, the hero saw a burnt-out house, confirming the true nature of the attack. Seeing no inhabitants, Inez asked Felicia what was going on. The girl ordered him not to move until she gave him permission. His companions, surprised, stared at the elf. Unidentified masked men appeared from all sides and surrounded the travelers. Wataru, frightened and confused by the situation, watched the scene. One of the attackers uttered a code phrase. After answering, Felicia met her companion's gaze. The white-haired elf, removing her mask, joyfully called out her name. Congratulating her on her return home, the villagers began to emerge into the streets. After informing their companions that they were now safe, the group realized the villagers had simply been hiding. Tiomi, observing this, noted that all the dark elves had kind faces. Coming out to greet the guests, Felicia's father, the village mayor, introduced himself to Federico. Before his friends could introduce the girl, the young man interrupted, doing the rest himself. Giving the young man a serious look, the mayor invited them in. After explaining that they had found an island for immigration, Federico, who had been listening attentively, joined in the conversation. Wataru, confused and sweating with fear, flinched when the village chief's hand slammed down on the table. The elf, moved by the prospect of his dream coming true, couldn't hold back his tears. He said he needed to discuss it with the villagers and asked them to wait. He explained that they were returning to the southern city, and if the elves could make a decision in that time, that would be wonderful. They shook hands and finished. An elf entered the room, introducing Cecilia as Felicia's mother. After offering to prepare some food for the guests in case they decided to stay in the village, the woman left. Noticing Felicia's glance at her mother, the boy was surprised. The hero suggested the girl go get her mother, leaving him in charge of Inez. Thanking her friends, the girl followed Cecilia. After thanking Federico, the boy shared his doubts, thinking the man would be more suspicious of him. He told Felicia that he saw that Wataru was a good person and that in a normal situation he would not have joined them, but in gratitude for the fact that they brought his daughter and allowed him to meet her again, his opinion changed. Hearing this, Tiomi thought about how good this family was and wished for the migration to go well and for everyone to live in peace. Thanking Federico for his help, the young man promised to return in 7 days to discuss migration. After saying goodbye to Felicia's parents, the group set off. Hearing that Felicia felt relieved after meeting her parents, the man suggested that Inez visit her family. Inez flatly refused, explaining that if she met her parents, she would have to reveal why she became a slave, and that was absolutely out of the question. Having decided they'd accomplished everything they could, it was time to return. The journey from their current location to the southern city was about 2 days. Before arriving, they unloaded the goods from the rubber dinghy onto the ship's deck, but since they couldn't fit all the goods, they decided to sell the rest at the next opportunity. Wataru, eagerly anticipating meeting everyone, began preparing gifts. Cutting through the water, the travelers returned to the port of the southern city. An unsuspecting Camilla was wiping down her work area when Mr. Judo entered the guild, sharing the latest news about the hero's arrival at the port. Rushing to the pier, the girl called out to the boy. The happy seeker, who hadn't seen Camilla in a long time, thought she was still beautiful. He informed her of the need to deliver the pepper as soon as possible. Having promised to take care of transportation, the registrar surprised the hero with her organizational skills. After inspecting the goods, Camilla congratulated the adventurer on his trading success. Having finished discussing the details of the deal, Tuomi presented the girl with a gift of fabric. Thanking the cutie with fox ears for all the help she'd given him, he also presented the gift to the guild leader. Sharing the latest news from the southern continent, the young man told of the king's sudden death and the civil war raging there. Frightened by this, the girl asked him if he was planning to go to the southern continent again, and when he answered affirmatively, she warned him of the danger. After telling him about his desire to visit different places, the boy assured Camilla that he would be fine. Exhaling heavily, the girl looked at the hero. Discussing the stunned Camilla Wataru along the way, he reminded his companions that he couldn't tell anyone about his skills. He silently reflected on how her gaze made him nervous. Having discussed their next plan of action, the companions headed to a nearby hotel to present the remaining souvenirs. The happy adventurers of Girasol greeted the young man with warm smiles. The delighted young man beamed with happiness at meeting the most beautiful girls. Overjoyed that the boy had returned safe and sound, the girls were overjoyed. Thinking that they truly were all beautiful, sparkling and shining, the boy noticed that one was missing. After telling Wataru that Kara had fallen asleep and they needed his help, the boy hesitated, asking if they really needed his help. Meanwhile, the eyes of the barriered girl who emerged from the room filled with tears. With joyful cries, the girl pounced on the guy, knocking him down. Sitting on him, she complained that she'd eaten too much fried food and now had a fever. After clarifying that he hadn't misheard, Dorothea confirmed her partner's words, saying that every time they went to the island, she asked for fried chicken. After telling them that she'd finally fallen asleep 3 days ago, the guy thought he was quite surprised by their obsession with food. Having agreed to Cloretta's request to teach her how to cook this dish, the guy answered his companion's questions about his culinary skills, all the while pondering something. Having proposed a dinner party, the young man decided to get down to the dishes. It was time for Chef Wataru to entertain the beauties with his cooking. The characters examined the goods on the shelves: fruits, fish, vegetables. One of the characters, impressed by the selection, remarks that they sell everything here. The elf asks the master what he's planning to cook. He pauses and remembers he'd like to make karaj. He also mentions he needs to buy chicken and a few other things. The protagonist spots the oysters and exclaims in surprise when he learns they're fresh and were caught just that morning. He says fried oysters sound tempting and decides to buy them. His companion is surprised as this cooking method seems unusual to her. Then he begins dreamily describing how, when fried, oysters become crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and how incredibly delicious it is. He even imagines the dish drizzled with tartar sauce, thinking about it with delight. The girl, watching him, notices that he's talking strangely to himself again. Meanwhile, he decides he'll need to buy some mayonnaise for the sauce. The hero is contemplating making mayonnaise, but he's becoming concerned about the safety of the local eggs. He's unsure whether they're safe to eat raw and is afraid of poisoning. To test the waters, he asks his companion if she would eat raw eggs. She exclaims that she'd never get a stomach ache. Then the elf remembers that she heard about a special cleansing magic that is cast on raw food before consumption. The heroes meet 2 girls, Cloretta and Kara. The protagonist greets them joyfully, saying they've been waiting for them. One of the girls, smiling, announces that she's come to learn how to cook. The hero adds that the hotel has a wonderful terrace and suggests cooking there. He points to the table already set for cooking and confirms that today's cooking lesson will take place outdoors. The guy happily notices that Cloretta and Kara have a day off, and for him it looks like a real date. He announces that Alicia and the others will be joining them that evening. Then the hero suggests they get down to business. He assigns tasks. Inez is to make the vegetable soup, Felicia is tasked with shucking oysters and shrimp, and he plans to make karaj with Cloretta. The young man asks Kara for help, to which she replies that she doesn't know how to cook. However, when he explains that the task is simple, just crumble the bread into small pieces, she is surprised that this is all and happily agrees to help. The hero asked Cloretta if she could use purification magic. She replied that she could. He then asked her to use it on the eggs, and she agreed. The girl cast the spell with ease, demonstrating her abilities. Afterwards, one of the girls asked Wataru what he was planning to do with the eggs. He replied with a smile that he wanted to make mayonnaise, which surprised everyone. Wataru explained that you first add salt, pepper, and lemon juice to the peeled egg yolk, then whisk everything together. He demonstrated how to do this and added that after whisking, you gradually pour in the oil and whisk again. Wataru exclaimed that although everyone looked on unenthusiastic, the taste of the mayonnaise would definitely amaze them. He also expressed regret that he didn't have a blender or at least a whisk. When the girls tried the prepared mayonnaise, one exclaimed that it was incredibly delicious. Another, amazed, admitted that she had never tasted anything like it before. Everyone, surprised and delighted, agreed that the result exceeded expectations. One of the girls, impressed by the taste of mayonnaise, asked Wataru to teach them how to make it. He agreed, but said they needed to peel the eggs first. At that moment, a sacred slime named Rimu mentioned that he could also use purification magic. Wataru was surprised, not knowing what exactly Rimu could do. Then another heroine explained that it was probably about purification magic, and Claretta suggested checking it out. Wataru watched in admiration as Rimu used purification magic. He exclaimed that it had actually worked, and one of the girls noted in surprise that the ingredient had actually been purified. Wataru praised Rimu, calling him a good worker. Everyone else also noticed the successful use of the magic and were pleasantly impressed. Wataru informed the assembled group that an assortment of fried foods was on the table. Everyone present seemed excited and eagerly accepted the invitation. Some enthusiastically encouraged others to devour the feast, expressing delight and anticipation to try the prepared dishes. The girls eagerly sampled the prepared dishes and discussed their flavors, exchanging smiles and enjoying the meal. One of the girls expressed clear pleasure at the food, while the other enthusiastically continued serving the dishes. Everyone in Jurasol, including Inez and Felicia, was pleased with the prepared dish, which was a great success. 7 days passed after the party. After this time, the heroes again went to the dark elven village. The heroes approached the village to help its inhabitants with migration. However, the situation unexpectedly became more complicated. One of the heroes accused Wataru of deception, claiming he had managed to deceive the elder but that he was missing. She demanded Felicia's release, threatening to punish him for not doing so. The protagonist despairingly noted that everything had become far more problematic than he had expected. One of the elves angrily demanded that Felicia be released immediately and threatened that they must leave immediately, otherwise a conflict could not be avoided. Confused, the protagonist asked Felicia if the villagers were truly against the relocation. She asked him to wait and said they needed to talk to her father before jumping to conclusions. One of the elves, perplexed, asked what was going on and why the problem with Romano had arisen again. The protagonist, along with Felicia and his other companions, tried to figure out the situation. Romano angrily accused the protagonist of making Felicia his slave. He implored the elder not to believe the words of the filthy villain. He claimed that at this rate, they would soon begin raising elves like cattle. The protagonist was shocked and couldn't understand the source of such accusations. During a village meeting, the village elder tried to reason with Romano, reminding him that all the villagers had already decided to move and urged him to behave decently. In the midst of the argument, Romano lost his temper and attempted to hit Wataru, shocking everyone present. In response, his father calmed him down, expressed regret for his son's behavior, and apologized for the inconvenience. After the conflict, the elder apologized to Wataru and asked him to ignore his son's behavior, offering to continue discussing the move. He explained that Romano was simply selfish and didn't want to leave the village, unlike the others who had already made their decision. Wataru agreed that the situation was unpleasant but expressed understanding. He noted that the island they had found would be an excellent new place to live and suggested they discuss a plan of action and next steps. Wataru reported that the village currently had 35 residents. He explained that his ship wouldn't be able to transport everyone at once, so 2 trips would be required, each taking about 2 days. The elder said he would consider how best to distribute the people. Wataru also offered to transport dismantled buildings to the island, as well as the tents he had purchased, food supplies, and farming tools. The elder, impressed by Wataru's thoughtfulness, expressed gratitude and even suggested naming the village after him, which Wataru politely declined. On the same day, preparations began for the resettlement of all village residents. Wataru used his powers to transform the cabin's interior. Felicia said most of the villagers had never traveled on a magical ship before, so there shouldn't be any problems. Looking at the renovated cabin, Inez said they wouldn't be able to use either the microwave or the refrigerator. Felicia noted that this wouldn't last long and that the master's abilities needed to be kept secret for as long as possible. 5 days passed. The elven elder announced that he was handing over the villagers to Wataru. He happily agreed and said they were ready to depart. The group then boarded the ship, and the villagers, many of whom were new to such a vessel, commented with admiration on the proceedings. Some remarked in surprise that it was a magical ship, while others excitedly declared that it was their first time on a vessel. Wataru noticed that there were 20 people on board, including him and his companion, and as he expected, it was quite crowded. At that moment, one of the elves approached him and greeted him, holding a bound man with a sack over his head. Wataru, surprised, asked what was going on. The elf explained that it was his foolish son, Romano, and he had decided to tie him up so he wouldn't ruin the journey. He assured him he would keep an eye on him. One of the crew announced it was time to raise the sails, and the ship began to move. The passengers delightedly noticed that the vessel was indeed moving magically, and joyfully exclaimed that the wind was in their favor. A tied-up man sitting on the deck with a bag over his head silently watched what was happening, while children ran past him with cheerful laughter. The girls noted that the elves were tired, and although they were traveling by sea for the first time, everything moved very smoothly in the end. Meanwhile, the protagonist was contemplating how difficult it was to pretend to be steering a boat when it was actually moving automatically. Suddenly, he looked back and screamed in panic that Romano-san had disappeared. Roman furiously shouted at his father that he had warned him not to trust Wataru. Meanwhile, his father, trying to calm his son, asked him not to do anything stupid. However, Wataru continued to insist, demanding Wataru turn the ship around immediately, threatening to jump overboard if he didn't. Wataru, watching from the side, thought with a tired expression that if he really wanted to, he should just jump already. Felicia tried to stop him, saying that he had had enough. One of the girls told the master that he seemed to be about to do something. The guy next to her suggested that he probably liked Felicia and was making things difficult for himself because of that. Meanwhile, Romano, looking at the water, called someone a demon and decided that if that was indeed the case, then he didn't have time to finish. The next moment, a splash came from the water. When a huge sea serpent suddenly emerged from the water, panic broke out on the ship. One of the characters screamed that they were facing a sea monster. Someone tried to calm everyone down and ordered them to go inside immediately. Romano was horrified, declaring that because of this creature, they would all die. Suddenly, the sea serpent suddenly emerged from the water and began attacking the ship, causing panic among the passengers. One of them screamed in fear, and another asked in surprise what was going on, clearly not understanding where the monster had come from. The passengers noticed the sea serpent begin to retreat and were surprised. Wataru announced that the ship was capable of repelling any attack without sustaining damage and urged everyone to remain calm. The others, noticing the effectiveness of the defense, began to admire and thank Wataru for saving them, calling him a hero. Romano, watching from the sidelines, was angry. The group disembarked and began exploring. One of the characters remarked that the island was even larger than he expected. The others joyfully shared their impressions. It seemed everyone was enjoying it. One of the girls thanked the master with a smile for the trip, expressing her appreciation for the opportunity to visit such a beautiful place. Wataru approached Romano and suddenly asked him if he was in love with Felicia. Confused, he asked why he was interested. Wataru explained that he had a hunch and didn't want to get in anyone's way. If the feelings were mutual, he'd back off. He added that he wasn't some kind of villain and simply wanted to understand what was going on. The girl asked in surprise why Wataru spoke like an alpha and noted that if Felicia agreed, everything could change. The girl, not hiding her emotions, declared that she was sure Felicia would refuse. He only chuckled calmly. Later, it became clear that her guess had been correct. The elf reported his refusal and thanked Wataru for his support. Meanwhile, the remaining participants continued on, joining the settlers who had already set up camp on the hilltop. 6 days later, the heroes arrived on the island. One of the elves enthusiastically declared it a stunning place, while another added that the island was truly amazing. All the settlers had finally arrived, marking the beginning of a new chapter, the founding of a dark elf village. The resettlement had been successful, and they could now begin to establish their new life. One of the heroes notices that they've already started building houses and is pleased that everything is going smoothly. They meet the elf, who begins to apologize for making Wataru run back and forth. Wataru mentions that he brought seeds and a cart and offers to help, but the elf politely declines, saying that they have already helped enough. The protagonist, wondering what to do next, says he wants to go trade, but realizes he won't be able to return for several months. The elf girl agrees, saying her father believes the settlers should be given the opportunity to work independently. She thanks the protagonist for his help. Finally, the group enthusiastically decides to set out on a trading voyage, raising their hands high in a show of determination and joy. They reach the town of Tivoli in just 10 days thanks to the boat's autopilot. When the girl asks in surprise if they were in the city all this time, the protagonist replies that in fact they just made a circle and returned. One of the characters says that they were lucky that the Civil War had not yet begun, and they managed to sell their pepper reserves for 65 platinum coins. The hero looks thoughtful and a little confused. His companions ask if everything is okay with him. He also mentions that he was a little greedy and bought a ton of goods this time. They now have enough pepper to equip 515 boats. One of the girls asks if they can buy a luxury liner with the proceeds, to which he explains that such a liner costs about 500 platinum coins, or approximately $370,000. In this scene, the main character exclaimed that he could afford to buy a luxury liner. His companion was delighted. She rejoiced that with their savings they now had 1,854 platinum coins. She couldn't believe she would finally be able to live happily. Another character was also delighted, mentioning the finest food, wine, and entertainment now available to them. Another participant added that the ship even had a casino and shops, calling it a true paradise. One of them imagined a movie, Japanese food, and a jacuzzi, and the other imagined food from other worlds and shiny dresses. However, the elf interrupted their dreams, noting that such expenses were only possible if all their pepper was sold. The protagonist reminded him that there was a serious problem. He could only sell pepper for 20 boatloads to the guild's merchants at a time. Anything more than that would raise suspicion. He calculated that selling all the pepper would require 26 round trips to the southern continent. However, the elf warned that in that case, people on the continent might suspect he knew a proven route to the south. The hero suggested that if he assembled a fleet of several ships carrying pepper, it might look less suspicious. However, the elf expressed doubt that such activity would go unnoticed, especially if he used several large ships at once. The hero noticed with annoyance that he had goods, but there was no way to safely exchange them for money without attracting unnecessary attention. She asked the protagonist why he didn't sell the pepper to someone other than the trading guild. In her opinion, if he sells everything in one place, it will certainly attract attention, but if he distributes sales across different regions, he will remain unnoticed. She advised him to simply sell the pepper in other cities, not just the southern one. She also added that he could tell traders from other countries that he bought all his goods in the southern city, so he wouldn't arouse suspicion. The elf admitted that she hadn't thought of this option herself, but agreed that it was a wonderful idea. The heroine with the ears was pleased that her idea worked and said that she knew how brilliant it was. The protagonist was inspired by the proposal to sell pepper in other countries. At the end, the protagonist stated that thanks to Anise, they now had a plan and suggested going to the southern city. One of the vendors praised the quality of the pepper the protagonist had brought this time, noting that it was in excellent condition. She offered 72 platinum coins for it and asked if he would agree to such a deal. The protagonist happily accepted. The guy asked if he could get 30 of these coins in cash. The girl exclaimed in surprise, was the hero really going to bargain? The hero announced that he no longer intended to engage in trade. He explained that he wanted to explore other countries on the continent and would therefore spend the money on travel. He also asked Camilla if she could recommend any tourist attractions. Camilla apologized for her abruptness in their previous conversation. The boy asked if Camilla could recommend anything for him, and she suggested visiting the great cathedral of Palermo in the east. He asked what kind of place it was, and the girl said she hadn't been there herself, but she'd heard it was a stunning building. The hero admitted he didn't know much about religion, but he still thought it was worth a visit. He added that he'd been told it was a peaceful and tranquil place, home to a wide variety of people. Finally, he thanked Camilla for her advice. The hero announced that their next stop would be Palermo and confessed that he really wanted to go there. His companion asked if he had any other plans to visit. The girls unanimously said they couldn't wait to see the famous great cathedral in person, and the hero, relieved, suggested they start preparing for the trip. He explained that before heading south, he needed to meet with several people and give them souvenirs from the southern continent. The girls were delighted with the gifts. They admired their beauty and thanked Wataru for his attention. He said that he had brought gifts for everyone and suggested that each person take what she liked. At this point, a girl with ears asked him to pick out something suitable for her, and the guy admitted he had little sense of fashion. Meanwhile, another girl remarked that a return trip to the southern continent would be no easy task. Another participant in the conversation asked if he planned to continue selling peppers. He explained that they planned to travel across the continent and sell peppers in various countries, with their first stop being Palermo. One of the girls, surprised, asked Wataru if he was really going to Palermo, to which he awkwardly confirmed that he was. One of the girls said that Cloretta had always dreamed of visiting Palermo. One of the characters asked in surprise whether, given their capabilities, they really couldn't travel anywhere. The girl with the ears on her head said they couldn't travel to certain countries because they didn't welcome beastmen. She also mentioned that there were several human-dominated countries near Palermo, implying that this made travel difficult. At this time, Wataru thoughtfully noted that human dominance prevailed in the region, which is why Felicia's village also suffered. One of the girls, worried about the situation, asked if their companion could take them with him. The young man she approached said there was a sea route they could take. The protagonist admitted that he hadn't thought about it. One of the girls noted that even when traveling by sea they might encounter inspection, which is why she apologized for making hasty suggestions. The girl with dog ears, despite everything, wished them to enjoy their trip, adding that she was sure Palermo was a wonderful place. Later, the protagonist, left alone, looked thoughtfully at the device screen, while their ship continued to sail across the night sea. It seemed to him that Cloretta-san really wanted to go on a journey, and he decided that it would be worthwhile to suggest it to her. The protagonist reflected that, unlike the story with the Dark Elves, this journey would be long, which meant he would definitely have a chance to demonstrate his abilities. He even thought that if they could travel together, he wouldn't hesitate to spend money on a new ship. And at that moment, something important suddenly dawned on him. Judging by the expression on his face, it was an unexpected insight or discovery. The protagonist was stunned to see something incredible before him. He didn't immediately realize what it was. At first, he thought it was a ship, but then he doubted it. His surprise only intensified when he realized it was actually an artificial island, complete with a jacuzzi and 6 bedrooms. He was amazed at how cool it looked and couldn't believe it all cost only 4 platinum coins. He imagined the girls enjoying their vacation, posing relaxed in their swimsuits. The characters were enjoying their vacation aboard the luxurious ship. The hero dreamed of how wonderful it would be if he and Girasol were there together. The young man, his expression serious and determined, declared he had made a decision. He said he was going to buy a new ship and invite Girasol on a voyage. The girls watching him exchanged surprised glances, not immediately understanding what had prompted such sudden determination. The boy thought that if he was inviting the Girasols on such a long trip, he should make every effort. He suggested making a dessert, such as pudding. He also wanted the carpenters to make him a reversey kit so he'd be ready for the trip. He also noted that he absolutely needed to buy swimming trunks so he could relax in the hot tub, and asked the girls where he could buy them. The hero asked the girls if they knew where he could buy swimming trunks. They were surprised and asked what they were and why anyone would need clothes if they were in the water. He tried to explain that swimming trunks were special clothing for swimming, but was surprised to realize that none of them had ever heard of them. He panicked internally, realizing that in this world inhabited by monsters, swimming as a form of recreation simply didn't exist. It seemed incredible to him that there weren't even any swimsuits here. The hero considered the possibility of making his own swimsuits and giving them to the Girasols. He might be considered a pervert. He admitted he didn't know where to get them, having never seen them there before. He considered talking to a tailor. He also thought that his tent, which he made to house the goods, would be useful on the trip and should be adapted for each participant. The hero began compiling a to-do list. He needed to discuss the construction of a play set and tents with the carpenter, stock up on food, and find ingredients for pudding. When he explained to the carpenter that he wanted to order 64 round stones painted black and white, the carpenter asked in surprise what kind of nonsense that was. Despite the fact that the work was not easy, the master agreed, promising to complete everything in 3 days. When they arrived at the studio, the tailor assured them they accepted orders for any garment the client desired. The hero, relieved, noted this was a good thing and clarified that the fabric needed to be soft to the touch and waterproof. He pointed to a dress and suggested using it as a template for creating the desired garment. The women tried on the custom-made clothes and expressed their opinions. One of them remarked that the outfit looked unusual but was very comfortable. The dressmaker explained that it was only a trial run, but it should at least somewhat match the intended look. One of the girls happily thanked Wataru for inviting him on the trip, declaring that they would accompany him all the way to Palermo. Wataru greets the guests with a friendly smile and invites them to make themselves at home without unnecessary ceremony. A lively atmosphere permeates the crew as the girls express admiration for the ship's interior, noting that it looks even more beautiful inside than on the outside. The young man, reflecting on his dreamlike journey with the gyrosols, said that before they went on, he mentioned that he had an important request for his companions. The character confessed that the ship they were on held a secret, or rather, he held it himself. Instead of explaining it verbally, he decided it would be easier to show than to tell. The girls, hearing about the secret, expressed interest and asked to see what it was. Then, with slight excitement, he gestured, casting a summoning spell. In response to his actions, an inflatable boat appeared, accompanied by bright lights and effects. After the unexpected appearance of an inflatable boat, the girls exchanged surprised glances, unsure of what they were seeing. One of them, openly confused, asked what it was. The hero, slightly embarrassed, admitted that it was indeed a boat, albeit slightly deformed. Wataru Toyomi reveals his unique ship-summoning skill. He demonstrates this skill by summoning a new, more powerful ship, much to the surprise and admiration of those around him. One of the girls was surprised, noting that this was a unique ability. The short-haired girl asked if the ship he used to transport them to the southeastern island was also summoned. Wataru admitted that he had, in fact, summoned the ship. The girl with ears notes that he was not just lucky. Wataru points out that the ship is still full of secrets, but he will reveal them along the way. He might get into trouble if others found out about his ability, and he asked them to keep it a secret. This was his condition for delivery to Palermo. The girls were shocked but understood and decided to make sure it remained a secret. The hero loudly announces that they are now heading to Palermo, ordering them to raise the anchors. At this time, other characters are relaxing on deck. As the ship continued on its way, one of the girls decided to freshen up and joyfully turned on the shower right there on deck. The others watched in amazement, not quite understanding what was happening. Everyone on board was enjoying themselves, except Wataru, who noted it with a hint of envy. The man piloting the ship reminded himself that the autopilot didn't work in new places, which made him pay closer attention. He asked if they had met at Klugo's. At this time, another girl expressed gratitude for steering the ship and said that Inez and Felicia had taught them a lot. The protagonist offered to show everyone a special ship where they could spend the night. The others reacted with surprise, not expecting him to have another ship. After he confirmed that he was talking about a new vessel, everyone followed him with interest. Wataru excitedly exclaimed that it was time to summon the ship. At that moment, a group of girls stood on the deck, watching with interest. Their attention was riveted to the sky or to some object that was about to appear, apparently in response to his command. The hero showed everyone a new ship, which amazed them with its appearance. The girls watched in amazement as it appeared before them. The characters were amazed by the ship's appearance. One of them cried out in delight. The girls discussed this in amazement, noting that there were even trees growing on board and speculated that it might all be a prank. The heroes stood on the deck, mesmerized by the approaching object. They couldn't believe their eyes. Before them stood a huge ship, resembling a real island with palm trees, sun loungers, and fully fledged architecture. One of the characters asked in surprise if it really was a ship, while another remarked that everything was like a scene from a science fiction movie. One of the girls enthusiastically declared it simply magnificent and asked the craftsman what kind of ship it was. The guy tried to explain that it wasn't exactly a ship. At this time, another character announced that this was a top-tier shelter and invited everyone to enjoy what it had to offer. One of them explained that it used a special skill to disguise itself as a ship. The girls were surprised to notice that this made the exterior and interior look very different. One of the participants admitted that he had tried to make the shelter look like a wooden ship, but admitted that it would have been too strange. Despite the camouflage, he noted that the structure would still attract less attention than before. One of the heroes explained that their refuge was nothing more than a floating island, and while it couldn't move, it was perfect for relaxation. He invited everyone inside. The girls, examining the interior, were amazed by its luxury. One of them remarked that it was almost like a beautiful estate, and the other noted with admiration that the shelter did not at all resemble a ship. The girl joyfully exclaimed that the room they entered was a large bedroom. Wataru admitted that he had seen photographs of the vessel but did not expect it to be equipped like a real resort house. The guy explained that there were 6 bedrooms on board and he and one of the girls would occupy 2 of them, leaving the rest to be shared as they wished. One of the girls was surprised that they would have 4 rooms and, embarrassed, offered to pay for the crossing. However, he reminded them that, according to the agreement, they were to protect him during the journey, and this was already a form of payment. The girl confirmed that this was indeed their agreement, and upon arriving in Palermo, they would definitely do everything possible to protect him. The heroes continued to examine the ship, and one of them noted that they had already explored most of it. He asked the others what they had seen that had impressed them most. One of the girls replied that she was particularly interested in a bathtub-like device she'd seen on the second-story deck. The guy immediately offered to walk her there, pointing her in the direction. The heroes were enjoying a soak in the hot spring. One of the girls remarked on how wonderful and relaxing it was to be in the water. The others also looked content and relaxed, immersed in the cozy atmosphere. The young man in the group seemed a little tense amid the general calm, watching the proceedings with a certain embarrassment. The heroes continued to relax in the jacuzzi. The girls discussed the pleasant sensations of the bubbles and shared their impressions. The protagonist couldn't believe he was in such a place, and with such company, he felt overwhelmed by what was happening. Wataru was glad that his idea with wet clothes turned out to be a success. One of the girls noticed his embarrassment and remarked that he was staring at them too obviously. One of the girls thanks the master and he decides to bring everyone drinks. He was thinking about how, after he allowed them to take him on a trip, he didn't want them to hate him for staring at them too much. Despite being surrounded by women, he reflects on his situation. None of them wanted to get close to him, and he realizes that, most likely, they do not perceive him as a man. Wataru mused that he talked to Elysia a lot, so he doesn't think he likes her. He believes he developed a close relationship with Cloretta because they cooked together, though their conversations mostly revolved around discussing recipes and menus. He wonders if there's more to it than that. At the same time, he remembers another girl, Irma, who, even when he looks at her inappropriately, doesn't get angry but rather teases him. He notices that she seems to be deliberately behaving this way to tease him, for example, adjusting her clothes that have accidentally slipped off. He feels like she's playing with him. One of the girls thanks him for a fun day and he wishes her a good rest. He reflects on how difficult and thorny the path to seduction is. Wataru is talking with 2 girls, Dorothea and Marina. They approach him sheepishly with a request. The girls, clearly hesitant, say they have business and ask if he could let them spend the night with him. Wataru is surprised by this offer and tries to understand what's going on. At this point, Rimu-chan, a cute creature, suddenly finds herself drawn into the proceedings as well. Wataru is surprised that they want to take Rimu along, not understanding why he's suddenly become so popular. People around him explain that Rimu is simply very sweet, and that is why everyone loves him so much. The protagonist is at the helm, steering the ship while everyone else is relaxing. A girl brings him tea and apologizes for being the only one working while everyone else is having fun. He replies that everything is fine and that steering a ship isn't that difficult. One of the girls suggested the protagonist teach her how to steer the ship so they could take turns resting. The protagonist agreed, surprised that he hadn't thought of it before. While some of the crew was resting, one of the girls discovered what looked like a toy and found its instructions. At that moment, something unexpected happened. One of the girls screamed and fell out of her seat, and the others began to wonder if something serious had happened as the ship suddenly accelerated. One of them suggested it must be an emergency. Inez exclaimed with delight that this was incredible. At this time, Wataru, noticing that one of the girls was worried, explained that everything was fine. He was just teaching Inez how to operate the ship. She was clearly thoroughly enjoying herself at the helm and didn't want to give up the helm because she was having so much fun. The other girl reminded her that it was her turn and politely offered to switch. One of the girls shouted that a voracious shark was chasing them, pointing in the direction they should go. The other, at the helm, confidently declared that no shark would catch her and continued to steer the boat with confidence. The girl happily reported that the other one had managed to escape the shark, admitting she hadn't expected such agility. The other girl remarked that it would be even more fun if they attracted more sharks and suggested they switch places. The girl sitting next to him apologized to Wataru, who said he had some free time and was going to grab a bite to eat. Just then, a girl with ears approached him, asked if he was busy, and offered to help. In the room, several girls and one guy were spending time playing a board game and cooking. One of the girls apparently suggested playing a game, while the other watched the board with interest. Later, one of the girls, seeing the dessert, was so amazed by its appearance that she froze with a spoon to her mouth, looking at it with admiration. Wataru watched the girls interacting well with each other and thought that he would like to become closer friends with them. Meanwhile, Kara, inspired by the pudding's flavor, excitedly asked to make it again as it was incredibly delicious. Wataru realized that right now, Kara was most attracted to him, and while it wasn't exactly what he was looking for, he still found it wonderful. On the way to Bergamo, the group encountered monsters that blocked their path. One of the girls, with a battle cry, rushed forward, cutting down the enemies with ease. One of the heroes asked what kind of monsters had attacked them. A girl with long hair explained that they were water spirits. They weren't particularly strong, but they worked in packs and could cause quite a bit of trouble. Another girl added that these monsters were perfect for practicing magic, especially for Rimu-chan. At that moment, the hero noticed that Rimu had mastered magic and was shocked by this discovery, exclaiming to himself that he did not expect this. The heroes delightedly reported that Rimu had defeated the monster. He also thanked Claretta for her help, but she replied that she wasn't worth the effort. Meanwhile, the girl with the ears said she was tired of the water spirits and wanted to pilot the ship herself. Wataru noted that their journey had been going smoothly. 18 days had already passed since their departure, and they would soon reach the port of Bergamo, where they planned to change crews. Someone on the crew shouted that they saw land. The heroes arrived in the port town of Begtamo. The town appeared before them as a picturesque place, with houses standing at the foot of a hill and numerous boats on the shore. One local called out to another, pointing out something unexpected. Meanwhile, the streets were bustling with people strolling, children playing, and an old woman carrying a basket making her way. Several girls entered the city. They looked around as if they were exploring a new place. The crowd in town was discussing the newly arrived girls. People marveled at their beauty, speculating that they might be adventurers. Some said they'd never seen them before, while others marveled at how striking they were. One of the group members, fearing to arouse envy, thought it would be better for him to remain in the shadows. Meanwhile, he suggested heading to the shopping district, and the girl agreed, noting that they needed to take care of their safety first. He, however, hoped they wouldn't get involved in anything strange. A group of travelers approached a stall in the main shopping area. One of them, slightly embarrassed, asked the saleswoman where they could buy groceries. Meanwhile, passers-by were stunned by their appearance and called them a group of beauties. Wataru also inquired if they had any openings, as there were 9 of them, including a tamed slug. The merchant inquired what the beautiful adventurers were looking for in this store. Wataru, desperately thinking that he didn't want to get involved, declared that he had business to attend to. The merchant, examining the goods, said with admiration that the pepper in front of him was of exceptional quality, so fresh that it seemed as if it had just been picked. The man, showing interest, asked how much the pepper would cost. The protagonist panicked internally, realizing he didn't know what price to ask and was shocked that he was now the one who had to set it. Wataru admitted he wasn't a good haggler and suggested the buyer name the price. He added that if the offered price was higher than his expectations, he would agree to the deal. He made a mental note that if the buyer offered more than 3 platinum and 60 gold coins, he would certainly accept. The buyer, in turn, thought for a moment and said that pepper of such high quality was rare, so he wanted to be completely confident in his offer. The man offered 4 platinum and 50 gold coins for the goods. The protagonist was amazed as this offer exceeded his expectations. He happily accepted the deal. Later, his companions praised him for the successful negotiations, expressing their gratitude. Someone in the group noted how quickly they had completed their tasks and suggested leaving for the capital the very next day. The others enthusiastically supported the idea. One of the heroines said that in a few days they would arrive at a large cathedral. She enthusiastically described the beauty of the massive stone building, emphasizing that the cathedral was simply mesmerizing. She also mentioned that it housed divine idols gifted by the god of creation himself. The protagonist, having heard about the god of creation, became slightly wary and noted to himself that he had a bad feeling about this. The group of heroes had almost reached their destination. They walked in good spirits, chatting among themselves. Meanwhile, they seemed to be being watched by a magic crystal. The mysterious woman, watching their progress, noted with a slight smile that they were almost there. Seeing Wataru, she remarked with interest that she hadn't seen him in a while. One of the girls, noticing the approaching city, joyfully told Wataru that the capital would soon be in sight. he asked them to stop the cart so he could remove the raft. The women admitted that they had previously found such carriages uncomfortable, but thanks to his invention, the ride was surprisingly pleasant. Wataru smiled and replied that he was glad he could be of assistance. The heroes, approaching the capital, entered the urban sprawl. Wataru, looking ahead with delight, exclaimed that they had finally reached the majestic Palermo Cathedral. They finally arrived in the capital, Barletta, a city striking in its grandeur and architecture. One of them, looking at the panorama of Palermo, said that the sight was truly impressive. The rest of the group gazed in amazement at the tall buildings and majestic towers, clearly delighted by what they saw. One of the girls, looking up in admiration, said that it all looked magnificent. Meanwhile, another hurried ahead, not waiting for the others, causing her friend to quickly stop her, reminding her that they first needed to return the cart. The heroes entered the building, amazed by its luxury and size. The space was flooded with light streaming through tall stained glass windows, and numerous statues and columns created a sense of grandeur. One of the characters, delighted by what he saw, declared it truly beautiful, and the others could not hide their amazement. The young man thought that the divine idols, which, according to Claretta, were given by the god of creation himself. Wataru wanted to ask about the other statues, but he realized that the moment was not right. Then they decided to pray together. Wataru thanked the god of creation for allowing him to live a pleasant life thanks to his skill. While praying, Wataru suddenly found himself in a strange place, one he seemed to have seen before. He was puzzled, trying to understand how he had ended up there again. A mysterious woman with a divine visage appeared before him, recognizing him and astonishedly declaring that it was indeed him. Wataru looked at the beautiful woman in amazement, unsure whether she was human or goddess. At that moment, another woman sternly pointed out that they were still engaged in an important conversation and asked that no one be allowed into the kingdom of God without permission. The god of creation said that the goddess of light's lectures were always so long and that he was surprised she had the time to lecture even him, a god. He then greeted Wataru and asked how he was doing, to which Wataru politely thanked him. Wataru stood before the goddess of light, contemplating her appearance. She seemed so beautiful to him that she seemed to glow. However, he noticed that the goddess looked a little tired. The goddess of light reminded the god of creation that he must keep his interference in the mortal world to a minimum. However, the god of creation denied this, insisting that he had not interfered in any way. At the same time, she expressed suspicion that it was he who arranged for the two slaves to end up with Wataru, since they were transported to a slave trader. The god of creation remarked that the goddess of light looked very beautiful and seemed unperturbed by Wataru's well-being. He then emphasized that if anything unfortunate were to happen to Wataru's slaves, it would be wise to help them in advance by summoning a ship. He added that if Wataru did so, the other gods would also show him respect. However, Wataru himself was dubious about this proposal, and admitted that it didn't sound very convincing. At the end, the goddess interrupted the god of creation when he began to say too much, to which he remarked with offense that she was too strict. Wataru asked the goddess of light if they could avoid the impending danger by acting now, and suggested they return to the southern city. However, the goddess replied that, unfortunately, it was impossible to change. She then addressed him by name and said she couldn't reveal any more information, but emphasized that he had to make his own decision about participating in what was happening. Finally, she asked Wataru not to listen to the god of creation and to rely only on his own judgment. Wataru awkwardly announced that he had returned. Later, during the walk, one of them remarked that the cathedral truly felt like a special place, capable of purifying not only the body but also the soul. Another girl enthusiastically added that the place had a sacred atmosphere that deeply touched her. Wataru considered telling Girasol what he just heard in the realm of the gods, but he realized he couldn't warn anyone without details. He was confused and unsure what to do, as he didn't want to become some kind of fortune teller. Meanwhile, the others were discussing plans. One of the girls said that Claretta was going to stay in the cathedral a little longer. The girl declared a state of emergency. Marina and Dorothea happily announced that they had acquired the taming skill, which allows them to enter into contracts with monsters and communicate with familiars. Marina was surprised that the gods heard her words. They added that they would like to have a familiar like Rimu-chan, and suggested that they go looking for slugs after Wataru finished his business. Wataru considered that going out to find slugs sounded terrifying. It was too ripe for trouble. He thought that even if he refused, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Meanwhile, the girls explained that, according to rumors, slimes capable of using magic inhabit places with powerful natural energy, such as volcanoes for fire magic. They added that this is precisely where they needed to go for Valletta. Later, 2 days later, Wataru felt exhausted, calling the situation torture. The heroes approached the cave entrance. One of the girls joyfully declared it to be the Cave of Hellish Wind. Wataru, however, looking at the dark and ominous entrance, couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. They began exploring the Hellwind Cave. One of the participants noted that the cave is a labyrinthine maze, some parts of which are completely flooded. This is why the site has remained virtually unexplored until now. Wataru explained that they had entered a dark cave where a strong, piercing wind blew, making it difficult for him to continue, but he nevertheless agreed to continue. Claretta remarked that, thanks to their ability to summon a ship, they could navigate even through flooded corridors. Wataru thought to himself that he'd finally agreed, because how could he refuse when they'd asked him so much? The girls, brimming with enthusiasm, discussed their eagerness to discover what slimes they might find, and Claretta, with a smile, reminded everyone that their main goal was to find a slime and urged them to keep that in mind. Then, full of determination, the group moved on through the cave's labyrinthine path. As the group delved deeper into the cave, they were suddenly attacked by a monster. Wataru cried out in fear, wondering if it was a real monster. The others reacted instantly. One drew a sword, another ready to spell. The heroes, having caught their breath a little after the encounter with the monster, continued to explore the cave. Wataru and his comrades moved forward cautiously. The group continued through the cave and soon encountered another creature. It resembled a large centipede, which alerted the girls. One of the group members, holding a flashlight, looked around, while the other, her gaze determined, seemed to be searching for a way forward. One of the girls happily asked Wataru for pudding, and another one said with bewilderment that there weren't even any normal slimes in this place. She mused that if there were monsters in the cave, then slimes should have appeared too, but for some reason, they weren't there. The guy next to her admitted he'd never thought about slimes and didn't know if they lived in caves, although he'd seen them quite often in the forests. Alessia suggested they try searching the nearby forest. Marina stated that he wanted to find a slime capable of using wind magic and added that he intended to continue his search in that area. Alessia agreed with her and said that she understood her decision. Wataru noticed that the wind was indeed strong here and wondered in surprise where it was coming from. His companion was surprised by what was happening, clearly not expecting such conditions in the cave. Wataru suddenly spotted the slime and immediately reported it to the others. The girl standing nearby demanded to know where exactly he'd seen it. He pointed to a passage behind the rock, explaining that the creature had retreated deeper into it. Meanwhile, another group member warned everyone to be careful if they encountered a slime. She said it seemed skittish and should be approached slowly. The heroes then quickly headed in the direction indicated. At some point, one of them noticed something glowing below and pointed it out to the others. The girl next to him immediately pointed in the same direction, confirming that she saw it too. They decided to move closer to see what exactly was glowing. One of the group members asked Maria to wait a bit before continuing on. The heroes reached a spacious open area within the rocky terrain, where a view of a pond opened up before them, illuminated by the sun's rays breaking through the crevices from above. They stood by the lake, admiring the view. One of them noticed a slime swimming in the water and asked if it was the slime they were chasing. Others agreed that it was most likely him, as he was so small they could have lost sight of him. Someone suggested crossing to the other side to continue the search. The heroes disembarked from the boat and looked around. One of the girls expressed confidence that they were the first people to set foot on this land. Another noted that there appeared to be no monsters nearby. Wataru told his companion, Rimu, that he could go out but warned him not to stray too far. At that moment, the slime began to move cheerfully across the clearing, making joyful sounds and jumping through the grass. Slime continued to explore the surroundings, jumping among the plants and looking around carefully. The girl called out to everyone and the other group members were surprised and rushed to her. They anxiously asked what had happened, and another recognized the voice and realized it was Uruka calling them. One of the group members noticed a large, glittering object on the ground and began to wonder if it was what he thought it was. The others approached, and one of the girls exclaimed that she thought it was a dragon scale. Others joined in the discussion, marveling at the size of the find and speculating that it really did belong to a dragon. The girl in the hat examined the find carefully and guessed that it was no ordinary dragon but a mythical one. The priestess added that she sensed residual magical power emanating from the scales. Wataru asked Denise if mythical dragons were truly so rare. She replied that dragons and mythical dragons were completely different creatures. She explained that there are mythical dragons of light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, and water, and that as far as they knew, only one dragon of each element exists at any given time. She also added that these dragons are intelligent and are considered messengers of the gods. One of the girls delightedly remarked on their incredible luck. They'd found the materials of a mythical dragon. She then suggested they look around in case there was anything else nearby. Wataru worried that this might be related to the prophecies of impending troubles the god of creation had mentioned. Meanwhile, he considered the situation, which seemed truly serious, but tried to reassure himself by reminding himself that the god had assured them this would have nothing to do with their actions. The guy noticed that it seemed like everyone had already forgotten about the slime. The hero stood before a huge collection of dragon remains. One of the girls announced with surprise that she had counted 9 scales. Another added that among the finds were also 3 claws and 1 tooth. Wataru wondered how much all the collected materials would be worth if they were sold. However, the girl with long, blonde hair explained that taming a mythical dragon was originally impossible. She added that such items had never been sold on the market. They had been gifts to heroes in the past and were now stored in separate countries, making it impossible to know their value. Another heroine noted with alarm that she was afraid to even discuss it. And yet another group member tried to change the subject, reminding them that these rare materials could be used to craft the perfect weapon. A group member suggested hiding everything away, using artisanal skills and keeping the location a secret. However, another girl later regretfully admitted that they probably wouldn't be able to keep it all a secret. She reported that she found several rare medicinal plants in the cave. One of the participants expressed concern that if the scientists discovered other parts of the mythical dragon while studying the plants, they might suspect the group of concealing part of the find. Meanwhile, one participant began to fantasize about selling the discovered materials at auction, or, for example, making a seal out of a claw. He also wondered whether it would be appropriate to donate one of these items to the great cathedral. After an hour of discussion, the heroes came to a decision. They would donate one of the mythical dragon's scales to the grand cathedral and sell the other through a trusted guild. To explain the discovery of these materials, they decided to say that they had found 2 scales and rare medicinal plants. They also agreed that half of the proceeds would go to Wataru. One of the heroes expressed doubts about whether all this was really worth doing, but he was assured that everything was under control. After the discussion concluded, the participants thanked each other and suggested taking a rest before returning. After the group had already left the scene, the slime they were hunting appeared from the bushes. One of the characters suddenly noticed something strange. His gaze grew wary as he saw an object hovering in front of him. He didn't immediately understand what was happening, but soon realized it was a slime. A group of people were discussing whether the slime was truly alone. One of the characters was surprised that there were no other similar creatures nearby and asked if the slime felt lonely. A girl named Marina introduced herself and, addressing the slime, invited him to join her on a journey. She suggested they could visit all sorts of places together and waited with a smile for his answer. Slime happily accepted the decision to join her, expressing her consent. She then formed a familiar contract with him and named him Fu-chan. Wataru noted that Marina's mission had been a success and their new friendship was just beginning. The action takes place in the capital of Palermo, Barletta. At the Merchant Guild, one of its representatives, introducing himself as Enzo and calling himself the Vice Guildmaster, noted with satisfaction that business was running smoothly again. In his opinion, everything was as perfect as his own mustache. Every morning, Enzo, the Vice Guildmaster, makes his rounds around the guild to ensure everything is running smoothly. This time, he witnessed a slight commotion. One patron was trying to cut in line, claiming he was in a hurry, while another, citing his B rank, insisted he should go first. Enzo politely but firmly asked everyone to line up properly. The Vice Guild Master was outraged by the people's inability to follow the rules and voiced his displeasure. When one of the troublemakers demanded an immediate meeting with the Guild Master, Enzo sternly ordered him to leave if he refused to comply. Frightened, the man immediately agreed to join the queue. A girl standing nearby timidly approached the Vice Master. The adventurer informed Enzo that they had an important matter and wanted to speak with the Guild Master. He added that discussing it in public could cause panic. Enzo doubted the seriousness of the situation and thought they were exaggerating. The characters explained to Enzo that the guild workers had told them the same thing, which had led to the argument. The girl added that they hadn't argued but had simply encountered rudeness from the workers. Enzo clarified whether the question they had asked him was truly important and threatened consequences if it turned out to be a joke. He later complained that he, the vice foreman, had been fired, calling it impudence, adding that he had no interest in dealing with such a group. The guild master invited Enzo in and informed him that Wataru's group had already left the building. He showed him the rare materials they had left behind, Star Seeker's herb and a dragon scale. Enzo was shocked to learn that these were the scales of a mythical dragon and learned that the group was from the Latin Kingdom and had found these materials in Hellwind Cave. Enzo noted that if the scales truly belonged to a mythical dragon, they would be extremely valuable in other countries. He also added that if this information were to become publicly known, it would cause a great uproar. The man reported that the group had found 2 dragon scales. They planned to donate one to the Grand Cathedral and the other to sell through the guild. They were excited about the upcoming major deal. The master instructed Enzo to confirm the authenticity of the scales with the cardinal and pass on information about the herbs to the medical guild. Enzo was informed that the cardinal and the master of the medical guild were currently busy and all the carriages were unavailable. Enzo burst into the room, declaring an emergency and asking to see the guild master immediately. One of the employees, surprised, asked if he was from the merchant guild and asked him to wait. Enzo, however, assured himself that everything would go smoothly as he knew the local master well. At that moment, an old acquaintance greeted him, noting that he hadn't seen him in a while. Enzo declared he needed to discuss a matter of utmost importance and demanded everyone leave the premises immediately. One of the employees became alarmed and asked what was going on. The man said he was going to the merchant guild. As he left, he thanked his acquaintance. Later, at the entrance to the cathedral, he was stopped, reminded that the cardinal was busy and wouldn't let him in without an appointment. Enzo realized it wouldn't be easy to get through. The employee chided Enzo for breaking the rules and pointed out that if the job was urgent, the foreman himself should have come. Enzo silently admitted that he disliked having to force his way into things. The employee said he would decide for himself whether the matter was truly urgent and promised to make inquiries. Enzo, however, insisted that he would discuss the matter only with the cardinal personally. The employee insisted that the guest leave the premises unless he had permission. Enzo panicked, thinking he shouldn't attract attention, but he couldn't leave because the cardinal was involved. People around him began to notice what was happening and whispered that he was saying something about the cardinal. One of the characters abruptly declared his disdain for his interlocutor's condescending mustache and considered any attempts futile. However, he added that if he would shave it off, he would be willing to consider his request. Enzo expressed outrage at the idea of decisions being made based on personal preferences and questioned whether he could then call his interlocutor a priest. Meanwhile, another man mentioned that after finishing the current case, he would head to the merchant guild, despite the possible problems associated with the mythical dragon. The man was asked what happened to his mustache. He replied that he shaved it off for various reasons. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted in the city. Someone shouted that the scales of a mythical dragon had appeared. One of the heroines noticed the approaching group and reported it to her master, to which the young man next to her asked in surprise where exactly. A group of heroes rides through the parade, drawing admiration from the onlookers. One of the characters remarks that the master should have participated as well, but he declines, sheepishly explaining that he couldn't be with them. The man noticed that he had really worked hard over the past 2 weeks and had changed his image. Enzo said he just shaved off his mustache. The protagonist assumed that this concluded their business in Palermo and wondered where they should go next. A week had passed since the parade in town, and the heroes decided to leave Barletti, as their popularity had made it untenable to stay there. They sold the mythical dragon scale to merchants for 200 platinum coins and decided it was best to get rid of it quickly. The girl handed the protagonist his share of 100 platinum coins, much to his surprise. The hero reflected on the fact that he could not yet afford to buy a luxury liner for 50 billion, but with the amount he had, he was already able to buy something worthwhile. At this time, the girls returned from the shower, thanking for the opportunity to wash, noting how long it had been since they had bathed. The hero noted with delight that he had not seen such beautiful women for a long time and thanked her for what he had seen. One of them said that Alicia and the others were steering the boat. The characters discussed the behavior of Frost and Felicia. They felt sorry for the girls because they often showed hot temper. Wataru was worried that Fuchan might be stolen from Marina, to which the girl, introducing herself as Dorothea, offered to play with her and Rimu-chan. The heroine complained of hunger and asked what they were making for dinner. The hero replied that he'd bought a whole bunch of potatoes. The characters were discussing what to cook for dinner, and one of them suggested making croquettes. The girls supported him, and one of them expressed a desire to help. Then they divided up the responsibilities. One was asked to cut the bread into small pieces, another to finely chop the onion, and in the meantime, they planned to boil the potatoes until soft. Even though Kara had previously admitted that she was a poor cook, she was happy to take on the project because she enjoyed being involved in the process. When the girls returned, they were delighted to find that dinner was almost ready and praised Wataru with admiration. Felicia apologized for not helping with the cooking as she'd been playing and enjoying herself all this time, despite her slave status. Wataru assured her it was fine as he'd been a bit bored himself and thanked her. Meanwhile, Marina noticed that Fu-chan had become closer to Dorothea and was a little surprised by this. Marina hugged Fu-chan and assured her that she would be with her all day tomorrow. Everyone gathered around the table enjoying the prepared dishes. The girls thanked them for the treat, admiring the taste of the croquettes. One of them remarked that they were crispy and light on the outside while the potatoes were fluffy inside. Wataru ate with pleasure, saying it was their first meal on the ship in a long time and he finally felt at home. During dinner, the protagonist recalled how he often ate croquettes in Japan and noted that a very tasty dinner was being served in his neighborhood. The girls, looking at the dishes, began to discuss how Worcestershire sauce and miso soup would go well with them. These words made the protagonist suddenly crave rice, though he tried not to think about it. He admitted to himself that he couldn't get the thought out of his head now. The protagonist couldn't contain himself any longer and loudly exclaimed that he wanted rice. His sudden emotional outburst surprised the girls. Later, during their conversation, he admitted that he'd shown a rather awkward side of himself and lost control, despite the fact that they could afford any food. He noted that if he'd continued to eat like he was on a luxury liner, he would have completely forgotten. He also said that with the money they'd recently received, he could even buy another boat. Wataru told the girls about a large ship called a ferry. He mentioned that it contained numerous shops, restaurants, and over 100 guest rooms. His companions were amazed and delighted. One of them immediately wanted to see the ferry and asked if he could buy one right away. The girls noted that they had enough money to afford such a purchase and clarified that if the remedy was from the mythical dragon scale, then everything was fine, as it was a one-time reward. They supported the idea, adding that he could spend the money as he saw fit. Wataru considered the fact that he couldn't yet afford a luxury liner, but if he viewed the ferry as a small reward, perhaps he wouldn't regret it. He said that in that case, the decision would be worth it. Inspired by this thought, he enthusiastically suggested that the girls buy the ferry right then and there. The girls accepted the offer with interest and joy. The next morning, the girls greeted Wataru. They asked if everything had been okay with him the night before. Meanwhile, sitting at the table, he inserted platinum coins into the machine, explaining to the girls who approached that he was in the process of purchasing a new ship. They were astonished, and one of them asked in surprise if ships were really that easy to buy. Wataru confirmed with a smile and added that when they saw the ship, they would be completely shocked. Wataru gathered everyone to show off his new ship. He checked if they were ready and excitedly announced that it was time to showcase his purchase. The girls reacted with delight and interest. One eagerly urged him not to delay, another inquired about the ship's features, and a third expressed hope it would be fast. Wataru, confident that what they saw would leave a strong impression on everyone, began summoning the ship. When Wataru summoned the ship, everyone waited impatiently for it to appear. The girls standing nearby reacted with surprise and confusion. One of them exclaimed in surprise, while Wataru himself was stunned by what was happening and couldn't immediately comprehend what had happened. Just as everyone was waiting for the new ship to appear, the sky was illuminated by a bright light and a huge object began to descend from the sky. When the gigantic ship finally materialized, it stood before the heroes in all its imposing glory. Its gleaming hull reflected the light and magical sparks still flickered around it, a reminder of its unusual method of appearance. When a gigantic ship suddenly loomed over them, everyone present froze in amazement. One of the girls, clearly stunned, couldn't tear her gaze away from the enormous structure, unable to comprehend what lay before her. A huge structure appeared over the sea, resembling both a ship and a fortress. Wataru stared at the vessel in amazement, wondering if ferries had always been this large. He recalled reading about it in descriptions, but in reality, the dimensions were far more impressive than he had expected. One of the girls, perplexed, asked if it was really a ship as it seemed much larger than usual. Another, looking at the gigantic vessel, doubted it could even float as it looked like it was made of scrap metal. The boy tried to reassure them. He explained that it was indeed a ferry designed to transport people and cargo. When one of the girls remarked that it looked more like a fortress, he happily agreed and decided to name the vessel SS Fortress. The group of characters found themselves inside a spacious room, transported to it by a magic circle. One of them noted with surprise how vast the space had opened up before them. A girl named Inez, overflowing with delight, ran forward, not hiding her admiration. The protagonist tried to stop her, shouting for her to wait. The heroes entered what turned out to be a fully functioning store. One of them excitedly began to browse the shelves, noticing a variety of goods: canned drinks, tea, instant noodles, and snacks. His joy and surprise were so strong that he could barely contain his emotions, unable to believe that all this was actually on board the ship. Wataru was so shocked he almost lost consciousness, and one of the girls tried to revive him by calling out loudly. The others watched, noticing that he seemed to need time to recover. A short time later, he approached the checkout counter and paid for the item, announcing his purchase. The girl with the cat ears wondered how delicious his choice must be to make such a fuss. Meanwhile, another girl wondered about the self-checkout system and wondered where their money was going. The protagonist admitted that the food he ate was delicious, but the truth was that he often ate it in his home country. One of the companions noticed the soft fabric of the face towel and offered to buy it. Meanwhile, the other was delighted by the sweet snacks and wanted to take them. The guy enthusiastically suggested that they all continue their inspection together, saying that there should be a restaurant, a bathhouse, and many other interesting things on this ship. The girls noticed a staircase and, as they climbed it, discussed what lay up there. The protagonist and one of his companions found a room where they could rest for a while. He lay down on the bed, and the girl happily settled down next to him, pointing at something in the room. The others continued exploring the room, and two of the girls delightedly discovered a food area. The characters decided to relax and went to the ship's bathhouse. The girls enjoyed a hot bath. They held drinks in their hands and looked cheerful. One of them suggested celebrating, and the others enthusiastically supported the initiative. One of them expressed gratitude for the opportunity to experience such amenities, while another noted that there were even yukata provided for everyone on board. Felicia was delighted to show off how smooth her hair had become after using the shampoo found on the ship. Marina discussed the taste of the drink, finding it pleasant and refreshing. There was a conversation about how unusual and attractive this place turned out to be. The participants admitted that they had never seen anything like it before. Uruma brought up Wataru's past, specifically his homeland. The girl with the ears admitted she was beginning to understand what was going on. She added that she wouldn't press him if he wasn't ready to talk, but she did hint that she'd figured out something important. Wataru shared his experiences, saying that when he showed the ship to others, he felt as if they understood everything without further ado. He admitted he came from another world. His confession surprised those around him. Some girls were taken aback, unsure how to react, while others were shocked as they hadn't even suspected such a thing. Wataru was surprised no one had figured it out before, as his very presence here seemed so incredible to him. Kara spoke enthusiastically about the amazing food in that world and expressed her desire to visit there. One of them excitedly said that she had heard about people from other worlds receiving skills from the god of creation, and suggested that summoning a ship was one of those skills. One of the girls even asked if Wataru had ever met the god of creation himself, to which he replied evasively that he had almost. Everyone present was amazed and delighted by his story. Wataru asked the girls to keep it a secret. They were surprised but promised to keep it a secret if he shared the details. He later reflected that buying the ferry had been a stroke of luck. Life was getting more and more interesting. The morning after the celebration, Wataru greeted Inez and Felicia, but noticed they both looked tired. Felicia, clutching her head, barely managed to say hello while Inez lay in bed. Wataru, surprised, asked what had happened. Felicia didn't look well and he assumed she was hungover. He asked the girls if everything was okay, and one of them apologized, saying they hadn't gone to bed and were partying until dawn. Wataru was shocked and asked that they drink in moderation next time. Felicia, barely standing, apologized and tried to say she would get up, but he reassured her, assuring her that they could rest today. When Wataru was left alone, he decided that if the girls had been drinking so much, the others were probably still asleep. He decided to take this opportunity to test his skills. Wataru learned that his ship handling skills had improved. He was delighted by the new features. He could now issue boarding passes, collect accommodation fees, and assign crew members. He was surprised that someone else would be able to pilot the ship. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity and prepared free boarding passes with no expiration date to distribute to everyone later. At that moment, Claretta called him, excitedly informing him that something incredible had happened and asking him to come with her as quickly as possible. The heroes approached the play area, and Wataru was surprised to notice a toy vending machine. Claretta said she wanted to get one of the toys, but she didn't know how. Wataru explained how the claw machine worked and decided to give it a try, despite not being particularly skilled at it. He inserted a coin, activated the mechanism, and unexpectedly managed to grab the toy, much to the girl's delight. Claretta was initially disappointed that she couldn't get the toy out of the machine right away, but then decided to try again, having figured out how the mechanism worked. She finally got the toy and screamed with joy. After that, she became completely fascinated with claw machines. Later, Jurasol woke up in the afternoon to find Claretta after playing all day, collecting all the different toys. Everyone quickly adapted to life on the ferry, even before they realized it. He went out on deck, noticing everyone around him constantly eating and drinking, and wondered if his friends would stop avoiding him after they got closer. Hearing a strange sound, he ran in surprise to find out what it was. The heroes noticed a multitude of sea monsters appearing near the ship. Wataru explained that the rooms were high enough above the ocean surface that they hadn't noticed anything before. The girl, with a determined expression, says she believes they should board Klugo and destroy the monsters outside while they can. She claims that otherwise, the monsters will continue to pursue them all the way to the southern city. He adds that despite his nervousness, he also supports this initiative. However, he quickly reminds them that they shouldn't treat this as a game. It's not just for fun, so everyone should be extremely careful. The group responds with smiles and affirms their understanding. Wataru, stunned, declares that the ship is indeed about to collide with the monsters. His reaction is filled with alarm and bewilderment. Another character, watching the scene, bewilderedly says that he will definitely scold the culprits later, apologizing for their behavior. The heroes spotted the kraken, and one of the girls rushed inside the beast. Another warned them not to attack during heavy rocking. Yet another took the initiative and prepared to cast the Holy Spear spell. The team watched as the kraken's tentacles were struck by the powerful attack and launched into the air. One of the girls, overwhelmed with delight, exclaimed that it was amazing, and the others happily echoed her reaction. After the battle, the crew returned to the ship, satisfied with the outcome. Lilies admitted she had a lot of fun and added that it had been good exercise. Since she hadn't been moving much lately, her clothes had become a bit tight. The others chimed in, one of the girls remarking that she, too, had felt a heaviness in her body, while another wondered if it was related to the alcohol. After a cheerful return to the ship, the conversation turned to weight. One of the crew members asked in surprise if it was true that the girl had gained weight and exclaimed that at this rate, their team would become a team of chubby women. Despite one of the girls' attempts to turn it into a joke, he seriously stated that everyone had started eating and drinking too much, and urged the others to exercise moderation so as not to ruin their bodies. Wataru suggested returning to Klaj. The heroes returned to the southern continent. One of the characters remarked that everyone had done a great job for surviving the long journey. The girls thanked Wataru for the wonderful journey, saying they had thoroughly enjoyed it. Claretta admitted that thanks to him, she was able to realize her dream of seeing the cathedral she had long dreamed of. She expressed her sincere gratitude. Wataru asked Dorothea to let him know if she had any information about the slimes. He added that he wanted more people to know how cute slimes really are. Dorothea wondered if that was even possible, but thanked him, saying she, too, wanted to find her own slime as soon as possible. Wataru also noted that he had managed to sell the pepper and become close to Jurasol, calling the trip wonderful. Wataru and his companions returned to the merchant guild. He offered, as usual, to distribute souvenirs. Camilla greeted him joyfully, saying she was happy to have him back. Wataru responded by exclaiming that he hadn't seen her in a while and remarking on how beautiful she was. Camilla asked him how he liked the great cathedral. He said it was truly majestic and left a strong impression, comparing it to a rare event in a lifetime. He also added that he had another gift for her, and Camilla, embarrassed, replied that it wasn't worth the trouble. Camilla was surprised to see dessert on the table and asked what it was. Wataru explained that this time he hadn't bought the usual girly souvenirs but had decided she'd like the pudding. She silently tasted the treat, and Wataru watched her reaction anxiously, wondering if he'd screwed it up. When she didn't respond, he asked if she liked it. After Camilla sampled the dessert, she asked Wataru with a serious expression what it was called. Wataru, a little embarrassed by the sudden seriousness of the situation, replied that it was pudding. Then, to Wataru's surprise, she stood up abruptly and enthusiastically offered to sign a contract with him. She wanted to distribute the recipe nationwide through the Merchant Guild and promised him a 3% commission on pudding sales in stores that used his recipe. Wataru was stunned by her assertiveness. He claimed the dish was very simple and could be made at home. Camilla said if the dish really was that simple, other shops would be able to make it easily. She suggested Wataru sign a formal agreement with the Merchant Guild, assuring him that he would receive a percentage of the pudding sales. Wataru, a little taken aback, realized he'd accidentally awakened Camilla's entrepreneurial spirit. She enthusiastically explained that even if others started selling the pudding, he'd get his cut, while those who made it at home wouldn't have to pay anything. Hearing this, he asked, a little sheepishly, if he'd invented it later, hinting that perhaps someone else had already trademarked the recipe. In this scene, Camilla happily announced that the contract for distributing the pudding recipe had been officially signed. She thanked Wataru for his cooperation. They later left the building, and one of Wataru's companions expressed surprise at how absorbed Camilla was in her work. Wataru himself admitted that things had been a bit tense. He then suggested visiting Danino-san, deciding it would be worthwhile to bring him some wine. When the old man received a bottle of wine from Palermo, he was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. Danino remembered Wataru asking him to make a toy the last time, and he added that some of the students could sell the toy and earn some money. The man suggested going to the Camilla Merchant Guild to negotiate a contract. Wataru agreed. Later, Camilla noticed Wataru's game and asked if it was called Reversi and if it was also something from his hometown. Wataru, a little nervously, confirmed her guess, mentally dreading that she would start asking awkward questions and might realize he was from another world. Camilla reprimanded Wataru for sharing his knowledge too freely, reminding him that such knowledge was a valuable resource and should be handled with caution. Wataru promised to be more careful in the future. Then they moved on to food. They were served grilled fresh oysters, which delighted everyone at the table. Inez, along with the others, admitted she was hungry. Someone noticed Camilla scolding him. Finally, he excitedly announced that he'd bought something delicious on the ferry that he wanted to share. The characters ate oysters with sauce, admiring the flavor and discussing how well it paired with the dish. One of them suggested removing the sauce so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The protagonist mused aloud, relaxed, that perhaps he'd become too lazy lately, despite recently remaining in the shadows. He noted that he'd spent a lot of time on the ship and that this could have affected his mood. One of his companions notes his excellent skills and suggests that perhaps he should become a hero. This thought sends him into a panic, and he exclaims that he's incapable of fighting to save his own life and doesn't understand why he's being so highly regarded. He was frightened by his companion's warning that his words could bring trouble. She was confused, trying to understand what he meant. But then their conversation is interrupted by the elderly innkeeper, Sarah. She informs them that people have gathered in the lobby wanting to meet the protagonist. One of the girls ran into the room in a panic and turned to the main character with a plea for help, asking him to lend them his strength. The hero was stunned by the sudden request and tried to understand what was going on. His companions tried to apologize for the unexpectedness and began to explain the situation. Meanwhile, he wondered if this was the very trouble the god of creation had warned about. The hero was informed of a serious threat, a possible war. He and his companions were shocked by what they heard. One of the heroines reported that the city of Lucca, where they had come from, was under siege, surrounded by Imperial Army ships. Elsewhere in the council chamber, a worried messenger rushed in and announced that Fort Luckhorn had fallen. The nobles were shocked by this news and couldn't believe it. In the council chamber, one of the senior members was outraged that the capital had refused to send reinforcements and declared that they would have to defend the city themselves. At this point, one of the girls suggested using the ship's magical summoning to assist in the defense. The god of creation remarked that something unpleasant was about to happen to the girls, hinting at the importance of their role. The protagonist was shocked by what was happening and began to doubt whether he would really have to take part in the battle himself. The woman reported that the Empire had unexpectedly attacked the city of Lucca, an important port of the Kingdom of Brescia, despite its defenses. The girls said all 6 of them were born and raised in Lucca. One of them admitted that asking to fight in the war was difficult, but added that they had friends and family left in the city. She pleaded for help, emphasizing that she wasn't asking for much. The hero admitted to himself that he was completely incapable of being a hero and didn't know what to do. He didn't want to fight and believed he was incapable of attacking others. The only thing he might be capable of was using the ship's summoning as a defense. However, he doubted he could withstand the brutality of war. The protagonist admitted to himself that he couldn't refuse the girls as they looked so worried. He considered himself a coward, incapable of combat, and wanted to keep his abilities and origins a secret. Nevertheless, he felt he couldn't abandon them even if he was afraid. Wataru, overcoming his hesitation, declared that he was willing to help the girls, as long as they were okay with him acting cautiously, defending himself, and running away if necessary. Hearing this, the girls looked at him with hope and warmth, rejoicing at his decision. The crew boarded the ship, preparing for the next stage of their journey. The heroes were already aboard the ship, discussing their next steps. Everyone was focused and serious, a fact evident even in their facial expressions. Wataru, observing this, thought to himself that the situation had truly become serious and realized how important their journey had become. During the journey, Wataru pondered their journey to Lucia and estimated that it would take a normal magical ship several days to get there. He noted that if they sailed at night, they could perhaps reach their destination in 3 days. However, he was still worried. If someone important spotted him while he was on the ship, it could lead to trouble. At that moment, one of his companions turned to him and reminded him of the cloak he'd bought before leaving. She suggested using it to hide his face, noting that if they had to show themselves to the public, they could pass themselves off as mysterious wizards. Wataru enthusiastically agreed, surprised that he could actually hide his face. During the journey, Wataru asked his companion how Girasol was doing. She replied that the girls seemed very tense and were discussing how to get to Lucia, but according to her, they were having no luck. Later, one of the girls approached Inez and Felicia, asking them to take over for a while as she wanted to go and check on the others. The group discussed how to reach Luca. Some feared an ambush or attack, while others hoped the city was still safe. One of them suggested using the SS Fortress to break the blockade. Alicia said enthusiastically that the ship they were on was the biggest. Another girl reminded them that they needed to know the situation in Luca before deciding anything. She also doubted Wataru would agree to such a risky plan. Meanwhile, a young man noticed that the argument had clearly reached a stalemate. The character considered that if the port was surrounded, it would be best to use a smaller boat to approach undetected. He lamented the lack of a suitable vessel, but suddenly found an image of a speedboat on his tablet. He was surprised by the boat's specifications, a capacity of 9 people and a top speed of 210 km/h. The character mused that, thanks to their high speed, they might be able to pass by the enemy fleet and magical ships without attracting attention. It would be less noticeable than the ferry. He also suggested that such a trip might lift everyone's spirits before they reached Luca. Afterward, he enthusiastically proposed setting off. The protagonist excitedly activated the summoning magic, resulting in a modern speedboat appearing before the team. The girls watched in surprise at the sudden appearance of the vessel. Wataru enthusiastically stated that the new vessel was the fastest of all those currently in existence, and if they learned to use it, they would be able to destroy the enemy fleet. Wataru camouflaged the ship. He tried to explain that it was a speedster, a very fast boat, so he suggested they practice piloting it to master its capabilities. The heroes were on board a speedboat, which was rapidly racing across the water. They continued to move on the boat when they were suddenly attacked by a sea monster. Despite the difficult situation, one of the girls noted that if the target is large enough, it can be hit even at high speed. Another praised Irma, noting that her aim had improved significantly. While the others were already fending off attacks and preparing for battle against the Empire, one of the heroes panicked and realized he had been left alone. He wondered if they had forgotten he was supposed to protect Luke and secure an escape route. Meanwhile, the girl told Wataru that he didn't need to get on the speedster, to which he reacted with confusion and decided that he had had enough. The hero watched his comrades and thought that everyone around him had become so serious. He noted that the others were already confidently handling the boat, so he offered to buy 2 more. The girl with the cup on the tray was surprised that his reward was only money, to which he calmly replied that it was fine. After all, Girasol would reward him, and that should be enough to cover all expenses. One of the heroes recalled with surprise that Alessia had told him he could make any wish. His friend immediately suggested that he could make marriage one of the conditions. This stunned the hero. He couldn't believe that they were talking about marrying Alessia herself. Wataru reflected on how he demanded that Alessia offer herself to save her hometown. During the conversation, the hero exclaimed that he would feel like a bad guy. The girls nearby declared that he simply wasn't brave enough and that he was already beautiful. The hero wondered what it would be like if he truly wanted to touch Alessia. The heroes continued their journey through the night and during breaks on the ship. The next day, they headed for Lucca. At the beginning of their journey, the girls from Girasol were so consumed by thoughts of war that they completely lost their appetite. However, training may have helped distract them, and over time they calmed down. One of the group members suggested that they shouldn't expect their usual behavior. Meanwhile, Kara calmly agreed when asked if she wanted 5 more servings of carrot. After 8 days of sailing, their ship arrived in the waters off Lucca earlier than expected. One of the heroes noted that if they didn't stop, they might be spotted by the Imperial fleet. The girl agreed and suggested waiting until nightfall to conduct a little reconnaissance. The heroes continued to move the boat through the dark water. Suddenly, one of the girls noticed lights in the distance and ordered them to turn off the engine. Everyone became wary, and she herself, looking in that direction, said in amazement that she saw something unexpected. They saw a massive naval fleet preparing for action. At night, under the starry sky, numerous ships lined up in battle formation. The heroes watched the port surrounded by Imperial ships. One of them noticed that there were a great many vessels, but they all remained outside the harbor. The girl with the ears suggested that the Empire was unable to land yet. Another heroine said with relief that Lucca was safe, happy that the city had somehow survived. Alessia's squad was returning from a reconnaissance mission and approaching the ship hidden among the rocks. They were greeted with joyful cheers from the deck, expressing relief that everyone was safe and sound. When Alessia's squad returned, they were immediately surrounded by worried comrades. One after another, they began asking questions about the port, what had happened to the city, and the state of Lucca. In response to all this concern, Alessia merely smiled calmly, indicating that all was well. The heroes explained that the Empire hadn't yet captured the city, its ships were still outside the port. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. One of the girls even loudly thanked God, openly expressing her relief. One of the characters noted that the worst-case scenario had been avoided, but recalled that the Empire had completely surrounded the port. During reconnaissance, they learned how many magical ships the enemy had, 1 large, 2 medium-sized, and 1 small. In addition, the Empire had a large fleet of sailing ships and galleys. It was also noted that magical ships were constantly patrolling the area and numerous soldiers were on duty. Wataru pointed out that if they wanted to evacuate the family, it would be difficult because getting into the city was practically impossible, and asked what they were going to do. Marina said that, in her opinion, a frontal attack on the SS fortress still remains the best solution. Everyone turned to Dorothea, she thought for a moment, and then suggested that instead of a direct attack, they should focus on sinking the enemy ships. When Dorothea suggested destroying the enemy fleet first, everyone was surprised by her decision. She explained that the Empire would immediately put its forces on high alert as soon as they spotted Wataru-san's ship, and therefore destroying the fleet should be their first priority. Alicia noted that if they could break through the enemy fleet, they would be able to open the port, which would greatly simplify the evacuation and defense. Meanwhile, Wataru began to panic, thinking their plans were becoming increasingly insane. He also began to doubt whether they could actually sink the enemy ships. One of the girls confidently stated that despite the protective barrier around enemy magical ships, they could still be attacked with magic and skills. She added that Wataru-san's ships were capable of dealing with them. Everyone was inspired and expressed their readiness to defend Lucca together. One participant remarked that this truly made sense, and soon the group was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation for the operation. However, the protagonist was internally worried. He thought he didn't want to be drawn into the war, even though he admitted he wanted to help Girasol and do everything he could. He realized the time had come to show perseverance. One of the girls suggested launching an attack on the Imperial fleet, while the other asked if Wataru was okay. He looked a little confused, but replied that he was fine. However, he also reminded them that he had promised to assist with the evacuation and defense and asked them to avoid using his skills solely for military purposes. He added that if they succeeded in defeating the enemy fleet, God would surely notice them, and this worried him. The heroines listened to him and agreed he was right. They apologized for their haste, and Wataru, despite his anxiety, nevertheless confirmed that this time he agreed with the proposed strategy. One of the characters noticed that the Lord would notice him no matter what, so he suggested trying to thin out the enemy fleet. They quickly agreed on a plan, deciding to split into 3 boats at night and use their abilities to attack the enemy ships. It was decided that he would remain in reserve in Klugo. The heroes were divided into groups for the mission, 3 teams on boats. Wataru remained in reserve and is worried about it. One of the girls ordered them to attack the large magical ship first, and everyone agreed. One of the participants added that it would be strange to lose on such a vessel. Wataru admitted he was nervous, but they tried to cheer him up. He, in turn, shouted for the others to be careful. One of the girls thanked Wataru for his assistance, after which the boat team received the command to set sail. All participants began the mission and sped forward across the water. The watch crew noticed an unknown vessel approaching. One of the observers, through a spyglass, wondered what it could be, while another reported a ship approaching. The commander immediately ordered the magical squad to intercept the approaching vessel, assuming it was an enemy. The squad racing on the boat confirmed their combat readiness. The leader indicated that their target was a huge magical ship. One of the enemies exclaimed in surprise, not understanding the source of the attack, while the other tried to spot the enemy. The enemy ship began to approach, towering impressively above the water. The commander of the magical squadron ordered his soldiers to open fire. The mages immediately cast their spells, unleashing powerful waves of magic towards the target. At this time, one of the opponents noted with surprise that the ship, despite the attack, remained undamaged. The cat-eared girl informed her master that she had heard the attack begin. Meanwhile, the other hero admitted to being nervous, though he understood that the ships were unsinkable and indestructible, so they should be fine. Meanwhile, Wataru was mentally worrying about the other participants in the battle, hoping that Girasol would maintain their composure and not get too violent. In the silence of the night harbor, a team of female adventurers prepares for battle with the enemy. Under the night sky, the magical ship tilted dangerously. 2 girls, piloting a wooden speedboat, watched the ship sink. The girl with the staff, Cloretta, inspecting the work done, confirmed her suspicions that it had taken considerable effort to sink the enemy ship. Her companion and group leader, Alessia, urged them to move on to the next target. On a high stone wall, guards watched the battle on the water. One guard wondered in bewilderment who the girls were who had sunk the Imperial ship. The aide standing nearby was equally unsure. Behind them, the silhouette of a man was visible. The same man jumped forward. He wanted to know who these people were helping them. The guard exclaimed in surprise. It was a surprise to him to see my lord here. My lord looked down and beheld the remains of the sinking ship. He couldn't believe this wasn't a dream. Archers appeared on board the Imperial ship, aiming their arrows at another approaching boat. This time there were different girls there, but with the same goal. One of them sat at the helm, the other stood on the hood. She held a 2-handed sword in her hands, ready to attack. The archers' arrows missed their target. An invisible barrier surrounded the girls' boat, protecting them. The girl, whose name was Kara, skillfully swung her weapon and attacked in return. Sharp blades of light rushed toward the frightened archers. Other Imperial ships were visible in the distance. On one of them, a masked man commanding the ship angrily ordered the navigator to retreat. But the Imperial ship doesn't have time to move. A 3rd speedboat with 3 girls on board confronts it. One of them, Dorothea, points her saber and shouts at the masked man. She won't let anyone escape. The girl loudly advises to surrender, otherwise everyone on the enemy ship will die. In the middle of the gorge, on the smooth surface of the water, lay a small, magical ship hidden. On the deck, on a soft sofa, sat a boy named Wataru, awaiting news. He was so worried about his friends that he couldn't even count how much time had passed since their attack. Wataru was worried about entering a military conflict and the possible consequences of his actions. Thoughts raced through his mind that the people he had killed might become zombies and come to avenge their deaths. The girl who remained with him, Inez, offered to make tea so that her master could calm down. Her master agreed with relief. Suddenly, lights flew up from the top of the cliff, attracting their attention. The girl explains that these are signal lights, and her master understands that it is time for them to go to the rest of the group. They rowed their boat up to 3 waiting boats. A girl greeted them on the hood of one of them. Inez, accompanying Wataru, greeted her friends cheerfully. Her master asked excitedly if everything was all right. Alessia, who greeted the couple, rested one hand on her hip and happily confirmed that everything was fine. She smugly boasted that the Imperial fleet had been completely destroyed by them, which caused the timid youth to sweat nervously from stress. Cloretta, who had been attacking the enemy ships with her staff, explained that they had managed to defeat the enemy with persistent attacks, but the girls themselves were completely safe thanks to the protective barrier on their boats. Dorothea outlines her plan for the group's best course of action. She also suggests going herself, along with one of the girls, to her soldier friends to explain the situation. Wataru agrees to the plan, but Dorothea reminds him that the soldiers might also ask about Wataru himself. This could cause problems. In response, the boy offers to tell them that he is a magician who hired the girls, and thanks to the contract trick, no one should know his identity. Dorothea agrees with him and sails away with Marina. Wataru reflects and realizes that he is grateful to the deity for his amazing skill, but at the same time he doubts the honesty of its use. He began to worry about what would happen if his identity was discovered. Wanting to avoid any unpleasant consequences, Wataru decided to leave for the city secretly and as quickly as possible. After the eventful events, the girls rested. Dorothea and Marina returned soon. As Dorothea had expected, the allied soldiers had many questions, but the girl was able to come to an agreement. Despite this, Wataru was worried that he might not be allowed into the city, but he did not give up. Climbing onto the deck, he camouflaged his small ship, changing its appearance only slightly. Not looking particularly impressed, Wataru looked at his work sarcastically. However, Inez and Felicia approached the boy, and the girl from the Fire Tiger tribe expressed her pleasure at the new appearance of their temporary home. Wataru shares his concerns. Inez and Felicia support his decision. The girls also took care to conceal their appearance under robes. The three converse among themselves, discussing their next steps. Felicia asks Inez to show more respect to their master. Alessia appears and notices Wataru's disguise. She suggests they go into town. In the light of day, one could see the wrecked Imperial ships drifting after the night battle, among which the camouflaged ship of the great magician slowly sailed. Wataru turned his attention to the debris, noting how much there was. He was also excited by the fact that there were soldiers standing on the walls. Although he immediately mentally agreed that it was necessary, despite the fact that the squad of girls saved the city. At the pier, Girasol, along with a disguised Wataru, is met by soldiers. Alessia speaks with a man in expensive armor, who introduces himself as Braun and offers to accompany the group. Wataru becomes nervous when Braun states that he wants to assign a personal observer to him for security purposes. Panicked, the boy whispers to Inez that he doesn't want to be watched and asks to be taken back to the ship. She agrees. Wataru's request, Alessia relays the message to the knight. Braun is worried that the Empire might harm the mage. Alessia smiles, looking back at Wataru, who is hiding behind his guard and looking at his pleading gesture. The girl assures that there will be no problems and, together with the rest of the delegation, sets off for the city in carriages. Cloretta is relieved to see that the city streets are almost undamaged. Arriving at the castle, a group of girls walk inside, looking around. They are introduced to the Lord, who is sitting at a table with two other men. At the head of the table sits the same man who was on the wall during the battle with the Imperial fleet. The man introduces himself as the mayor, Justin DeLuca. He expresses his gratitude for saving his city. He assures her that under different circumstances he would have awarded the girls, but the war prevents him from doing so at the moment. Alessia bows and assures him that there's nothing wrong with that. The mayor gets straight to the point and asks about the magician who helped the girls achieve victory. Alessia became wary. She was ready to protect Wataru as they had agreed. The head of Girasol sticks to the agreed-upon plan and takes advantage of the contractual loophole that prevents her from revealing the mage's identity. She explains this to the mayor. The mayor asks about the details of the evacuation in case their attack fails, but Alessia avoids answering here too. The mayor is upset but wonders if they can count on further assistance. Alessia does not confirm her consent to this until a contract is concluded between them. Justin DeLuca sighs and folds his arms over his chest, disapprovingly. The mayor straightens up in his chair and, filled with seriousness, asks to tell the great magician that they need his help. The man explains that not only was his city under attack, but the capital was also in danger. Alessia, Kara, and Cloretta are frightened by the new revelation. The audience concluded and the girls left the hall. Outside, they met the rest of the Girasols, ready to head back to the ship. Cloretta assures that as soon as she visits her family, she will return immediately. Alessia wishes everyone a good holiday. With his hands behind his back, the mayor looks gloomily and resolutely at the sea through the decorative bars on the window. Wataru amazed by the news received from the girls who returned. Alessia explains how exactly this could have happened and the chaos that's raging all around. For the same reason, they can't wait for reinforcements. Wataru thought for a moment. He knew Girasol had managed to protect the city, but the entire kingdom was in danger, and the boy doubted they could do anything to help. Alessia relays the mayor's words and says what they need to do first. Wataru continues to doubt and suggests an evacuation option. Alessia and Dorothea looked at the boy pleadingly, assuring him that the city would be safer. Wataru guessed they'd say something similar. He comes up with a good idea: to use the ferry to transport the products. The second point about protecting the port worried him, but Alessia confidently, hand on her heart, promised to take responsibility for it if Wataru would lend them a ship to protect the city from the Imperial soldiers. Wataru, however, doubted that this was a good idea. He suggested that Girasol might make enemies of himself by taking all the glory of victory for himself. This could lead to problems with envious military personnel. Dorothea agreed with this assertion. Realizing this isn't an option, he suggests Alessia find another way to protect the port. The girl warmly thanks him for his advice, addressing him by his title. Wataru is embarrassed by this display of respect. Alessia justifies herself by saying that it will be better this way, and that it will help to avoid accidentally saying his real name in public. Felicia and Inez arrive, carrying dishes and a tea set. Inez suggests that Wataru show more confidence in his conversation, while Felicia reminds Inez that she needs to show more respect again. Dorothea remembers that the mayor, also known as the Marquis de Luca, gave money to Wataru. The boy is amazed by such a huge reward, looking at one platinum coin and not believing his eyes. He wasn't sure he should get that much, but Dorothea explained that they had given up a lot of other things and that amount of money was a suitable reward. Wataru was still stunned. He shouldn't have been surprised, considering who had ordered this thank you. Looking at the bag of money, an idea occurred to the boy. He wondered how rich the Marquis could be. He offers to disguise his largest, high-ranking ship and loan it to Luca for money. The girls are surprised by this offer. Wataru thinks through the nuances. Later, the mayor and others present in the room are shocked by the huge amount on display. Alessia diplomatically explains the plan. She clarifies that only a great magician can control the ship, which earns her dissatisfied shouts from the mayor's advisor, Dumont. The girl continues to describe the strategy, listing the ship's capabilities, while the mayor listens sullenly but attentively. He admits that Dumont is right and that 120 platinum coins are too many. Alessia recalled Wataru's words and how boldly he spoke of his plan. She waited for the Marquis's reaction. Extremely dissatisfied, Dumont expresses his suspicions about the reliability of the proposed plan. The mayor agrees with the arguments he heard, but also says that if the city falls, it will be the end. He has no choice but to agree to the terms and allocate the money. The girls and the counselor are surprised by the mayor's quick decision. The mayor asks for the necessary funds to be prepared, as well as a list of everything needed to be taken on board. Meeting eyes, Mayor Girasol and her deputy breathe a sigh of relief. That evening, after they'd discussed everything, the girls stood outside near their carriage, saying goodbye to the soldiers. Hidden behind the decorative grille, the Marquis watched us from above. He wondered if he'd done the right thing, but the thought that they could finally fight the Empire overshadowed his doubts. He understood that they had no choice, and all that was left for them was to trust the great magician in Girasol. The next morning, the mayor sat up in his bed with a sigh. He was so nervous that he couldn't sleep that night. He hears a knock on his bedroom door and hears a shout. Someone outside the door will report the news of a huge ship appearing. This instantly lifted the weariness from the mayor's face. The guards on duty on the stone wall discussed what had happened with surprise. Behind them, the guards heard their mayor's questioning cry. The man was in such a hurry that he didn't bother changing into formal attire and climbed the wall in just his shirt. Someone helpfully attempted to drape a coat over the Marquis's shoulders. The guard pointed off to the side, showing the man exactly what was being discussed. The mayor couldn't keep his mouth shut at what he saw. Somewhere below, people were running toward the pier, crossing an arched corridor. They urged each other on, urging them to see something amazing. People shouted with delight, asked each other questions, and couldn't believe their eyes. Right in front of them, moored was a ship of unprecedented size, shining in the rays of the sun, a fortress. From a high stone wall, guards watched the gigantic ship. It dwarfed half the sea and stretched to the sky. It was large enough for a lone boat to hide behind it and sail away from the city. Alessia greeted the arriving boat from the bow of the magical ship. She waved in greeting. Wataru, adjusting his hood, thanked the girl and reported on the work done. A delicious lunch was already waiting for him. Dorothea approached the new arrivals with a tray, offering them hot tea to relax. Wataru thanked her for her concern. The boy described in detail how he had used his SS-class ship, suggested what else could be done, and promised to create boarding passes. He called up a menu window, selecting and clicking on the desired line. A short confirmation sound played. After some thought, he decided on 500 copies. Once everything was ready, he issued the tickets. A light shone right between the boy's palms, and a stack of the requested passes appeared out of thin air. Wataru was so overjoyed he seemed to be in disbelief that he'd succeeded. He hands the tickets over to Dorothea, explaining how they work for whoever holds one. He asked her to deliver the stack to the marquee. The responsible Dorothea agreed to fulfill the request. The boy also explained that he had tickets for the Speedo, a speedboat, in case something happened while he was away. Anyone with a Speedo ticket could use it to escape. The girls looked admiringly at the tickets for the other ships. Alesha thanked Wataru for his generosity and thoughtfulness. A little later, the boy and Alesha discussed the further plan in detail, studying the map and marking the necessary points. Team Girasol split into two groups. The first consisted of the girls who remained to defend the city. The second group also consisted of 3 girls who were sent to accompany and protect the great magician. It was decided that Wataru and his team would leave in the evening, and Alesha would decide to visit her family. Already in the cabin of their magical ship, Felicia and Inez ask their master what to do in their free time. Wataru kindly allows them to do as they please. He explains that he will be busy deciding which ship he will buy next. The slime, which never leaves the boy's head, bounces joyfully, exclaiming about a new boat. A soft blush of anticipation covers Wataru's cheeks. Felicia successfully anticipates her master's next plan and asks about it. Wataru confirms what exactly he plans to buy and how he will use it. Then he suddenly calmed down and began to think. The transportation issue could be resolved much more simply and cheaply. If he did as he planned, he would save a lot of money. Seeing the confusion on the boy's face, Felicia asks if everything is all right. Wataru, shyly and a little hesitantly, asks the elf for advice. The girl doubts her master's plan will work and will likely be considered dangerous. Inez leans on her friend's shoulder and supports her doubts. She sternly points out any undesirable nuances with a finger. Wataru, realizing the truth of her words, stutters and agrees with the girls and decides to simply buy the ferry. Both girls also remind the boy that they need to stick to their roles. Wataru bashfully admits they're right. The boy opens the interface window again, browsing through the available purchases. He notices the option with a large theater hall. The slime on his shoulder carefully chooses along with him. An image of a boy with a long braid appears before his eyes, and Wataru remembers how God once told him about the possibilities of watching movies and DVDs. He mischievously imagined how he could impress girls with a big-screen film. The boy thought it was funny. With a determined air, Wataru looks at the interface screen and makes a choice. At sunset, the remaining girls return. Inside the deck, they share their successes. Irma coquettishly adjusts her pointed hat, and Claretta thanks Wataru for his help with the boats, which allowed them to help their families. Wataru happily greets them back, overjoyed at their return. The magical ship set sail. Alesha shared with everyone the results of her visit to the marquee. The mayor was very pleased with the fortress and hastened to carry out the plan. Wataru was pleased that everyone was satisfied. His mood instantly changes when he asks about the war. His hood obscures part of his face, emphasizing his seriousness. He inquires about rumors of a hidden empire. Alesha immediately relays information she received from captured soldiers about the empire's plans, emphasizing the importance of the trading city. Wataru guesses why the empire wanted to capture Luca. With a hint of glee, Alesha points to the empire's failure and the city's readiness to repel the next attack. Wataru supports her, agreeing. Inspired, the boy suggests setting out on a journey. They support him. Irma, Alesha, and Claretta promise to protect the city of Luca. The company splits into 2 groups again. Wataru, as navigator, steers his ship into the open sea. When he arrives at the right place, he gathers everyone together at the top and explains the next step. Kara is thrilled to see and explore the new ship. Her eyes sparkle with anticipation. Marina, standing next to her, was equally excited. Wataru didn't understand their assertiveness but remained silent. Dorothea tried to calm the girls' ardor. She didn't quite succeed, but they had a cheerful conversation. Wataru thought the girls were in a good mood because their families were safe. He decides to make this day even better and raises his hand in a gesture of calling for a new ship. Right before them, in the blinding rays of light, a gigantic ferry looms. Against its backdrop, the already small ship now seems even smaller. Wataru admires his new acquisition. The girls also gaze at the ferry in admiration. Dorothea voices her enthusiastic thoughts, still amazed. From a bird's-eye view, the ferry looked even larger than an SS-class fortress. Wataru's sweat dropped, noting that he hadn't expected the ferry to be so much larger than he imagined. Inez notices that the ferry and the fortress look the same size. This hurts Wataru's pride. He's outraged by this insult and notes the differences between his ships. Still dissatisfied, he suggests moving inside to show off how wonderful his new ferry is. A circle appears on the floor in the middle of the room, and inside it is a group of girls and one boy. Inez's eyes widen in surprise. With a general exclamation, the group acknowledged the splendor that greeted their gaze. Everything looked so beautiful and opulent that Inez couldn't resist comparing the place to a temple. This ship was unlike any they'd seen before. Wataru and Dorothea gazed at the interior with their mouths open. Everything around them seemed to sparkle with beauty. Felicia asked her master what their new ship will be called. The boy gasped, coming to his senses. Mentally, he goes through the names already taken and confidently suggests a new name. Encouraged, Wataru suggests they explore the ship. He and the girls begin exploring the rooms. In one of them, the group finds a piano. Felicia is intrigued by the unfamiliar instrument and tries to play it. Wataru and Inez support her in this endeavor. Kara and Dorothea find a spacious kitchen. Kara immediately grabs as many packages of food as she can, clutching them to her chest with a blissful expression. Dorothea examines everything in the room with interest. After wandering around for a bit, Wataru stumbled upon an opening with a hanging cloth. Before he could say a word, all three girls exclaimed in unison. Their faces sparkled with delight as they recognized the bathroom. When they peered inside, they saw that the room was much larger than they thought. Felicia asks if all the bathtubs on ferries are this big. Inez grabs her master's arm and addresses Wataru with suspicious politeness. With exaggerated, uncharacteristic politeness, the girl invites them all inside together. Wataru's imagination instantly conjured up a racy picture of himself and beautiful naked girls bathing in the same bathtub. But as he expected, he had to sit disappointedly alone in the bathroom. After bathing, the girls appeared before Wataru, dressed in new clothes. He sat relaxed in a chair, drinking juice. He looked at Inez and Felicia's new clothes in amazement, and the girls boasted about the incredibly comfortable clothes they'd bought at the store. The other girls also went shopping. Pleased, Wataru notes that he enjoys seeing his friends in the modern clothes of his home world. Inez looks at Wataru and notices that he, too, is wearing ordinary clothes and guesses what this means. Wataru confirms. Together, they enjoy a feast. Wataru raises his beer glass and announces the start of the holiday. The crew shares his enthusiasm. In the middle of the sea, cutting through the black water, a ferry sailed. It navigated its own route, disguised as an impressively large, but otherwise ordinary, wooden ship. Wataru rubs his chin slyly as he thinks. He leads the girls to the room he's long dreamed of. Girasol gazes in disbelief at the spacious room with its rows of armchairs and a large canvas hanging against the wall. Happily spreading his arms, Wataru suggests they watch a movie. Dorothea looks thoughtfully at the stage, assuming that a performance could be seen there. Kara wonders what a film is, and the boy intriguingly advises her to find out for herself. Suddenly, he realized with fear that everything might not be so simple and thought about how exactly he could arrange the viewing. He was delighted when a menu appeared with movie characteristics listed before him. He could choose which movie to play. Still nervous, Wataru began to rush through his choices. The girls were already taking their seats, and he needed to hurry. He looked dubiously at the options presented, none of which were particularly suitable for viewing on a ship, but he managed to find an interesting one. Wataru clicked on his choice. An image of a sailing ship appeared on the wide screen. A gasp of surprise echoed through the room. Wataru wasn't impressed with his choice, but it was the best option. Felicia, Dorothea, and I began discussing what we'd seen in unison. They stared, mesmerized, at the moving images of ships and people. The elf thought it was magic. Wataru admits he can't explain how it works, but suggests it's like a recorded play. Dorothea doesn't understand, but admires the idea that people from another world could love theater so much to create something like this. Kara naively and fearfully screams about ghosts. Wataru reassures her that it's not real. After some time, the girls, scared, happy, excited, were all absorbed in the film. Pleased, Wataru asks Rimu who's sitting on his head if she likes the movie. Rimu confirms that she does. Wataru sits proudly in his seat. He was delighted that everyone enjoyed the film. After the session, the boy relaxed in the massage chair and felt like he was in heaven. Wataru leaned back in his chair, dreamily reflecting on how good his life had been lately. He thought it was only now that he'd truly been able to relax. He came to the conclusion that he was pretty tired of all the adventures that had befallen him. When the massage was over, Wataru stretched his entire body contentedly, deciding that these chairs were the best. Rimu nimbly jumped onto his shoulder. Slime demanded that she also try the massage. Wataru, surprised by such an unexpected request. Rimu was persistent. Wataru doubted this was a good idea, but he placed the droplet on the seat anyway. He pressed the button and the chair started working. At first it didn't seem that bad, but the next moment the slime started to swirl so violently that Wataru screamed in fear. Rimu assured him that she was fine and even enjoying herself. The boy numbly realized that he had worried for nothing. Wataru carried the slime in his arms, making sure his little friend was okay. The slime hummed in his arms. The next day the fairy was already close to Orpheus, and Vatar was to become a great magician again. In the corridor he met Marina, Dorothea, and Inez. Inez suggests they go on a reconnaissance mission. Wataru is surprised. Dorothea suggests talking to the mayor of the city before they enter the port. The boy understands what could happen if their unknown ship suddenly appears and agrees with the idea of reconnaissance. A small magic ship quickly sails away from a larger ship. Wataru scolds himself for being forgetful and slaps his hands over his cheeks, annoyed at having let his guard down. Pulling up the hood of his camouflage cloak, he strides forward confidently. The small ship returns and the large camouflaged ferry enters the harbor of Orpheus. Approaching the city walls, Wataru looks up at the towering castle with fear. Felicia, showing no concern, wishes him luck in the upcoming negotiations. Wataru isn't worried about the negotiations, he knows they will go well, but he's worried that as a great mage, he might do something wrong. The elf simply recommends acting arrogant and vain. The boy isn't sure he can do it. Wataru approaches the pier, he sees a crowd gathered there. People have come to watch the arriving ferry. Wataru looks at the moored citadel and thinks that he shouldn't have expected anything else from such a sight. Marina makes her way through the crowd of onlookers, apologizing for the inconvenience towards him. She greets Wataru loudly, drawing the attention of the people gathered around to him and herself. Wataru was glad to see her. The group reunited and walked through the town together, passing through the shops. People glanced at the strangers. Marina informs him that she's already warned him about their visit. Wataru thanks her for her efforts. He wondered where Dorothea had gone. It turned out she was delayed due to negotiations. Vatar decides that they can then deal with the food issue themselves. Marina leads the group to wide doors. Wataru and the girls enter where the boy is seated on a sofa while the girls, acting as security, remain standing behind him. Two well-dressed men stand before him. One of them introduces himself as the president of the company, Gafrido. His name was Isarko. Wataru pursed his lips and became nervous again. He feared what might happen if the secret was revealed that he wasn't a mage at all but merely a weak merchant. He hid his face under a hood, declaring he wouldn't reveal his identity. In his outstretched hand was a letter from the Marquis. The president sighed in surprise. Wataru panicked, sweating. He thought he might have accidentally offended the person in front of him with his words. It turned out that no, the man smiled and was simply impressed by his politeness. The president shared his concerns about the city of Lucca, but was reassured when he learned of the impressive force that had helped repel the imperial attack. He promised to prepare provisions as soon as possible. But he immediately corrects himself, saying that since there are so many provisions, the job will take at least 7 days. Wataru is surprised. He mentally calculates the cost of food and possible difficulties. Kara and Marina, standing nearby, drooped. Wataru knew they were worried about Lucca and the Empire's threat to attack the city again. He understood why the girls wanted to get back as soon as possible. His hand clenched into a tight fist. Wataru had to play his part as the arrogant mage. Even though he disliked it, it might help him achieve what he wanted. Briefly and confidently, the boy clearly outlined the president's deadline. His hidden face also helped create the desired effect. The girls looked at him in surprise, and the president became alarmed. Izarko hesitantly tried to object. Wataru truly felt sorry for speaking so rudely to what he thought was a good man, but it was necessary. The men in front of him recoiled in shock. He drastically reduced the deadline from 7 days to 3 and held up 3 fingers to confirm his words. He demanded that his ship be full within 3 days. Under such pressure, the president had no choice but to retreat. Later, on their ship, Wataru and Dorothea sighed wearily. Inez handed the boy a mug of hot tea, praising his masterful playing. Wataru, accepting the mug, was embarrassed by such praise but thanked the girl. Marina, worried about Dorothea, inquired about her well-being, but the deputy head assured her she was fine and noted that they had been treated kindly. However, there was something that was troubling her. It turned out that the Lord of Orphis had shown great interest in the citadel, and therefore did not want to let the girl go for a long time. Wataru guiltily says that the ship is indeed too noticeable. He puts together the information he's received and wonders if they can now count on military assistance from the kingdom. Dorothea can't answer for sure, but suggests it's possible since both countries have good relations. She assures that she would be glad to help, but it was not as easy as it might seem at first glance. Wataru paused. He knew that if they could gain support, they could defeat the Empire, but he also understood perfectly well that in reality, things wouldn't go as smoothly as they'd hoped. The next day, the loading of supplies began. The water was calm, so the crowd boarded the ferry without any problem. Against the backdrop of the floating citadel, ordinary boats were barely visible. Strong men with heavy sacks on their shoulders couldn't help but gaze around the spacious hold. Sacks were being placed, crates were being set down, and barrels were being rolled into their assigned corners. One curious young man, delivering supplies by boat, was so intrigued that he, too, wanted to see what the citadel looked like from the inside. The man receiving the sacks greeted him. As soon as the boy tried to climb aboard, he was immediately repelled by an invisible barrier. He gasped in surprise. The man immediately scolded him for his carelessness. He reminded him that only those with a pass were allowed to ascend. Wataru was watching the unfolding scene from around the corner. He came to see how the loading was progressing and was pleased with how quickly the dock was filling with provisions. He was pleased that the Orphis residents, despite the unusual ship, were doing their job diligently, and the 3-day deadline was entirely achievable. However, he shed tears over the unsold pepper. This was a new city, and he was missing out on a great chance to make a good profit from his own supplies. Marina quietly approached him, asking for his attention. Wataru asked what had happened. Marina hesitated, unsure how to delicately raise the issue. Wataru couldn't help but cry out when he learned that someone had foolishly decided to climb the ship's sides. Marina shrugs, explaining that there are 3 criminals and their goal is to search the citadel from the inside. Although the girls have already cordoned off the area, they haven't found anyone yet. Wataru sighs, realizing that the criminals must have tickets since they managed to get past the defenses. Felicia sadly suggests that the 3 unknown people might be spies. Dorothea, for her part, thinks they might be Lord Orphis's men, as he was very interested in Wataru and the citadel. He could certainly have easily obtained tickets. Marina suggests driving out the intruders. Wataru agrees, believing that while it's unlikely anyone will be harmed, the spies might see something they shouldn't. Things didn't go according to plan. The next day, Marina reported that the number of violators had increased to 10. Wataru was shocked by this figure. He counted how many tickets had been created and how many people had violated them. Wataru lamented that it would be better if these people worked. Inez reminded them that the violators couldn't do anything anyway and asked what they should do next. Wataru suggests simply leaving the people alone. Chasing them is just unnecessary work. He decided to simply cancel all the tickets once the loading is complete and all the stowaways are forced to leave the citadel. Inez hears the word forced for the first time and wonders what it means. Wataru, incidentally, has also never seen a forced removal from a ship. The guy rubbed his chin slyly. He became very curious. The next morning, President Isarko and his aides saw off the guests. They said goodbye at the dock. Stretching, Wataru suggests heading back to Luca, and Inez turns to him. She and Marina were waiting for the moment when they could finally expel the stowaways. Stars of anticipation glittered in their eyes. Felicia and Dorothea were more reserved, but they too were curious. Wataru thought the girls were overly excited. People overboard, drawing the others' attention to where the stowaways were hiding. Wataru confirmed her observations, noting the others' persistence. Wataru glanced at the menu window, preparing to cancel the tickets. Inez and Felicia watched him with interest. He looked back at the girls and got ready. The finger pressed the cancel button, and in that same second, the group could see two people being thrown out of their hiding place. Absolutely everyone was surprised, especially men flying into the sky. The would-be stowaways splashed into the water near the ship with a scream, raising a cloud of spray. Inez beamed, expressing genuine delight, while Wataru hadn't expected anything like this. He was genuinely concerned for the lives of those people. Marina points overboard again at the floundering, living bodies in the water. Cancel has thrown out everyone who didn't have permission to stay. Wataru breathed a sigh of relief. Now that they'd gotten rid of all the unnecessary passengers, they could finally return to Luca in peace. The Citadel set off. Wataru decides to switch the controls to autopilot, but Dorothea notices something is wrong. She asks the boy about it. Wataru shows her a map that shows the location of the speedboat. Dorothea looks at the map and sees the dot moving. The boy points out that the speedo is moving at full speed and is likely being controlled by Alesha's group. If so, this could be a bad sign. He concluded that the Empire had made its move. Meanwhile, Alesha, Irma, and Claretta were indeed racing along on speedos. Something had happened. After some thought, Dorothea came to the same conclusion as Wataru. She assumed the Imperial Army had launched an attack on the city. Wataru suggested they immediately head to the Speedo 2 to help. The girls agreed without hesitation. The second speedboat departed for the mission. Some time ago, while in the castle, Alesha, Claretta, and Irma learned that the Imperial Army had begun its attack. The man who had greeted them for the first time at the pier began to explain how many ships were heading towards Luca and that the Marquis was currently holding a war council. He politely asked the girls to wait until the council was over. Irma sighed, and Claretta reported sadly that at this rate the great magician would not be able to return in time. Alesha agreed with her. She knew that despite all their preparations, the Empire still had more ships. She suggested using the speedos to fight. Claretta whispers to herself whether Alesha is planning to evacuate her family using the tickets given to her by the Great Mage. But Alesha dismissed the idea, saving it for a last resort. She wisely assumed it could cause major problems and believed they could protect the city. Irma says it'll be much more difficult than last time since there are only 3 of them now. Alesha nods with a sigh. But he enthusiastically offers to recruit a capable soldier. Irma disagreed. With a terrifying look, she asked what they would do if the Great Mage became angry at their abuse of power on his ship. She assumed Wataru would abandon them, which would destroy Luca. Alesha acknowledged Irma's point, but they needed help. Claretta emphasizes to her friends that they don't have to sink the ships now. She's confident that once the Great Mage arrives, the battle will be over. They just need to bide their time and wait for him. Irma and Alesha are surprised. Alexia jumped up to Claretta and grabbed her hands. She thanked the girl from the bottom of her heart for the great idea. Claretta smiled shyly. The door behind Alesha opened, and a man in armor announced that the Marquis was calling for the girls. The head of Girasol answered. After their conversation, the girls raced on their speedos, cutting through the water. They had a plan: reach the enemy fleet and attack only the smaller ships. Irma was smiling and Claretta was determined. Irma reasons that since the Marquis allowed them to act at their own discretion, the main thing is to prevent the enemies from reaching the city. Claretta agrees with her, holding her staff at the ready. Alesha warns of a possible imminent clash with the fleet, and then something catches her attention. Numerous dark spots were visible on the distant horizon. A little closer, and the spots turned out to be enemy ships. Irma noted with boredom that there were quite a few ships. Alesha picked up speed, and the speedo raced straight toward the Imperial fleet. The spotter in the crow's nest noticed a small boat rapidly approaching them and immediately reported it to the commander below. The masked man gave the order to seize. Irma swung and struck the enemy in one blow, throwing the crew into the water. At the same time, Claretta attacked another ship. The Imperial fleet attempted to attack in response, but the protective barrier reliably protected the girls' boat. Alesha noticed that they were being attacked more aggressively this time. Claretta speculated that it was because they were fighting during the day and were now clearly visible. An enemy soldier barely manages to jump out of the destroyed boat when another attack falls upon it. The commander curses the girls for their insolence. The archers attack the Speedo, but not a single arrow reaches its target. Tired, Irma calculated that they had managed to sink most of the small ships. Cloretta, sitting nearby, is not surprised by this. Alexia asks the girls to hold on a little longer. There's just a little bit left. She doesn't have time to finish her thought. Out of nowhere, a powerful beam of light hits a large Imperial ship next to them. The three girls look around in fear. The formidable sailboat disintegrates before their eyes. The people on board scatter in panic toward the rift, fleeing the debris and gushing water. Confused and afraid, Alessia asks what it could be. Irma notices an incoming arrow, which is once again deflected by the barrier. The girls decide to retreat immediately. Speedo has disappeared. Like Alessia, Irma wonders what the light was that attacked the Imperial ship. She asks Cloretta if it could have been light magic. Cloretta disagrees, as she's never seen or even heard of anything like it. But she has an idea that it could be a divine skill. The unknown skill with the great mage's ship summoning skill in surprise. Alessia is struck by the idea that their ship might reflect unique skills. She calls it an astonishing feat of defense. The wreckage of the downed sailboat was still visible on the surface of the water. Irma asks that you return to the city as soon as possible. An Imperial spotter watches through a spyglass as the Speedo sails away. The crew shouts in greeting about the greatness of their commander Antonio. The man in the hat with a fluffy feather chuckles smugly. To the enthusiastic cheers of his team, he triumphantly praises his unique laser beam skill, which can pierce through anything. And only one subordinate, dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle, thought that his commander might not have attacked his allies. All was calm off the coast of Lucca for now. The floating fortress was still standing. Alessia repeated the words hesitantly. Lucca Mayor Justin De Luca clarifies whether this is the same beam that destroyed the naval headquarters. Dumont confirms that it is. He describes a beam effect capable of piercing stone walls. While the skill has its limitations, it's still a formidable force. Alessia believes this was the famous skill. Frowning, the mayor suggests finding a barrier specialist and asks for a military conference. He asks Girasol to attend as well. Alessia agrees. Later, the three girls walk together and chat. Alessia wearily laments that it was very difficult to talk to the ranks. Cloretta encourages her, clutching her staff. Irma asks how the conference went and what they should do with the Imperial fleet. The chapter talks about the specialist and how Lucca's fleet will operate thanks to the SS rank fortress. She also reported on the role of Girasol. Cloretta is upset that the three of them will have a hard time together. The leader understands her concerns but can't do anything about it. Suddenly, she hears someone say her name and turns around. In the distance, she spotted several figures. Someone was waving at them. It turned out to be Dorotea, Marina, and Kara. The girls greeted them, and Alessia couldn't contain her joy. The Girasols were back in full force. The girls greeted each other warmly. Alessia inquired if they had all the provisions and if the great mage had arrived with them. As it turned out, the great mage was still on his way. Kara explained that he had noticed something strange, so he had allowed the girls to go ahead and that the ferry itself would arrive only at night. Alessia and Cloretta exchanged glances. It would be bad if the ship arrived so late. The girl explains the situation with the Imperial fleet. Despite their efforts, the enemy ships are still advancing steadily toward the city, and they are expected to arrive in Lucca that night. Dorothea is unhappy with their arbitrariness. Marina is concerned about the possibility of the ferry colliding with the Empire. Dorothea suggests breaking the news to the Great Mage as soon as possible. Cloretta worries that Kara might be tired after returning and that it could be dangerous for her, but the girl assures her that she's fine as she managed to eat well before sailing. For further reassurance, she raised her hand, showing that she was full of energy. Irma asked Dorothea for a favor. The deputy was surprised by the request. Meanwhile, on the ferry, the great mage barely opened one eye. He slowly woke up to a hand hitting his collarbone. Rubbing the back of his head, Wataru sat up in bed. He muttered sleepily about his failed attempt to get some rest and instead simply dozed off. A sleeping unease lay across his legs. The girl sprawled lazily on the bed, arms spread out. She must have slept well since she didn't even notice she'd struck her master. Stepping out onto the deck, Wataru leaned on the railing, sipping his drink. He reflected on how little time he devoted to resting, yet he had to prepare for his arrival in the city. Glancing to the side, the boy noticed something rapidly approaching. He recognized it as one of his speedos. Wataru and Felicia went down to greet the girls when they returned. Dorothea got straight to the point. Sitting at a table, the deputy chief and Wataru discuss the possible risks of colliding with the Empire if they continue at the same pace. Wataru chewed on a piece of pancake, wondering what to do. On the one hand, he couldn't fight, on the other, he didn't know how Luca would react to his inaction. Dorothea encourages him, saying it would be better if the Citadel didn't interfere with the battle so they could preserve their supplies. Delighted by this encouragement, Wataru agrees. He is confident that thanks to his SS-class strength, they will not lose. But Dorothea besieges him. She informs that the enemy has a unique and dangerous skill. Wataru turns pale, frozen in place. An image of a young god speaking of a skill bestowed upon someone surfaced in his imagination. It was worth remembering that such games were in the spirit of the god of creation. Wataru mentions what the god of creation said, reassuring her that the protective barrier will be able to withstand a laser beam. Dorothea is shocked by his words. She relaxes, reassured by the thought that if everything is as Wataru said, there's nothing to worry about. The girl volunteers to break the news to the others. The boy blesses them for the battle. Speedo rushed back to Luca. Inez sighed, resentfully saying she'd also like to join the battle. Wataru mentally apologized to her, glancing sideways at her. He was worried about his situation and really wanted to be away from the fighting, and for that, he needed someone nearby. Despite his confidence in the defense, he was still a little uneasy about the laser beam. Wataru trusted God's words and remained monitoring the ship's movements. He figured it would all begin in a few hours. Night had fallen outside. Wataru and Felicia were looking at the map on the interface screen together. They noticed that the Speedo wasn't moving, and the elf logically concluded that fighting was very difficult at night, so the Empire was waiting for morning. Wataru realized this too. As the girl had predicted, the Empire attacked in the morning. The SS-class fortress drifted in place, hiding Luca's small fleet in its shadow. The city's defenders were already in their positions. The commander shouted about the approaching Imperial fleet. Below, in their small boats, stood the archers. They were ready and finally waited for the signal. From her position at the helm of the Speedo, Alessia prepared to act. From the other side of the floating fortress, an Imperial sailing vessel approached. On board stood the man with the unique skill. He surveyed the obstacle before him, recognizing the vessel's impressive size. But he had a strength that was capable of overcoming the obstacle. The man spread his arms, forming a summoning circle and praising his strength. The crew cheered him on fiercely. A powerful light erupted from the circle, seeking to pierce the fortress. The girls on the Speedo watched from the shadows. The incredible energy of the Imperial commander's skill collided with the invisible barrier surrounding the fortress. The beam shattered into tiny fragments, never reaching its target. Luca's terrified soldiers watched in awe as the formidable beam vanished into thin air, utterly useless against their perfect defense. The soldiers couldn't believe what they saw. Jubilation burst from the lips of the people as they praised the power that had protected the ship. Praising the power of the great mage, Alessia called upon Luca's forces to strike back. The ships rushed towards the Imperial fleet. Sticking to the plan, they headed towards the large ship in the vanguard. The group of adventurers Girasol accepted the order of their leader. On the very ship the girls were heading for, the owner of the unique skill screamed in panic. He couldn't believe his failure. His assistant begged him to attack again. Antonio didn't like being told what to do, but he didn't have time to do anything. The first Speedo was already approaching, right at the side of his ship. Kara and Cloretta simultaneously swung their weapons, ready to attack. All Antonio had time to do was let out a pitiful, frightened cry as a barrage of attacks descended upon him. Thus began the Luca defenders' counterattack. Somewhere on the ferry in the cafe hall, Wataru watched the battle unfold through an interface window. He informed Felicia and Inez of what had happened. In her usual manner, Felicia was worried, but Inez, as always, expressed confidence in the complete success of their plan. Wataru tried to remain calm, but he couldn't relax, so he resorted to words alone. The Imperial ship was smoking from the attacks. The second-in-command urged the crew to remain calm, reminding them that this ship also had a barrier. Antonio cursed, angry. As Cloretto expected, their first attack failed. Irma demanded they try again. Alessia nodded, but something distracted her. The summoning circle formed again above the Imperial ship, pointing in their direction. Antonio angrily promised to drown the girl's Speedo. Alessia, Irma, and Cloretta stood frozen in stupor. A beam of light rushed towards them, but the protection worked properly this time too. The girls breathed a sigh of relief. Irma waved to the astonished Antonio. The man screamed in rage and confusion as to why his skill wasn't working properly again. The girls didn't wait and counterattacked again. A bolt of lightning pierced the Imperial ship, this time breaking through the Imperial defenses. The second group of Girasol watched from afar as the enemy vessel sank. Dorothea gave the order to move on. At this time, from the height of the floating fortress, a successful attack was launched by the defenders of Lucca. The commander of the small Imperial ship admits that they cannot cope with such a giant and gives the order to bypass it. The navigator carries out the order, deftly dodging enemy arrows. Luck was not on their side. The Imperials were already awaited by large squads of soldiers, with magical circles formed above their heads. Dumont shouts the order to attack. Everything was going as they planned. The Imperial ship came under attack from all sides. The battle continued. Just 2 hours later, Lucca had defeated the Imperial fleet. Felicia watched the Speedo return to port with a tender gaze. Wataru sighed with relief, glad that everything went according to plan. The boy thanked God for this. In the castle, sitting in his chair, the mayor of the city thanks everyone gathered for the victory and the efforts they made. He singled out Captain Dumont for his exceptional contribution. The assembled men applauded the man. The mayor also thanks Girasol separately. Alessia thanks the man in return. The girl was immediately surrounded from all sides, praising her skills and offering lucrative positions in the palace. Alessia hastened to assure him that not only did she deserve praise, but so did the great mage. Someone shouted agreement behind her. The plump man with doll-like eyes remembered the incomparable power of the great magician's ship and how much it would cost them to lure such a man to their side. Alessia sees this man for the first time and wonders who it could be. As if reading her mind, the mayor introduces the man as Officer Jacopo. Justin De Luca reminds the officer that he had previously declined his offer. Jacopo suggested luring Girasol to his side, and then the great mage would follow them himself. Alessia frowned. She didn't like that. The mayor, equally dissatisfied with the officer's words, asked him to stop, but the portly man insisted. He already saw the benefit of possessing such power. Unwilling to tolerate any more bickering, the mayor asks the guard to escort Jacopo out of the hall. The screaming man was dragged out by the arms. Alessia watched him go. Dumont apologizes to her for his colleague's inappropriate behavior. The girl shows no hostility. She clutched her chin thoughtfully. If the man she disliked was in power, then she needed to be sure the great mage wouldn't fall under his influence. The mayor's words about supplies interrupt her thoughts, and Alessia agrees with the man that the great mage deserves gratitude. She was glad that the mayor, who wielded more power than anyone else in Lucca, was understanding. Soon, another huge ship arrived at the city's port. The company is throwing a gala party to celebrate Lucca's victory. Flushed Alessia missed the bath. She felt very good when she was able to wash herself. Irma, holding bottles in her hands, praises the fortress for its large selection of alcohol. Wataru tells Cloretta that it turns out there are a ton of slot machines on the ferry. The girl is delighted. Her eyes are shining like stars with the desire to play as soon as possible. Irma tries to cool her companion's ardor, but it's not easy. The other girls only look condescendingly at the priest, who squeals with delight. Even though the Imperial soldiers still threatened Lucca's safety, everyone felt relieved. The girls laughed sweetly and casually as they chatted. Wataru praised them for a job well done. The slime on his shoulder bounced cheerfully. The boy generously allows the girls to eat and drink as much as they want. Later, he promises to put on a movie. Inez and Kara jump at the chance. Alessia, the only one not in the theater, is left perplexed. A few days later, all Girasol and Wataru did was rest. The boy yawned as he walked, reflecting on the lull in the war with the Empire. He watched as Kara and Cloretta cuddled the puppies and Alessia relaxed blissfully in the massage chair. Walking to the window, Wataru looked out at the seascape. He thought how nice it would be if there was no war. Looking down, the boy noticed ships sailing. They were different from those he'd seen before, gracefully carved, reminiscent of a bird not typical of Lucca's boats. The slime that leaped from his head also showed interest. Wataru thought it was a beautiful ship. He stood at the edge of the wall, leaning on the railing, watching. Alessia and Marina approached him, looking at what the boy was pointing at. Alessia saw graceful ships sailing. Wataru suggested they couldn't be hostile, to which she agreed. She worriedly reported that it might be the Brescia family's royal ship. This news caused Wataru to be alarmed. Sensing something amiss, he wonders what they could possibly be doing here. Alessia can't understand it either. After all, it's the height of the war and it would be risky for royalty. She ruthlessly stated that it could only be because of Wataru. Kara, licking her spoon, thoughtfully asks who could come here. Surely someone very important. Dorothea suggests that it would be unlikely to be the prince, causing Wataru to flinch, hoping never to meet him. Alessia wants to return to the city. There was a chance the mayor of Lucca might invite them as the city's chief defenders to a meeting. Marina nods in agreement. It was decided that Wataru would remain on the ship, but if anything happened, he would be called. The boy quickly agreed. The girls left. Who remained as an escort encourages the dejected Wataru by offering him some tea. To cross paths with the royal family under any circumstances. The head and her deputy, with determined faces, head to the mayor's hall. Dorothea frowned at her guess. Alessia agrees with her and suspects that their call is somehow connected with the arriving royal ship. Worried, Dorothea advises making a pact with the mage so that Girasol will not have to choose who to be loyal to, the royal family or Wataru. She promised to take care of the matter, while Alessia would have to take on the task of communicating with the royal family. She didn't want to do that. When they reached the double doors, the guard obligingly allowed them in. The girls swallowed and exchanged glances. When they entered, Alessia knelt before the people seated at the table and introduced herself. Looking up, Alessia caught sight of the young man sitting in the mayor's seat. His chin held high, his hands clasped on his knees, he gazed back at her with a haughty expression as a knight standing over his shoulder announced the title and name of the second prince, Arnulf. The prince allowed Alessia to stand up. The girl looked at the mayor, and he nodded approvingly. She rose from her kneeling position, standing up straight. Dorothea was still bowing slightly. The knight behind the prince's back immediately demanded to know about the magician, confirming Alessia's suspicions. As before, the girl referred to the concluded contract and did not reveal Wataru's identity. The knight didn't like this attitude. He reminded them how brazenly they had dared to ignore their messenger sent to the fortress. The knight ordered the magician to be brought here immediately, which, in Alessia's opinion, was unworthy and not at all knightly to say so. The girl warned that she could tell something about the magician, but she was sure that she would not be able to bring him to the meeting. Someone off to the side clicked their tongue sarcastically. It turned out to be Officer Jacopo. Shining, he offers the girl to seduce the magician and trick him into coming to him. Alessia looked at the plump man in disgust. He, ignoring the disdain in the girl's eyes, continued to speak of his position and devotion to the crown. Therefore, he quickly told her about the large ship. Dorothea joined Alessia in her disgust. They both agreed that their current problems were precisely because of Jacopo. The plump man continued to fawn over the prince, courting him from every angle. The prince accepted the praise with his head held high. The mayor grew tired of the scene and sighed heavily. Prince Arnulf finally spoke. He rudely ordered Alessia to bring the mage to him. The girl remained silent. The prince, looking at her, threatened that otherwise they could be considered rebels against the prince and therefore against the entire country. Wataru listened nervously to what had happened. He couldn't believe they were trying to intimidate his friend. Alessia apologized guiltily, but the boy was not angry with her. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't reveal himself. He suggested that everyone escape with their families, but some were categorically against it. Inez slammed her palm on the tabletop and flatly rejected the idea, believing that running away would be a real shame. In anger and with a furious look, she demanded to respond in the same way as they were treated. Wataru couldn't help but smile nervously. He wasn't sure if it was right to threaten the prince in return. Inez, however, stubbornly insisted, saying that her master's power would soon become public knowledge. Wataru began to suspect that people in southern town might discover he was a mage. Inez agreed, and if that was the case, then they wouldn't bother with the mages and Wataru would be left alone. He had to admit the logic in her words. And yet, he considered it too risky. Inez was ready to rage at the insolence of people who considered themselves superior to others because of their status. He asked the girls if the prince would be afraid of his threats. Inflamed, Inez gleefully suggested summoning a fairy rite at the city walls, demonstrating the full power of the great magician. Wataru handed Rima into her hands and gently asked her to calm down. After observing the group, Irma decided to propose her own idea. They didn't need to resort to extreme measures, a simple bluff would suffice. Wataru was intrigued. Smiling slyly, Irma hands the boy a threatening letter. Wataru's whole body trembled with fear. He was afraid this would only worsen the already tense situation. Felicia, as always, offered encouragement. Wataru asked what he would have to do if the prince suddenly agreed to the challenge. Then Irma suggested blockading the city's port with a ship. She was confident this would sober his majesty. Wataru thought for a moment, weighing his options. He agrees to Irma's idea to send a threatening letter, but he decided that if things got worse, they'd just run away. Alessia hesitated, then called out to the boy. He turned to her, wondering what had happened. The girl looked very serious. Respectfully, Alessia requested a private conversation. A little nervous, Wataru offers his room and the girl agrees. They walk together in the right direction, but Wataru cannot get rid of the exciting feeling, sometimes glancing at the girl. He saw how tense Alessia had been all this time and wondered what exactly she wanted to talk about. As soon as they entered the room, Wataru politely offered the girl something to drink. Alessia didn't move. The next second she bows deeply, loudly begging for forgiveness. Wataru flinches in surprise. He starts fussing around the head of Girasol, asking her to stop bowing and not understanding what is going on. Alessia can't comply with the request, feeling guilty. She closes her eyes and tries to speak, but nothing comes out. Wataru raises his hands in a conciliatory gesture and suggests that they sort things out in order. Alessia opened her eyes but didn't straighten up. She felt guilty for dragging Wataru into the war, even though she knew he didn't like being noticed, and that it was her fault they were at odds with the royal family. Wataru understands her concerns, but believes that his own stupidity is more to blame for this. Alessia apologizes again and the boy rushes to reassure her, saying that it was his own decision to help them. This seems to anger Alessia. She doesn't believe their current situation is worth the money they earned from the contract. She asks if there's anything else she can help with. Wataru, surprised, asks her again and the girl fervently confirms her intentions to do anything. Wataru's flushed face must have been a bit off-putting, but Alessia's seriousness cooled his ardor. He thought about what he could ask for. Alessia, understanding the boy's hesitation in her own way, grabbed his hands, begging him to say something. Once again, Wataru's mind wandered. Inappropriate thoughts crept into his head. Stuttering and pushed by the girl's assertiveness, Vatrau awkwardly mumbled something that sounded like the word "iro." Alessia, clearly not knowing the meaning of the word, stared at the boy. This completely confused Wataru and he pushed the girl out of his room, asking her to forget everything, and slammed the door behind her. The girl looked at the door in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. In his room, Wataru was shamefully shedding tears, lamenting what a loser he was. Under the pressure of everything that happened, he still sends a threatening letter to the prince. The next day, Alessia delivered the letter. She stood up straight, watching the reaction of Prince Arnulf and his retinue. His frightened expression spoke volumes. The knight accompanying the prince was outraged by this gesture. He accused Alessia of aiding in the declaration of war. The girl denies the accusations, saying she knew nothing. The mayor, sweating, reads out the one line that frightened him the most. The prince's knight was about to say something, but a guard burst in, interrupting him. He reported a huge ship approaching the harbor. The prince, jumping up from his seat, screamed in fear. He feared that the great magician had come to kill him. His knight didn't believe it, considering it a bluff. Alessia remains quiet on the sidelines. She enjoys the commotion. The mayor raised his voice, addressing the prince. He was concerned about the possibility of blockading the city's port, which could lead to hunger and unrest for the citizens. They had to resolve the conflict immediately. The prince cursed. Jacopo intervenes in the conversation. Pretending to be innocent, the man suggests using Alessia as a possible love interest for the mage. Alessia grimaces in disgust. Although she must admit that Jacopo's plan might have worked if the girl had been more accommodating. She recalled the moment in the room and understood how much the young mage liked women. Her fingers clenched into fists. She'd rather run than allow herself to be used as cover. The prince interrupted her thoughts, ordering the plump man to shut up. He was certain that a mage who wasn't above threatening the royal family wouldn't listen to just any woman. The prince's words hinted that Jacopo was deliberately trying to provoke the great mage into harming him. Having shouted enough, the boy leaned his elbows on the table and fell silent. The mayor wisely remained silent from his seat. The knight decided to ask what they should do now. Arnulf raised his head and turned to Alessia. He gave the most suspicious smile the girl had ever seen. She narrowed her eyes, suspecting something was wrong. Assuming as confident and unflappable in demeanor as possible, the prince announced the misunderstanding between him and the mage and promised to offer any reward to resolve the nascent conflict. He would be very grateful if the girl would convey his message. Alessia was impressed by how quickly the prince could change his priorities. Already on the ship, Inez read the letter given by the prince. She crumpled the paper sarcastically, gleefully noting that her master didn't forgive so easily. Wataru, however, was not averse to making peace. Alessia was skeptical that the prince had learned his lesson. Dorothea supported the leader, pointing out that the prince was still trying to win over their mage. Inez had no intention of forgiving such antics. The girl clenched her fists, urging the others to shake an apology out of the prince. With all her enthusiasm, she promised to show him how terrible their mage was. While in the castle, the prince received a new letter. He stared wide-eyed at the piece of paper he held in his hands. Apparently, the text upset him greatly. He slammed his hands on the table so hard that the letter and his glass of wine bounced off the tabletop. He couldn't understand how anyone could dare write something like that, especially to him. Alessia closed her eyes against the wave of anger emanating from the prince. She remembered the enthusiasm with which Inez waved her quill over the scroll. Wataru quickly received another answer. There was still no plea for mercy, but the prince offered a knighthood or lands. Wataru had no use for either. Although this answer was enough for him, the girls disagreed, especially Inez. Irma suggested they ignore it, believing the prince would come to his senses on his own. Wataru backed down. He understood why the girls were so strict with the prince. After all, the monarch had started it. Wataru had no idea this would be the beginning of their confrontation. Letters flew like a river, but they were all ignored, just like the knight who had arrived for answers. The loud calls for an answer slowly turned into quiet ones, and then the knight stopped coming altogether. Wataru wondered what they should do if they didn't get what they wanted. He was walking down the hallway when he noticed the girls gathered by the window. The boy asked what was the matter. Alexia and Felicia turned to him, and the elf reported that there was an imperial army outside the window. The army turned out to be two beautiful imperial girls in short dresses. They waved their hands invitingly, offering to go over to the side of the empire. Wataru was shocked. He didn't know these girls who were calling him. Felicia allowed the possibility that this might have been a tactic to recruit Wataru. As a guy, Wataru was flattered. It almost worked, you could say. However, Alessia's expression brought him back to his senses. He hastened to assure her that he had no intention of defecting to the empire. Alessia wasn't entirely convinced by this statement, but she agreed with his words. Dorothea smiled, wisely remaining silent. It was truly difficult for Wataru to refuse the girl. He wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. The news that the mage was maintaining contact with the empire excited Arnulf. The guard who brought the news stood at attention. The prince didn't like the mage ignoring him, but even more it bothered him. Justin DeLuca tried to reason with the prince to apologize to the mage for the sake of his people, but the prince became angry, unwilling to bend his knees, lest he be disgraced. He silenced the mayor with a word and announced that he wanted to rest. The prince left, and the upset man remained sitting in his place. As he descended the spiral staircase, Arnulf was indignant that no one respected him. He was descending lower when he heard the guards' voices around the corner. They were discussing food supplies, which were becoming increasingly scarce. They believed it was all because the prince had angered the mage and now someone wanted to deal with him for it. Arnulf was dumbfounded by this. The prince's loyal knight also overheard the conversation. He turned to his majesty and offered to find the one spreading the rumors. Arnulf panicked and believed that it could be the marquis, who wanted to kill him to save his city. The knight tried to calm the prince, but the fact that both the marquis and Luca's soldiers were on the mage's side didn't help. He didn't trust anyone here. In the middle of the night, the prince and the knight found nothing better to do than escape in a small boat. Their plan failed. A beam of light from a searchlight on board the floating fortress struck them directly. This startled the prince, causing a panicked scream and paranoia. No one answered, but several magic arrows struck their boat, damaging it. They decided to turn back. Somewhere above, Irma and Wataru were watching them with binoculars. The boy expressed doubt about whether it was safe to attack the prince. Irma assured him that all was well and that Felicia and Inez were keeping an eye on the prince and his retinue. At the pier, the failed fugitives did not know what to do next. The prince was very annoyed that they couldn't even escape. Footsteps were heard at the top of the stairs. The prince looked up and saw the marquis and his guards descending toward him. The mayor directly accused the prince of trying to abandon his city to its fate. Arnulf couldn't admit his shame, so he tried to pretend he'd actually wanted to talk to the mage, not run away. Justin DeLuca closed his eyes. And then he shouted at the top of his voice, demanding that this behavior stop. It was so loud that all of Luca must have heard it. It was decided that the prince should apologize after all. A crowd of townspeople gathered on the pier, eager to gawk at the upcoming show. A wooden pedestal was erected at the water's edge, and guards from the walls pointed to the right spot. The pedestal was for the prince, who ascended it, shamefully squeezing his head into his shoulders. Wataru watched the prince from his perch through binoculars. Alessia, standing nearby, was nervous, hardly believing the prince would actually kneel. But then a moment passed, and Arnulf fell to his knees, resting his hands on the wooden floor. He loudly hits his forehead against the tree and sincerely asks for forgiveness. The assembled crowd recoiled from the unexpected sincerity. So did the mage, whose lips trembled with nerves. Silence fell over the pier. The news that the prince had knelt before the future mage spread across the continent. At that moment, Wataru realized he would have to hide his identity for the rest of his days. After Arnulf apologized, Wataru lifted the blockade of the port. The prince immediately left the city, leaving Jacopo in the harbor. The knight who came for the man informed the Viscount that the Marquis wished to see him, reminding him that Jacopo had had the audacity to challenge the mayor. The man timidly apologized. On board the fortress, the entire Girasol group expressed great gratitude to Vader. The boy admitted that he had thought about running away many times, but thanks to the girls he found the strength to stay. Moreover, the war with the Empire was not yet over, and this fact dampened everyone's good mood. Later, sitting in the dining room, Wataru and the girls discussed their future plans. Dorothea proposed the idea of pushing the enemy army away from the city, but then only the soldiers would be able to fight. Cloretta noted that even if they manage to push back the Empire, she will still return. Felicia concluded the general thought by saying that this could develop into a protracted conflict. Wataru closed his eyes. He wanted to get this over with quickly, and he didn't want the war to drag on. An idea struck him. He proposed sending soldiers on a floating fortress to the Empire. Dorothea looks at him, stunned. Alessia thoughtfully calculates possible moves. Kara proudly recalls how many enemy ships they sank, and Cloretta adds that chaos will break out if the Empire starts attacking from the sea. Irma concludes that they can leave since the Empire will no longer be able to pay attention to the kingdom as before. Alessia volunteered to inform the Marquis of this. Wataru gave her his permission. Dorothea was worried about Wataru as he had done more than was stipulated in their agreement, but the boy was confident in his actions. He believed that this would quickly return him to a carefree life. His fortress could accommodate as many as 5,000 people. He would provide the space, and the rest was up to the mayor. The mayor's expression was as gloomy as a thundercloud. He remembered the letter and didn't miss the opportunity to ask about it. Alessia accepted the man's defense, perfectly understanding his concerns, but now she had come to report something else. Justin DeLuca exclaimed in surprise when he heard about the new plan. Alessia confirmed they could transport several thousand people. The mayor thought it was a good idea. He wondered if the mage would fight alongside them. The girl ruled out this option, but she guaranteed that in exchange, the mage would give Girasol high-speed ships. The mayor understands but says that he does not have enough strength to gather troops and promises to send a messenger to the prince. Alessia thought about the second prince's older brother. She mentioned that the younger prince had problems with their mage. The mayor admitted that there really could be a problem for them, but he was certain that Prince Dauphin was an intelligent man and could help them. The mayor asked that his glory be conveyed to the magician. A month later, Wataru, Alessia, and Felicia watched in shock from their perch. Wataru knew Prince Dauphin intended to cooperate with them. But what the mage didn't expect was that the prince would bring with him 100 times more troops than he'd expected. The boy nearly suffered a stroke at the sight of so many ships. Noticing something, Alessia pointed at it with her finger. These were the magical ships of the Kingdom of Brescia and the Kingdom of Thessaloniki. They were so distinct in appearance that they were impossible to confuse. Inez also pointed to another sailing ship. These were representatives of the Beast Kingdom. Beastmen could be seen on the deck, waving a warlike greeting to the other ships. Alessia was impressed. She'd heard about reinforcements approaching, but she hadn't expected such a large combined army to assemble. Wataru was impressed too, but to the point of panic. Felicia, looking at the ships, noticed one that was already familiar. An elegant vessel with a carved bird on the bow. Wataru squeaked cowardly, recognizing the second prince's ship. But that couldn't be true. Alessia had heard that Arnulf was under house arrest, so it definitely wasn't him. Wataru calmed down a bit, even though he hadn't heard of any house arrest. The girl admitted that it could have been another prince. She was right, a completely different man stepped onto the pier, not tall, with a relaxed face, dressed in expensive clothes. The first prince, the Dauphin, looked out at the SS-class fortress. The prince was enchanted by the moored giant, recognizing the power of the mage lord. He was glad that such power was on their side. Unlike his younger brother, Prince Dauphin didn't consider it shameful to show respect to the mage and greeted him with a slight bow. Inez and Wataru, who had been watching the prince, lowered their binoculars in shock. Alessi, who hadn't seen the greeting, looked at them in surprise. Inez, incredulous, asked again if the prince had actually bowed to them. Felicia laughed tenderly, noting the prince's politeness. It was acknowledged that the elder prince was not at all like the younger, as the Marquis had said, which made Wataru even more afraid. Events unfolded so quickly that before Wataru could even comprehend the scale of their operation, it had assumed a larger scale. The plan was rethought and adapted to the cooperation of 3 kingdoms at once. It even reached the point where Prince Dauphin personally assumed command of the operation. Like the younger prince, the elder also demanded a meeting with the mage, but even after his refusal, he paid compensation and sent a letter of apology. Wataru grew increasingly afraid of this man. The men on the pier worked harmoniously, hauling boxes, sacks, and barrels. Everything was loaded onto boats and sent to the fortress. Thanks to the Dauphin's leadership, the work proceeded quickly. Allies discussed plans day and night. Loading was in full swing. Relationships between soldiers were improving. Soon, everything was completed. The final stage, loading soldiers aboard the fortress, was nearing completion. Inez excitedly reported that all 5,600 soldiers had boarded. Wataru smiled. It was time to set sail for the Empire. The floating fortress set out to end the war. The sea was pierced by an impressive number of ships, small boats, sailing ships, and a giant among them. The allied fleet of the 3 countries raced confidently toward the Empire. The most excited were the beastmen, anticipating battle. Vatro, observing everything, sat in the wheelhouse constantly, trying not to cross paths with anyone. Although, thanks to his camouflage, he could freely move around and relax in his favorite halls. 21 days later, the fleet arrived at Imperial Navy headquarters. Wataru and Jurasol frowned at the headquarters. There were many ships ahead of them, and Wataru noted that there were more of them than he had expected. Alessia pointed at something. A luxurious vessel drifted off to the side. The girl thought it might be a noble cruiser. Wataru liked it because it really did look beautiful. A little mockingly, Alessia suggested that since they had managed to sink so many Imperial warships, they had had to requisition new ones from the nobles. The girls belligerently suggested that the Imperial fleet was on its last legs. Wataru froze. He hoped that if this was indeed the case, their confrontation was nearing its conclusion. Inspired, he suggested they go to the battle at Warbow. Alessia enthusiastically agreed. On her trusty speedo, Jurasol set off. Looking at the developing weather vane, the eldest prince, pleased with the rising wind, gives the order to all ships to set out. Due to his restless nature, Wataru refused to watch the battle. He knew Felicai and Inez would be on guard duty, so he preferred to hide in his room and simply watch a movie. However, the boy's excitement couldn't easily relax. He tried to laugh at the funny moments in the film, but it quickly gave way to anxiety. No matter how hard Vatro tried, he couldn't stop thinking about the battle going on outside. There was a knock and someone called him. Inez appeared at the door, announcing that the battle was over. It turned out the Allies had decided to attack the land base as well, so the Beast Kingdom's soldiers had disembarked. Wataru smiled, relaxing a little. He was still afraid to see the battle, but they had to end this. Several days passed before the Imperial naval base finally fell, thanks to the efforts of the Beastmen. Allied forces occupied the defensive walls and tower, tying up and leading away the prisoners. Although Jurasol didn't take part in the land battle, she claimed all the credit for the naval battle. Wataru warmly thanks all the girls for their work, asking if there were any difficulties. Alessia says there were none. It's tea time. A little later, the whole group sat down on the soft sofa in front of the table, relaxing and chatting cheerfully. Wataru asks Alessia what Jurasol intends to do now. She tells him about Prince Dauphin's proposal to establish a new base for Allied forces on the site of the captured one. She also mentions that the prince has requested the transport of the wounded and another 10,000 men. Wataru slumped. It was too much for him. Alesha encouraged him, mentioning the party they were planning to throw to celebrate the victory. The mage would be invited too. Panicked, the boy immediately declined the offer. There was no way he would show up there, knowing full well that this would happen. Alicia smiled guiltily. She hands over a reward in the form of a box from Prince Dauphin, who also knew that this is how it would turn out. Wataru couldn't refuse the offered gift. He had a feeling others were taking full advantage of it. Encouraged, Wataru offers to transport wounded soldiers. And so they did. For the next month, Wataru transported soldiers. The captured Allied base was replenished with new soldiers and magical ships. Meanwhile, the Empire retreated under the onslaught of the Allied fleet, losing its ships. This could have significantly changed the course of the war. Once all the agreements between the mage and the prince had been fulfilled, as Felicia reminded them, Wataru suggested returning to Lucca. Their work here was finished. Warmed up and energized by the beer, Wataru remembers how tough the last few months have been and how glad he is to be able to rest now. He flushed with pleasure at being in the jacuzzi again. Like Wataru, Girasol also welcomed the opportunity to relax. They ate ice cream, walked, chatted cheerfully, and drank alcohol. Wataru practically beamed at the opportunity to use the ship for something fun. He was already dreaming of buying a new, more luxurious liner. Alesha, unaware of his thoughts, merely glanced questioningly at the self-satisfied mage. A week later, Vatru walked, adjusting his camouflage cloak. By his calculations, they should already be near the city of Lucca. From the opposite side of the main hall, Marina called him. She worriedly reported that the city was in trouble. Wataru froze in surprise and fear. He ran out onto the deck, asking what had happened. The girls, already standing there, looked ahead and Alesha pointed overboard, asking him to take a closer look. The boy walked to the very edge to get a better view. Next to him, Inez peered into the distance, perplexed. A stream of petals showered the enormous arriving ship. In the distance, fiery flowers of fireworks bloomed. The people gathered on the pier and the guards on the walls waved in greeting. A festive mood hung in the air. Not understanding what was happening, Wataru thought it might be a festival. Overjoyed, Kara and Claretta grabbed each other's hands. They liked the idea. At the pier, a familiar man met the group. He greeted them. Loudly and clearly, Dumont proclaimed the liberation of the city of Lucca from the Imperial Army. Wataru listened with bated breath. Girasol also froze, not believing that they had actually succeeded. When the numbness finally passed, the girls rushed with tears of happiness to embrace Wataru, the one without whose help they would not have managed. The streets of Lucca were filled with people. Everyone greeted each other with smiles, continuing their daily activities. Alesha and Dorothea, strolling among the townspeople, watched in amazement. Dorothea greeted a guard while Alesha was speechless. She watched people chatting with each other, their cheerful moods and bright smiles visible, and children running around playing tag. Flower petals floated above them, decorating the streets. Only now, looking at all this, Alesha believed that Lucca was truly freed. Later, the girls stood before the mayor. The man had heard of Girasol's exploits. He thanked them for what they had done. The girls exchanged glances, smiling. Alicia modestly replied that they were simply relying on the help of the great mage. The mayor, perhaps jokingly, agreed, saying it was the best they could do. He handed the floor over to Dumont. The man reported that the Empire had retreated under the onslaught of troops delivered by the mage. He also reported that while pursuing the retreating troops, he saw them encounter another detachment, which may have attacked the capital. After this, the Imperial Guard took up a defensive position. Alesha exclaimed joyfully, this could mean the capital was safe. Dumont confirmed that this was the case and that their allies, the Beastmen, were going to attack the border of the Empire, while Lucca's soldiers would carry out the capture of Fort Raugon. The girl closed her eyes peacefully. Her city was safe. The mayor, clasping his fingers, asked Alesha for a favor. The city still needed the fortress, and it would be great if she could negotiate with the mage to hand it over to Lucca. She had expected this. Wataru was already screaming in her mind that he wouldn't agree to such a request. She sighed slyly and said that the magician would like to get his way as soon as possible. The mayor retreated. At this time, near that very fortress, a real market trade was in full swing. Merchants were shouting louder than ever, asking to sell their ships, and someone even offered to join them for dinner. Someone's shadow flashed in the window opening. The unknown girl sitting in the boat immediately pointed her finger at the window. and the man who was with her immediately began to call out. Inez, mistaken for a mage, noticed that there were far more people around today than yesterday. Wataru sighed wearily. He understood why everyone wanted his ship, but wasn't he the dangerous mage who had forced their prince to his knees? Weren't these people afraid of him at all? Kara, holding a tray of food, assured them that Wataru was very popular now. Claretta, standing next to her, explained that it was because he was able to liberate the port, bring food supplies, and form an allied force. Dorothea added that the fortress would be ready for sailing tomorrow, and that they only had to wait a little. Remembering this, Wataru immediately suggested thinking about what they would do next. He figured out the route and what he wanted to do. Alessia wonders if she should tell him that Wataru was the one who introduced her to the great mage. Wataru agreed. He knew that after everything that had happened, he had become famous, and it would be a good choice to speak as the head of Girasol suggested. Alessia apologizes for the inconvenience. Wataru, as always, denies it. After all, he'll make a fortune when he buys pepper again. Everyone was ready to set out for the southern city. Alessia didn't share the general enthusiasm. She looked thoughtfully and sadly at the table. Her thoughts were occupied with the fact that she didn't know if she would have enough money to repay Wataru for his help. She glanced at Irma, who had already stolen a bottle of alcohol. Calling out to the woman, Alessia asked to talk. The next day, Wataru silently bid farewell to the city of Lucca from his perch. His fortress was sailing away. He dreamily replayed the memories of what had happened in his head. After all this, the mage's popularity soared, and the prince and marquis gave them a lot of platinum. It wasn't all bad, but even better, Wataru was now free. This pleased him most of all. He could finally get rid of his cloak. Upon arriving, Wataru bids farewell to Girasol. Alessia thanks him and prepares to continue on foot. Happy, Wataru, smiling sincerely thanks everyone for the work done. Hesitantly, Alessia also wants to express her gratitude. Wataru, realizing what exactly she meant, the girl suggested that he return the money to her later. He became nervous when he saw Irma and Alessia acting strangely, looking in his direction. Confused, the girl grabbed him by the shoulders, looking him straight in the eyes. Wataru was taken aback by the surprise. The next moment, he heard a whisper of gratitude and a tender kiss on his cheek. This caused his cheeks to instantly flush. Before he could react, Dorothea had planted a chaste kiss on his forehead, and a flushed Claretta had left her thank you on the boy's cheek. Kara and Myrina also joined in, simultaneously kissing both cheeks, which were hot with embarrassment. Last was Irma, who also gave him a kiss. She whispered whether he liked it, and Wataru realized whose idea it was. He sincerely thanked the girl for her insight. From the shore, Girasol waved their hands, saying goodbye. Wataru, elated by the reward he had received, wished them luck. Behind him, Inez and Felicia were also saying goodbye to the girls. Wataru opened the can of energy drink and took a sip with pleasure. He was not at all worried about the dangerous sea monster that rose from the depths of the sea. He knew that the barrier would protect him and his magical ship. The only 3 passengers had gathered in the kitchen. Inez, stretching and wishing good morning, asked what Wataru and Felicia were cooking. Wataru greeted her in return. The elf said that she wanted to treat the Dark Elves, since they were sailing specifically to them. They arrived at the island of the Dark Elves 4 days later. As they sail along the gorge, Wataru notices villagers greeting them. He didn't immediately see that arrows were pointed at them, so he was scared when he noticed. The masked warrior turned to another. It was an elderly elf who lifted his own mask, recognizing the guests. But he greeted Wataru by placing his hand on his chest. The boy, worried, asks if there's any reason they were met by armed elves. There was no reason. The village chief was worried that an unknown ship was sailing towards them and decided to play it safe. It belatedly dawned on Wataru that the elves couldn't have seen the ship because it had been created in Lucca. The elf invited the guests to the village, and Wataru tried to remember to hide the ship when he returned to Southtown. The village was thriving. None of the 3 could contain a gasp of surprise. Inez expressed her admiration with delight, waving her arms. The elven children from their place outside the house welcomed Felicia and her return home. Touched, the elf smiled tenderly at the children. Vatro also expressed his delight at the changes. The mayor said the houses were built thanks to Vatro. Delighted, the boy suggested holding a festival in honor of the village. The elderly elf raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't know what that was. With a wink, Wataru explained that it was some kind of celebration, and they had even managed to prepare food and drinks for it. The elder rubbed his chin thoughtfully, unsure whether to hold a festival. After all, they'd begun living quietly to avoid attracting the attention of hunters. He didn't know if the others would want to celebrate. Rima added her word, jumping from the boy's head, almost under the elf's nose. Wataru was sure that everyone, including the headman himself, would like it. So everyone began preparing for the festival. Wataru loudly announced the upcoming event. One child asked what the festival was, and the boy energetically explained the essence of the holiday. The children were excited, jumping for joy. They loved making noise. Felicia and Wataru were already getting ready. Passing by with an armful of firewood, asked why they needed so much wood. Wataru, determined to keep the secret until the end, advised them to wait. He was determined to throw a good celebration. Somehow, when everything was ready, he found himself standing on a wooden pedestal in front of a crowd of dark elves. The elder asked him to give a speech. With so many beautiful girls looking at him, Wataru was afraid he wouldn't be able to put two words together, but he pulled himself together and muttered something incoherently about the village's development. Then, raising his hand with a wooden mug, he loudly wished all the residents continued growth and good health. The small crowd echoed his words, raising their glasses in response. The celebration began. The villagers gathered around the table, sampling the prepared food. Wataru, watching, compared the festival to a buffet with some disappointment. As Inez noted, it was too quiet. Felicia said the villagers enjoyed singing and dancing, they were just nervous. At the mention of dancing, Wataru thought of the idols from his home world. His imagination immediately conjured up an image of an elf in a revealing stage costume. He quickly dismissed the image from his mind. Someone called out to Felicia. It was her mother asking her daughter for help. Wataru released the girl without a problem, and she bowed in return. Together, mother and daughter, they left. The festival's climax had arrived. The elves, confused as to what was happening, watched with interest as Wataru asked Inez to light the fire. A fire broke out among logs stacked in a small tower. This sparked the villagers' interest. The fire looked especially bright in the night. An elven girl, running too close, complained of the heat. To the adult elf standing nearby, the fire was beautiful. Wataru called the blazing fire a bonfire. Inez immediately declared her love for it. Although she had encountered bonfires before as an adventurer, this one was much larger and more beautiful. For Wataru, the beauty of it all was in the light coming from the fire. Someone called out to the boy, and he turned towards the voice. The elven girls, all dressed up, stood behind him. Among them was Felicia, whose head, like the others, was adorned with tree tiaras. She asked if they could sing a song. Wataru and Inez exclaimed in surprise. Inez ran up to her friend, wanting to hear her sing, but Felicia's role was dancing. Hearing this, Wataru was filled with a desire to see the girl dance. Embarrassed, Felicia asked him not to expect much from her. The villagers watching them only laughed. When a place was cleared by the fire for the four elves, Felicia exhaled. And so began the dancing and singing of the dark elf village. Felicia moved gracefully, dancing for her audience and friends. Wataru watched her movements, mesmerized, and listened to her mysterious songs. It was different from what he was used to seeing at festivals, but it was very beautiful and peaceful. His girlfriend glowed in the firelight, and to Wataru, she was the most beautiful. In his opinion, the festival had been magnificent. The next day, the villagers' appearance revealed just how much fun they'd truly had. Few were able to stand and lay where they stood. Inez was shocked by the sight. Wataru guessed that after they left for the ship, many of them stayed behind to explore. Romana was lying off to the side, hugging an empty bottle of alcohol. Wataru, I felt sorry for him. Concerned, Felicia held her hungover father's arm. The village chief apologized to Wataru for his inappropriate appearance. Wataru waved him off good-naturedly, glad that everyone had enjoyed their walk. The elderly elf agreed that his people had had a good time and could now make noise without fear of being overheard. He looked at the elves, who were staggering from their hangovers. The village chief expressed his desire to invite dark elves from other countries. Wataru had never heard of dark elves living in other countries. The elf said he'd long heard of some living in the kingdom of Jera, but because the human race ranks above all others there, the dark elves must have a hard time. The elf wondered if they were even alive. Wataru froze at this revelation. The children from yesterday ran up to him and greeted him. He greeted them back. A little girl asked if she and the other children could play with Rimu. The slime began to bounce impatiently on her shoulder. Wataru handed it to the child. The elves tugged at the boy's hands, wanting to draw him into the game. Felicia stood aside, sadly watching him go. A whole month passed like this. There was a time when Wataru, Inez, and the two children were walking through the forest together. Felicia used magic to help tend to the harvest. There were also evenings when only the small crew of the magical ship sat together, drinking under the night sky. Wataru felt comfortable on the island. He expressed this out loud. Inez and Felicia peeked out from behind him, reminding him that he had promised to return to Southdown. Their unexpected appearance frightened him. Wataru admits he really wanted to go back, but he didn't want to deal with questions about mages. He sensed trouble was coming. The girls slyly reminded the boy of something important. They meant Girasol and the sweet girl Camilla. This immediately pulled Wataru out of his melancholy, and all for the sake of the girls. Having camouflaged their magical ship, the crew returned to South Town. Even though Wataru had been there many times, he was still nervous. Stepping onto the pier, they glanced back. At first glance, there was no commotion, but they remained vigilant. The trio reached the trading guild without incident, meeting only a lonely old man along the way. Camilla met them inside. Wataru was happy to see the girl he hadn't seen for a long time. She unexpectedly grabbed his hand sweetly, but with a not at all sweet expression on her face, she said that she needed to tell him something. The guildmaster was already waiting for them in the office. Wataru didn't know what to expect, so he simply stood there waiting. He was the one who started the conversation, noting that the guild leader looked very serious, which meant trouble. The old man asked directly about the truth of the fact that it was Wataru who introduced the great magician to Girasol. Wataru expected this, so he thought it would be better to lie. The guildmaster began to list the great mage's merits, noting that such a man was dangerous since he was able to pull off all this. Using all his acting skills, the boy pretended that he had no idea how powerful that magician could be. Camilla and the guildmaster looked at him with equal suspicion. Wataru had truly not heard of the mage's power since the whole country was talking about it. The boy pretended to be busy buying pepper and apparently hadn't heard the rumors. Camilla wonders why he didn't tell her earlier that he was returning to the city, and Wataru had to reveal his secret a little. He reports that the great magician sold him one of his special ships. This caused the guildmaster to jump from his seat. Wataru hastened to add a few words about the magical ship's capabilities. Like a seasoned trader, the leader immediately acknowledged the vessel's value and the fact that they would attempt to buy it from Wataru. The boy sighed and replied that nothing would work since the great magician only sold ships to those he liked, and if someone wanted to take the ship away from him, the magician would definitely find out about it. The old man understands. He guesses the mage doesn't want any trouble because of them. Camilla glanced silently at the leader while Wataru looked guiltily ahead. The guildmaster believes Wataru's words, but he doesn't back down so easily and asks to evaluate the quality of his ship. Wataru squeaked in surprise. Without waiting for an answer, the guildmaster asks Camilla to bring Bari's an S-rank adventurer. The girl is surprised by this choice. The cunning old man decided to hold a competition to see who would be stronger, the SS-class magic ship or the SS-class adventurer. Wataru could only lean back and stare back.